German aircraft carried out a number of attacks on Great Britain last night. The raids, which lasted for several hours, were scattered over many parts of the country, and enemy aircraft have been reported over towns on the south coast, the west of England, the North Midlands and the North West, as well as over the London area. There are reports from Germany that our bombers attacked industrial targets there. A bill to authorize President Roosevelt's lease and lend policy is to be introduced today in Congress.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
My fellow Americans of all the Americas, my friends, I am speaking tonight from the White House in the presence of the governing board of the Pan American Union, the Canadian minister, and their families. The members of this board are the ambassadors and ministers of the American republics in Washington. It is appropriate that I do this, for now as never before, the unity of the American republics is of supreme importance to each and every one of us and to the cause of freedom throughout the world. Our future independence is bound up with the future independence of all of our sister republics. The pressing problems that confront us are military and naval problems. We cannot afford to approach them from the point of view of wishful thinkers or sentimentalists. What we face is cold, hard fact. The first and fundamental fact is that what started as a European war has developed, as the Nazis always intended it should develop, into a war for world domination. Adolf Hitler never considered the domination of Europe as an end in itself. European conquest was but a step toward ultimate goals in all the other continents. It is unmistakably apparent to all of us that unless the advance of Hitlerism is forcibly checked now, the Western Hemisphere will be within range of the Nazi weapons of destruction. For our own defense, we have accordingly undertaken certain obvious, necessary measures. First, we have joined in concluding a series of agreements with all the other American republics. This further solidified our hemisphere against the common danger. And then, a year ago, we launched and are successfully carrying out the largest armament production program we have ever undertaken. We have added substantially to our splendid Navy, and we have mustered our manpower to build up a new army, which is already worthy of the highest traditions of our military service. We instituted a policy of aid for the democracies, the nations which have fought for the continuation of human liberties. This policy had its origin in the first month of the war, when I urged upon the Congress repeal of the arms embargo provisions in the old neutrality law. And in that message of September 1939, I said, I should like to be able to offer the hope that the shadow over the world might swiftly pass. I cannot. The facts compel my stating with candor that darker periods may lie ahead. In the subsequent months, the shadows did deepen and lengthen, and the night spread over Poland, Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France. In June 1940, Britain stood alone, faced with the same machine of terror which had overwhelmed her allies. Our government rushed arms to meet her desperate needs. In September 1940, an agreement was completed with Great Britain for the trade of 50 destroyers for 8 important offshore bases. And in March 1941, this year, the Congress passed the Lend-Lease Bill and an appropriation of $7 billion to implement it. This law realistically provided for material aid for the government of any country whose defense the President deems vital to the defense of the United States. Our whole program of aid for the democracies has been based on hard-headed concern for our own security and for the kind of safe and civilized world in which we wish to live. Every dollar of material that we send helps to keep the dictators away from our own hemisphere, and every day that they are held off gives us time to build more guns and tanks and planes and ships. We have made no pretense about our own self-interest in this aid. Great Britain understands it, and so does Nazi Germany. And now, after a year, Britain still fights gallantly on a far-flung battle line. We have doubled and redoubled our vast production, increasing month by month our material supply of the tools of war for ourselves and for Britain and for China, and eventually for all the democracies. The supply of these tools will not fail. It will increase. With greatly augmented strength, the United States and the other American republics now chart their course in the situation of today. Your government knows what terms Hitler, if victorious, would impose. They are indeed the only terms on which he would accept a so-called negotiated peace. And under those terms, Germany would literally parcel out the world, hoisting the swastika itself over vast territories and populations, and setting up puppet governments of its own choosing, wholly subject to the will and the policy of a conqueror. To the people of the Americas, a triumphant Hitler would say, as he said after the seizure of Austria, and as he said after Munich, and as he said after the seizure of Czechoslovakia, I am now completely satisfied. This is the last territorial readjustment I will seek. And he would, of course, add, all we want is peace and friendship and profitable trade relations with you in the new world. Were any of us in the Americas so incredibly simple and forgetful as to accept those honeyed words, what would then happen? Those in the new world who were seeking profits would be urging that all that the dictatorships desired was peace. They would oppose toil and taxes for more American armament. And meanwhile, the dictatorships would be forcing the enslaved peoples of their old world conquests into a system they are even now organizing to build a naval and air force intended to gain and hold and be master of the Atlantic and the Pacific as well. They would fasten an economic stranglehold upon our several nations. Quislings would be found to subvert the governments in our republics, and the Nazis would back their fifth columns with invasion if necessary. No, I am not speculating about all this. I merely repeat what is already in the Nazi Book of World Conquest. They plan to treat the Latin American nations as they are now treating the Balkans. They plan then to strangle the United States of America and the Dominion of Canada. The American laborer would have to compete with slave labor in the rest of the world. Minimum wages, maximum hours, nonsense. Wages and hours fixed by Hitler. The dignity and power and standard of living of the American worker and farmer would be gone. Trade unions would become historic relics, and collective bargaining a joke. Farm income? What happens to all farm surpluses without any foreign trade? The American farmer would get for his products exactly what Hitler wanted to give. And the farmer would face obvious disaster and complete regimentation. Tariff walls, Chinese walls of isolation would be futile. Freedom to trade is essential to our economic life. We do not eat all the food we produce. We do not burn all the oil we can pump. We do not use all the goods we can manufacture. It would not be an American wall to keep Nazi goods out. It would be a Nazi wall to keep us in. The whole fabric of working life as we know it, business and manufacturing, mining and agriculture, all would be mangled and crippled under such a system. Yet to maintain even that crippled independence would require permanent conscription of our manpower. It would curtail the funds we could spend on education, on housing, on public works, on flood control, on health. And instead, we should be permanently pouring our resources into armament. And year in and year out, standing day and night watch against the destruction of our cities. Yes, even our right of worship would be threatened. The Nazi world does not recognize any God except Hitler. For the Nazis are as ruthless as the communists in the denial of God. What place has religion, which preaches the dignity of the human being, the majesty of the human soul, in a world where moral standards are measured by treachery and bribery and fifth columnists? Will our children, too, wander off, goose-stepping in search of new gods? We do not accept, we will not permit this Nazi shape of things to come. It will never be forced upon us if we act in this present crisis with the wisdom and the courage which have distinguished our country in all the crises of the past. Today, the Nazis have taken military possession of the greater part of Europe. In Africa, they have occupied Tripoli and Libya, and they are threatening Egypt, the Suez Canal, and the Near East. But their plans do not stop there, for the Indian Ocean is the gateway to the Farther East. They also have the armed power at any moment to occupy Spain and Portugal. And that threat extends not only to French North Africa and the western end of the Mediterranean Sea, it extends also to the Atlantic fortress of Dakar and to the island outposts of the New World, the Azores and Cape Verde Islands. Yes, these Cape Verde Islands are only 7 hours' distance from Brazil by bomber or troop-carrying planes. They dominate shipping routes to and from the South Atlantic. The war is approaching the brink of the Western Hemisphere itself. It is coming very close to home. Control or occupation by Nazi forces of any of the islands of the Atlantic would jeopardize the immediate safety of portions of North and South America and of the island possessions of the United States, and therefore of the ultimate safety of the continental United States itself. Hitler's plan of world domination would be near its accomplishment today were it not for 2 factors. One is the epic resistance of Britain, her colonies, and the great dominions, fighting not only to maintain the existence of the island of Britain, but also to hold the Near East and Africa. The other is the magnificent defense of China, which will, I have reason to believe, increase in strength. And all of these together are preventing the Axis from winning control of the seas by ships and aircraft. The Axis powers can never achieve their objective of world domination unless they first obtain control of the seas. That is their supreme purpose today, and to achieve it, they must capture Great Britain. They could then have the power to dictate to the Western Hemisphere no spurious argument, no appeal to sentiment, no false pledges like those given by Hitler at Munich can deceive the American people into believing that he and his Axis partners would not, with Britain defeated, close in relentlessly on this hemisphere of ours. But if the Axis powers fail to gain control of the seas, then they are certainly defeated. Their dreams of world domination will then go by the board, and the criminal leaders who started this war will suffer inevitable disaster. Both they and their people know this, and they and their people are afraid. That is why they are risking everything they have, conducting desperate attempts to break through to the command of the ocean. Once they are limited to a continuing land war, their cruel forces of occupation will be unable to keep their heel on the necks of the millions of innocent, oppressed peoples on the continent of Europe. And in the end, their whole structure will break into little pieces. And let us remember that the wider the Nazi land effort, the greater is their ultimate danger. We do not forget the silenced people. Masters of Germany, those at least who have not been assassinated or escaped to free soil, have marked these silenced peoples and their children's children for slavery. But those people, spiritually unconquered, Austrians, Czechs, Poles, Norwegians, Dutch, Belgians, Frenchmen, Greeks, Southern Slavs, yes, even those Italians and Germans who themselves have been enslaved, will prove to be a powerful force in the final disruption of the Nazi system. All freedom, meaning freedom to live and not freedom to conquer and subjugate other peoples, depends on freedom of the seas. All of American history, North, Central, and South American history, has been inevitably tied up with those words, freedom of the seas. Since 1799, 142 years ago, when our infant Navy made the West Indies and the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico safe for American ships, since 1804 and 1805, when we made all peaceful commerce safe from the depredations of the Barbary pirates, since the War of 1812, which was fought for the preservation of sailors' rights, since 1867, when our sea power made it possible for the Mexicans to expel the French army of Louis Napoleon, we have striven and fought in defense of freedom of the seas. Freedom of the seas for our own shipping, for the commerce of our sister republics, for the right of all nations to use the highways of world trade, and for our own safety. During the First World War, we were able to escort merchant ships by the use of small cruisers and gunboats and destroyers, and that type, called convoy, was effective against submarines. In this Second World War, however, the problem is greater. It is different, because the attack on the freedom of the seas is now fourfold. First, the improved submarine. Second, the much greater use of the heavily armed raiding cruiser or the hit-and-run battleship. Third, the bombing airplane, which is capable of destroying merchant ships 700 or 800 miles from its nearest base. And fourth, the destruction of merchant ships in those ports of the world that are accessible to bombing attack. The Battle of the Atlantic now extends from the icy waters of the North Pole to the frozen continent of the Antarctic. Throughout this huge area, there have been sinkings of merchant ships in alarming and increasing numbers by Nazi raiders or submarines. There have been sinkings even of ships carrying neutral flags. There have been sinkings in the South Atlantic, off West Africa, and the Cape Verde Islands, between the Azores and the islands off the American coast, and between Greenland and Iceland. Great numbers of these sinkings have been actually within the waters of the Western Hemisphere itself. The blunt truth of this seems to be this, and I reveal this with the full knowledge of the British government. The present rate of Nazi sinkings of merchant ships is more than 3 times as high as the capacity of British shipyards to replace them. It is more than twice the combined British and American output of merchant ships today. We can answer this peril by 2 simultaneous measures. First, by speeding up and increasing our own great shipbuilding program, and second, by helping to cut down the losses on the high seas. Attacks on shipping off the very shores of land which we are determined to protect present an actual military danger to the Americas. And that danger has recently been heavily underlined by the presence in Western Hemisphere waters of a Nazi battleship of great striking power. You remember that most of the supplies for Britain go by a northerly route, which comes close to Greenland and the nearby island of Iceland. Germany's heaviest attack is on that route. Nazi occupation of Iceland or bases in Greenland would bring the war close to our own continental shores, because those places are stepping stones to Labrador, to Newfoundland, to Nova Scotia, yes, to the northern United States itself, including the great industrial centers of the North, the East, and the Middle West. Equally, the Azores and the Cape Verde Islands, if occupied or controlled by Germany, would directly endanger the freedom of the Atlantic and our own American physical safety. Under German domination, those islands would become bases for submarines, warships, and airplanes raiding the waters that lie immediately off our own coast and attacking the shipping in the South Atlantic. They would provide a springboard for actual attack against the integrity and the independence of Brazil and her neighboring republics. I have said on many occasions that the United States is mustering its men and its resources only for purposes of defense, only to repel attack. I repeat that statement now. But we must be realistic when we use the word attack. We have to relate it to the lightning speed of modern warfare. Some people seem to think that we are not attacked until bombs actually drop in the streets of New York or San Francisco or New Orleans or Chicago. But they are simply shutting their eyes to the lesson that we must learn from the fate of every nation that the Nazis have conquered. The attack on Czechoslovakia began with the conquest of Austria. The attack on Norway began with the occupation of Denmark. The attack on Greece began with occupation of Albania and Bulgaria. The attack on the Suez Canal began with the invasion of the Balkans and North Africa. And the attack on the United States can begin with the domination of any base which menaces our security, north or south. Nobody can foretell tonight just when the acts of the dictators will ripen into attack on this hemisphere and us. But we know enough by now to realize that it would be suicide to wait until they are in our front yard. When your enemy comes at you in a tank or a bombing plane, if you hold your fire until you see the whites of his eyes, you will never know what hit you. Our Bunker Hill of tomorrow may be several thousand miles from Boston, Massachusetts. Anyone with an atlas, anyone with a reasonable knowledge of the sudden striking force of modern war knows that it is stupid to wait until a probable enemy has gained a foothold from which to attack. Old-fashioned common sense calls for the use of a strategy that will prevent such an enemy from gaining a foothold in the first place. We have accordingly extended our patrol in North and South Atlantic waters. We are steadily adding more and more ships and planes to that patrol. It is well known that the strength of the Atlantic fleet has been greatly increased during the past year and that it is constantly being built up. These ships and planes warn of the presence of attacking raiders on the sea, under the sea, and above the sea. The danger from these raiders is, of course, greatly lessened if their location is definitely known. And we are thus being forewarned. We shall be on our guard against efforts to establish Nazi bases closer to our hemisphere. The deadly facts of war compel nations for simple preservation to make stern choices. It does not make sense, for instance, to say I believe in the defense of all the Western Hemisphere, and in the next breath to say I will not fight for that defense until the enemy has landed on our shores. If we believe in the independence and the integrity of the Americas, we must be willing to fight to defend them just as much as we would fight for the safety of our own homes. It is time for us to realize that the safety of American homes, even in the center of this, our own country, has a very definite relationship to the continued safety of homes in Nova Scotia or Trinidad or Brazil. Our national policy today, therefore, is this. First, we shall actively resist wherever necessary, and with all our resources, every attempt by Hitler to extend his Nazi domination to the Western Hemisphere. As a military force, we were weak when we established our independence, but we successfully stood off tyrants, powerful in their day, tyrants who are now lost in the dust of history. Odds meant nothing to us then. Shall we now, with all our potential strength, hesitate to take every single measure necessary to maintain our American liberties? Our people and our government will not hesitate to meet that challenge. As the President of a united and determined people, I say solemnly, we reassert the ancient American doctrine of freedom of the seas. We reassert the solidarity of the 21 American republics and the Dominion of Canada in the preservation of the independence of the hemisphere. We have pledged material support to the other democracies of the world, and we will fulfill that pledge. We, in the Americas, will decide for ourselves whether and when and where our American interests are attacked or our security threatened. We are placing our armed forces in strategic military positions. We will not hesitate to use our armed forces to repel attacks. We reassert our abiding faith in the vitality of our constitutional republic as a perpetual home of freedom, of tolerance, and of devotion to the Word of God. Therefore, with profound consciousness of my responsibilities to my countrymen and to my country's cause, I have tonight issued a proclamation that an unlimited national emergency exists and requires the strengthening of our defense to the extreme limit of our national power and authority. The nation will expect all individuals and all groups to play their full part without selfishness and without doubt that our democracy will triumphantly survive. I repeat the words of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. That little band of patriots, fighting long ago against overwhelming odds, but certain, as we are now, of ultimate victory, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world has heard the President of the United States, who spoke tonight from the East Room of the White House. Delivering the fireside chat was arranged after the cancellation of his remarks planned for the Pan American reception in honor of the President and Mrs. Roosevelt.
Elmer Davis, CBS News analyst, who returned this week from a 5-week survey of conditions in the British Isles, at this time takes the Columbia Network's nationwide audience on a personally conducted tour of the CBS newsroom. Mr. Davis will describe one network's coverage of the war. As you all know, the European war is at once the greatest and most difficult assignment radio journalism has had to handle since its inception early in the 20s. The Columbia Broadcasting System was prepared for thorough, precise coverage of the war. And now Elmer Davis will return over most of these stations at 8:55 p.m. tonight, Eastern Daylight Saving Time, for his first broadcast under the exclusive sponsorship of Palmolive Soap, will tell you how Columbia covers the war. Mr. Davis.
Most of you may be familiar with my nightly broadcasts and perhaps have wondered occasionally about some of the things that take place behind the scenes prior to the broadcast. I would like to tell you now about Columbia's facilities and problems so that you can realize the scope of the forces that are being put to work for you. After a year and a half of war, when many countries have fallen under foreign domination, it's naturally harder than it was in the beginning to get the news, or perhaps rather to get at the truth. For much of the so-called news that comes from Europe these days is not necessarily the same as fact. The story may be utterly untrue how it passes, with consequent effect on public opinion or on government action, or in the sense that some government or some group has an interest in putting out the story for purposes of its own. From that viewpoint, it could be said that in this country the difficulty of getting at the facts is that we have too much news, too many conflicting reports of diverse origins. But it is the business of a news organization to assess and analyze and compare these reports in the hope of approximating as closely to the truth as possible. And after all, it's a good deal easier to do that in this country, where more news is available than anywhere else in the world, than to do it in other nations, where, as a rule, most of the information comes from one side, if not from one source. The Columbia newsroom draws on about all the possible sources of information and tries to shake down what it gets into the most accurate picture that can possibly be drawn. First in volume comes the full wire services of the three great American press associations, the Associated Press, United Press, and International News Service, whose teletype printers are ticking away all day long, bringing in the news as gathered by American correspondents in all parts of the world. Even as I talk to you now, these machines are spelling out the news of the moment. Let's listen to them briefly. In bulk, most of the news you hear on the air comes from these sources, which are the same, of course, as the sources of most of the news in your daily newspapers. But we believe, or at least we hope, that at Columbia, not being under the obligation to have a big new headline in a precisely limited space for each new edition, we are able to serve that news up with a more judicious estimate of its probable value than is commonly done in print. To do this, we have a staff of news editors who rewrite the news as it comes in, who write it for the ear instead of for the eye. Let us turn on a microphone in the newsroom and hear the clatter of typewriters as news programs are rewritten. Again, you will hear in the background Press Association teletypes. Like the newspapers, we also have our own special correspondents. In almost all of Europe, with the exception of Russia, which has never admitted American radio correspondents and allows Press Association correspondents to send nothing but official announcements or material that appears in the government's press, correspondents all over Latin America and in many parts of the Far East as well. Working under censorship everywhere in Europe, as of course all newspaper and press association correspondents must work too, these men are nevertheless able to bring us not only the news in their various countries, but in some countries background material of immense value as to social conditions and public opinion. Little of this is now possible in Germany or the occupied countries. But from England and the Near East, the direct reports of correspondents are still of great value in building up the general picture as well as in presenting the news of the day. Censorship in England, where I have recently observed it, applies only to matters which government officials regard as likely to give information of military value to the enemy. No correspondent, whether for the air or for the printed page, objects to this in principle. But naturally, there is often considerable disagreement as to whether a given piece of news is likely to fall into that classification. Differences of opinion between government officials on the one hand and broadcasters or news writers on the other, and sometimes differences of opinion between government officials themselves. Some of them would be inclined to be more liberal in releasing news than are the service ministries. But in a pinch, the Admiralty, the War Office, and the Air Ministry have the last word, as perhaps they should have in theory, even if there's often disagreement with their judgment on the part of people who realize the importance of news and opinion in this war, as servicemen very often do not. But there is no censorship over opinion and commentary. Generally speaking, American correspondents are under the same restrictions as the British press, qualified only by the vagaries of individual censors who have some latitude for judgment as to what news is likely to be valuable to the enemy, and sometimes disagree among themselves. American newspaper correspondents sometimes complain that the censorship is easier on the radio correspondents than it is on them. radio correspondents would not agree with that at all. But just as the British press, though the news at its disposal is sometimes inadequate, is able to fill up its columns with feature material, which is often quite critical of governmental shortcomings, so American broadcasters are at liberty to report their impressions of public opinion and of social and economic tendencies in England, whether their conclusions are those that public officials would approve or not. In the Axis nations and in the territories which they control, this is distinctly not the case. But in England, freedom of speech survives, limited only by precautions of a military nature which everyone approves in principle, even though often disagreeing with their particular application. Supplementing all of these facilities, and of immense value in receiving and assaying the news in such a war as this, is Columbia's shortwave listening station. Here all day long, trained linguists, all of them trained newsmen too, are listening to broadcasts from 24 points in Europe, Asia, or Africa. Broadcasts which being intended for foreign consumption are normally in English, French, German, or Spanish. But our staff of translators is able to handle a number of other languages too. And here from such points as Moscow, Ankara, and Saigon, and Leopoldville, as well as from London and Berlin and other more familiar points of origination, there comes over the air the news that foreign governments want to get across to the outer world. Not to mention the broadcasts from 4 or 5 so-called freedom stations, secret transmitters which purport to be operated in Germany or the occupied countries by organizations working against the Nazis. They are operated by such organizations, though it is possible that some of them may be located in England. Now, indeed, much of this news is propaganda. Indeed, practically all of it is propaganda, but propaganda, whether true or false, is apt to be news. From these shortwave broadcasts, we find out what foreign governments want other nations to believe, and it is usually possible to infer what they want other nations to do in support of that belief. Perhaps you would be interested in what goes on in our shortwave listening station. We'll open our microphone in the listening room, a glass-enclosed room just off our news studio.
61 Tonnen bekannt gegeben, die sich mit Kriegsmaterial beladen auf dem Wege von den Vereinigten Staaten nach England befanden. Der englische Doppeltitel als Carolyn von 6.160 Tonnen wird ebenfalls als verloren angesehen. Der bekannte türkische Militärsachverständige General Ekali.
We hope you were able to hear at that point the Italian radio giving out its news for foreign consumption. At this same time, our shortwave listening station could also pick up the British Broadcasting Corporation, transmitting at this moment in either Arabic or in Dutch, or the Stockholm radio sending out news in Swedish, and the Algiers radio in French, while to the south of us, Guatemala is shortwaving in Spanish. And finally, there are numerous news or propaganda services of foreign governments received in our newsroom by mail. British, German, Chinese, Japanese, Russian, Free French, Polish, Dutch, Norwegian, Czech, which often contain news items that do not appear in the regular Press Association reports. This is especially true of the news services operated by the governments or national committees of the conquered or occupied nations, from which news and information as to social conditions is smuggled out. And also, there are a few small private news services available to our staff, from which occasional items of moderate importance may be gathered. Direct telephone communication between Columbia's foreign correspondents and our news editor permits two-way discussion of the trend of the news and probable developments, so that on both sides of the ocean, members of the Columbia Broadcasting System news staff have a better idea of what to look forward to in the days ahead. Now you will hear Paul White, our Director of News Broadcasts, and Edward R. Morrow, Chief of our London staff. This process of setting future programs, exchanging information, and passing on assignments takes place at least twice daily.
Hello, CBS London. Hello, London.
Hello, Paul. First, I want to check tonight's 2330. That's the Gulf program. We have you down from 2335 to 2340. Is that what you have?
Right, and under Cairo.
Yes, you will introduce Cairo. I believe it's to be Cecil Brown. It might possibly be Charlie. And will you have a chance to listen to Cairo on the Q channel before you go on?
Right.
What is your report on that program? How does it shape up now?
Which one, Paul?
On the 2335.
Oh, well, it looks now as though the only thing that's going to be up is a little more detail on the Crete story and Alexander's broadcast to the Navy, which he will be doing in about 4 or 5 minutes' time. You haven't heard anything more from Lee White, have you? Hello?
Hello, London.
Yes, Paul.
London, I'm not hearing you in my phones now, but I know that you're probably coming in all right so that you can be heard on the air. Will you, and we can take it down stenographically elsewhere, will you tell us something about this Round London program that we're planning now either for June 7 or June 14?
Right. It's not yet set definitely, but it looks as though it will be the 14th. And what I thought we'd do would be to open the show in a hospital and then move over to an anti-aircraft gun position where the predicting and the calculating is being done by women. And then a pickup from the Piccadilly Circus subway station and a rumba band from a nightclub, and then end with about 45 seconds from the top of Big Ben.
That's fine, Ed. I put on another pair of phones, and I heard the last part of that. That program is now planned over here our time from 6:35 to 7, one of those Saturdays. And that'll be 22:35 to 2300 GMT.
Right.
Have you heard anything further in regard to this proposed broadcast between Herbert Morrison and Mayor LaGuardia?
No, it's definitely on from this end, and it's only a case of straightening out the times when we can get LaGuardia and Morrison both free at the same time.
That's swell. All right, I'll see you before the 7:30 show.
Right. Paul, one other thing. Would you check with John Wynant on this broadcast with Bevan, the Minister of Labor, tomorrow night?
All the sources we have described comes into the Columbia newsroom for sifting by our staff. Throughout the day, the CBS News programs offer the best pictures that can be drawn of the situation up to the moment of broadcast, with the advantage over newspaper publication of being able immediately to put the very latest news on the air. The 8:55 Eastern Daylight Saving Time news program comes at a time when the day has long been over in Europe and the day's news is about all in, when the night is already more than half gone and the preliminary picture of the night's activity can usually be sketched. We do our best to sort it all out for you and give you what seems most important and most likely to be true.
You have been listening to Elmer Davis, CBS News analyst, tell how Columbia assembles and analyzes the day's news for the American listening public. Elmer Davis has just returned from a 5-week survey of conditions in the British Isles. And later this evening at 8:55 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, he will be heard over most of these stations under the exclusive sponsorship of the Palmolive Soap Company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let us then frankly recognize the issue with which we are faced. It is the issue of freedom. Our task today is to make freedom strong. Democracies love peace, and for that very reason, Hitler was able to attack them unprepared. It is true that we should all of us have taken alarm sooner than we did. We should have begun to prepare the moment the rise of Hitler revealed our danger. But we did not. And the result is a desperate need for speed, a desperate need for action. We let things go so long that we cannot now first build up our own defenses and then turn round to see whom we can help. We cannot spare a day in rendering assistance to all who are providing first-line defenses for us, and we must render that assistance even though it means a delay in building up the defense within our own shores. This is the fundamental principle of the Lease-Lend Act which I have advocated, and it means first and above all things aid to Britain. It means that we must bend every effort to keep Britain afloat. And let us be very clear as to this fact. We cannot keep Britain afloat with mere words. We cannot keep Britain afloat with no risk and undelivered goods. Any such policy as that spells destruction. It is the most dangerous course that America could possibly pursue. We cannot defend freedom that way. It is hard, very hard, to face the terrible necessities of this situation. We did not want to take over Iceland, yet every man dedicated to the preservation of freedom must see that that move was absolutely necessary. We don't want to have to escort our merchant ships through the perilous waters of the North Atlantic, but the defense and the strengthening of freedom is going to require that also. And where the strengthening and the defense of freedom requires that we act, let us act like Americans. Let us act like a people who have known what freedom means, who value it, and who are determined never to be deprived of it.
As the clock strikes, Star, the world's largest-selling single-edged razor blade, presents that noted war correspondent and journalist whose predictions of today may become history tomorrow, Wise Williams.
As the clock strikes tonight, greater events than any since the Second World War began appear to be in the making. This is particularly true insofar as they may affect the United States of America. Our leading statesmen fully realize the situation, although many people still seem unaware of the powder kegs that are strewn in our vicinity. Events move at such tremendous distance that to the average mind they seem of little concern. While many of us might like to see Hitler defeated, provided our contribution does not upset our accustomed way of life, still others have no love for Stalin and his communist regime. The summing up of American public opinion appears to be that if Hitler and Stalin succeed in cutting each other's throats, the rest of the world may live happily ever after. And this may be a case of self-deception. As a matter of fact, the Russian-German war is the climax of a world crisis. Ever since Germany's Blitz armies crushed France, Hitler has tried to organize his new European order, which he thought would be the natural result. He failed for the simple reason that the remaining neutral states, such as Spain, Portugal, Turkey, and Japan, have been reluctant to join hands with the conqueror so long as the great mystery of Russia remained unsolved. When Hitler launched his surprise attack against Stalin, he knew perfectly well what he was doing, and his decision had little to do with wheat, oil, or similar economic considerations. After his Balkan victories, the Red Army remained the only force which might upset his new order apple cart. So long as that army remained intact, he might not be able to impose his will upon the entire continent of Europe and such parts of Asia and Africa as form part of the general European picture. Every new Nazi victory in Russia, every new destruction of large Red Army units, brings Hitler that much closer to his universal aim. It is from this angle that the Russian war should be considered. It is true that the German army has suffered great losses in the Russian campaign, but under current conditions, these losses are replaceable. Today, Germany undoubtedly is the dominant power on the European continent. If Russia falls, probably no continental power or even combination of powers can successfully oppose Germany. And with every successive victory in Russia, the Nazi propaganda drums beat at an ever-increasing tempo. Today, the two principal pressure areas are in the east and in the west, and each presents a spearhead directed against the United States. The western area comprises France, Spain, and Portugal, including their colonies in North and West Africa. Spain would have been in Hitler's pocket long ago had it not been for France. Therefore, the decisions now being taken in Vichy under Nazi pressure will affect not only France and her colonies, but the entire Latin bloc of European nations. According to a reliable report, the London government circles believe that if Vichy submits, Spain and Portugal, including their overseas possessions, will fall into Hitler's lap. This would mean Nazi control or its camouflaged equivalent in Casablanca and Dakar, in the Cape Verde and Canary Islands, and in the Azores. In addition are the Latin American nations. Cultural bonds in that quarter are almost exclusively with Spain, Portugal, and Italy. It is well known that many political and economically prominent figures in South America have great admiration for Hitler and his works, although at present they refrain from publicly expressing their opinions. Thus, we consider the Western spearhead directed against the United States. The Eastern pressure area, of course, is represented by Japan, a member of the Axis by virtue of the Pact of Berlin and a confessed exponent of her own new order in Asia. Japan is definitely committed to strike at the earliest opportunity. Japan, like the European nations, has been held back only by the unknown factor of the Red Army. Her occupation of Indochina may still be regarded as a more or less independent move, but it was the last move which she can make without precipitating open conflict. Occupation of Siam means conflict with Great Britain, while a move into Siberia means war with Russia. Japan, dominated as she is by the military clique, is preparing for either move or both. Tokyo knows that England is not strong enough in the Far East to prevent a Japanese occupation of Siam. However, Japan does not know what the United States is prepared to do in the Siamese affair. Even if she attacks Siberia, which seems the more likely course at the moment, the southern push will only be deferred. A Russian collapse will inevitably force the Japanese push into Southeast Asia, placing the Philippines in a direct line of their war strategy. And here we have the Eastern spearhead directed against the United States. There's a lot of talk these days about precision tools. They're the keystone of the defense industries. But let's not lose sight of the fact that precision tools long have been the backbone of peacetime industry. Many peacetime industries have contributed to the present emergency by the training of men who are now skillful makers and operators of precision tools.
The manufacturers of Star precision-made single-edge blades are proud of the fact that for years they have been training men to handle precision tools with microscopic accuracy. If some of these men are now employing the skills they acquired from Star blades toward the manufacturing of defense equipment, we are doubly proud, for we know they're extremely accurate, skillful, dependable workmen. Developing a Star single-edge blade to its super keen perfection calls for the same skill that is required in highly technical defense work. That's why a Star blade and a Star or gem razor glides over your face, smoothly, quickly, giving you clean, refreshing shaves. Men, I'd like you to try genuine precision-made Star blades. Try them at our risk. Your dealer will give you 2 Star single-edge blades free with the regular 12 for a quarter package. 14 super keen Star blades for only 25 cents. Use the 2 free blades. If you don't get the most comfortable, longest-lasting shaves you've ever had, return the remaining 12 blades and get back your full purchase price. After your first Star shave, you'll know why we're so proud of our part in training men to use precision tools. Now back to Wyatt Williams.
The Russian war presents several new developments which are gratifying to the Japanese. Perhaps the most significant is the bombing of Berlin by the Russians. Under existing conditions, the nearest bases from which these bombers can take off are in the Moscow area. The round trip between Moscow and Berlin is around 2,500 miles. This means that only the largest type of long-distance bombers comparable to our Flying Fortress type could have made these flights. It should be noted that these flights occurred only after the Russian war entered its 7th week, although earlier in the war the Soviet bases were much nearer. The fact is that Russia did not have her longest-range bombers in European Russia at the outbreak of hostilities. Russian strategy in the West, because of proximity of bases to possible objectives, called for the employment of medium-range bombing planes, and many of these were brought down by the Luftwaffe during the first stage of the surprise assault. Russian long-range bombing power was concentrated in the Far East, particularly around Vladivostok, whence the Red Air fleets were intended to strike blows at Japan's overcrowded cities in the event of hostilities. Since these bombers have now appeared on the European front, obviously Stalin has transferred his bombing fleets from the Far East to Moscow, a fact which undoubtedly is satisfactory to Japan. However, these Russian air attacks on Berlin appear to have been carried out more from the propaganda viewpoint than for strictly military reasons. Stalin must show his people some offensive power, and the Berlin raids make excellent publicity. But their value is largely confined to the dramatic. The German capital has been raided so often by the British that a few bombs more or less make no appreciable difference. Obviously, the final outcome of the war will depend on the success or failure of the German land armies. In this respect, late reports are anything but encouraging. Reliable information via London is to the effect that the present position of Marshal Boudin's forces on the southern Ukraine front is desperate. This is the result of 3 strong mechanized spearheads which Field Marshal Rundstedt's Southern Nazi Army group has managed to drive far into the rear of the fortified Stalin defense system. In my last broadcast, it was reported that strong Nazi forces are pushing along both banks of the southern Bug River toward the Black Sea naval base of Nikolaev against virtually no opposition. The eastern of these forces is now veered inland from the Bug River and reached the Ingul River in the vicinity of Bobrinets, aiming apparently at a crossing of the Dnieper River above the Black Sea port of Kherson, situated on the Dnieper estuary. The successful accomplishment of this maneuver would completely isolate Kherson, Nikolaev, and Odessa, all 3 considerably in the rear of this Nazi column. It would mean a quick Nazi occupation of Russia's 3 most important Black Sea ports, together with the encirclement of large Russian forces still holding out in the fortifications of the Ushomir line. The second Nazi spearhead, after winning the Battle of Balaya Tserkov last week, has crossed the Dnieper River at a number of places below Kiev and is pushing eastward toward Poltava, evidently with the objective of preventing a concentration of new Russian defense forces along the big bend of the Dnieper near the principal source of the Ukraine's electric power. A third spearhead has fought its way across the Dnieper above Kiev and is now attempting to join hands with the Nazi column pushing down from Gomel on the central front in an effort to encircle the Russian forces still holding the Stalin defense system around the juncture of the Dnieper and Pripyat rivers. On the Leningrad front, the Nazis have also been successful. Last week, Marshal Voroshilov's forces undertook a strong counterattack from the north against the German lines extending south of Lake Ilmen. For a while, the counter-thrust, which had reached Solsty, appeared to be successful. But according to latest reports, the Nazis closed in from 2 sides, and the Russian column is now trying to extract itself from the pinchers. Not all news reporting is international. Some very interesting notes of social significance are to be found in the comments of men about town.
Thank you for calling me a man about town, Mr. Williams. True, I do get around and observe faces, and come to think of it, my comments must have some social significance if I can tell a man how to improve his shaving habits for only a dime. Men, that famous 10-cent package of Star single-edge blades is the talk of the town. Weeks of the kind of shave to dream about. Cool, clean, longer-lasting, for only 10 little copper pennies. I'm spreading my advice in banner headlines. Get Star, S-T-A-R, Star Super Keen Single-Edge Blades right away. No, sir, you don't have to belong to Cafe Society to afford a Star shave. 10 cents a pack. Or, if you prefer the radio special, 14 Star blades for a quarter. And be sure to get a Star or Gem razor if you haven't one already. Now, back to Wise William.
As stated in my last broadcast, French Vice Premier Darlan, by official government decree, has been made Admiral of France and given absolute military authority over all French forces, including those in the colonies. This means that in his struggle with Darlan, General Weygand has lost. Considering Darlan's understanding with Hitler, the implications of this latest French move are obvious. Now, until my next broadcast, good night all.
You'll find Wise Williams right here on your dial each Tuesday and Thursday. And you'll find these precision-made single-edged blades at dealers everywhere for only 10 cents a package.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
A bulletin. A United States cruiser has captured an Axis merchant vessel which was displaying American flags. The capture took place on November 6th in Atlantic equatorial waters. The Navy announces that the Axis crew tried to scuttle the merchant ship and severely damaged it. The captured vessel, first prize of the American Navy in the undeclared war in the Atlantic, is being told to report within the jurisdiction of an American court. This bulletin came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York.
We're now mixed up in, I think I'm right in saying, the first attack on a convoy which has been actually recorded at sea. We've been attacked by bombers. There have been 2 runs over the convoy as yet. All the ships have been just blazing off like mad. They've dropped a stick of bombs, but so far no damage has been done. So I've taken up a position by the gun in the stern. It's a 12-pounder, and I'm right amidst the gun crew now. Shells all around me, too, and more are being handed up from the magazine below. I expect you can hear the crew. And wait a minute. Here he comes. He's on our port quarter, not much more than 500 feet up, I should say, and just about abreast of us now. There are tracer bullets bursting all around him. He's crossing astern, straight over, but you can still follow him through this white cloud. And there go his bombs. There's a stick of 4 of them. They're hanging in the air for a moment. I can see them distinctly, and now they're dropping down over the convoy. But wait a minute. He is missed. Columns of water sprouting up, but he's missed. The ships are still there, and it looks as if we're all right. There's just a faint smell of gunpowder and smoke drifting across the water, but we won't worry about that. He's missed, and everything's okay.
The World Today. The Columbia Broadcasting System now presents a summary of all the important news in the world today. Reports from CBS correspondents by Transatlantic and Trans-Pacific Shortwave Radio, and the latest developments as received by Columbia's newsroom here in New York. Tonight, John Daly will call in Bob Trout from London, Ford Wilkins from Manila, and Albert Warner from our own national capital, Washington. And now first, John Daly.
The Far East situation and the war in Russia and Libya topped the news tonight. And first, the story of the fighting in Europe and Africa before going to the Philippines and our own capital for reports on the crisis in Japanese-American relations. The Soviet version of the Russian war reports that along the Sea of Azov in the far south, the Red Army has driven the retreating Germans across the Mias River and established bridgeheads on the west bank, thereby cutting off the enemy on the Taganrog Peninsula. And on the Moscow front, where the fighting is going on in weather from 10 to 15 degrees below zero, it's asserted the Nazis have been hurled back along the Mozhaisk Highway. The invaders are now more the victims of cold than of bullets, according to the Russians, who refer to the weather as our December frost. But in the Tula sector, south of the capital, the Russians admit a new German breakthrough, creating a critical situation in that zone. The latest Soviet official communique is vague, however, but Axis reports assert that 1.5 million men are now driving on the capital, and there's some evidence that Moscow is being attacked from the air as well. At Berlin, it's declared the great Russian drive in the south has been stopped, and it's asserted, contrary to the Soviet version, that the Germans are making progress in the Mozhaisk sector of the Moscow front. New severe fighting in Libya was reported by the German High Command today, and a Rome communique describes heavy fighting in the desert around Bir el Gobi. Details, however, are scant. That's the Libyan story as reported by the Axis. We turn now to the British capital for the report of Bob Trout. Go ahead, London.
London got today's communique from Libya, which told of British pressure on the enemy throughout the area of operation.
There are no reports here indicating the start of any more major tank battles in Libya. But late tonight, London heard that 2 American-built Tomahawk planes have shot down 20 German Junkers dive bombers in Libya. In less than 15 minutes, Great Britain will officially be at war with Romania, Hungary, and Finland. These 3 countries are regarded here as German puppets. And tonight the British radio reminded its home listeners that this is not the first time that German troops have established themselves in Finland. 24 years ago, in the spring of 1918, German troops landed in Finland to take part in a war against Russia. It was over a month later, and then the Finns realized that the Germans had no intention of leaving. The Kaiser's brother-in-law became the King of Finland. And then the Allies defeated Germany, and Finland found herself free. The British Home Radio ended this talk by quoting the words of the British Foreign Secretary spoken in Parliament in August 1918. Said Mr. Balfour, "Next to being enslaved by Germany, there is no worse fate than being liberated by Germany. Finland is now being told that she owes her freedom to Germany, but Germany is plundering her, garrisoning her, choosing her form of government, and endeavoring to force her into the Great War." That was the British view in 1918, and that is the British view today. London heard the German radio say that Belgian King Leopold last September married Mary Lelia Bales, daughter of the former Belgian Minister of Agriculture, and a schoolgirl in England during the First World War. The Belgian government in London has no word of this reported marriage of the king. The Chinese ambassador, Dr. Wellington Koo, today said in London that if Japan decides to pounce on another victim, it would be as well that the democracies should avail themselves of the opportunity to remove, once and for all, this menace. Most of the time, the customary angry tone of Japanese newspapers causes no surprise here. But today, reports from Tokyo tell us that the Japanese papers are angry because Japan's reply to the United States was published in America. And this did surprise the British. It is the strangest reason for getting angry that London has heard in a long time. You have heard before that the position of the British government is that the Japanese talks are America's business and Great Britain is not intruding. But the British people believe that the Orient is just another sector on the worldwide front in this war, and of course, they are interested in it. A weekly review, the New Statesman and Nation, today lists a few of the possibilities and wonders what the United States will do if Japan tries to attack Thailand, tries to attack British territory, or the Dutch East Indies, or Russia. The New Statesman points out that Russia is excluded from the ABCD group and then says, Secretary of State Cordell Hull will never compromise over the basic principles of international morals which he reaffirmed in his last dispatch to Tokyo. How much he will do to enforce them is another matter. And now we continue the Far East story with a report direct from an American vantage point. Ford Wilkins is standing by in the Philippine capital. We take you now across the Atlantic and America and the Pacific. Go ahead, Manila.
This is Manila. I am reporting to you this morning from the center of a circle of tension extending roughly 1,500 to 2,000 miles in every direction. Preparations for war in this area have reached a new high level. In Singapore, where the British Eastern Fleet is based, we hear that all naval personnel has been recalled to ships. Royal Air Force pilots and men have been ordered to barracks and hangars. Army forces are under similar orders. Singapore has been on emergency status by order of the governor for several days. Mobilization of volunteers has just been completed. An urgent government decree prohibits non-Britishers from leaving the country without special permission. This resulted in stopping a Thai ship about to sail for Bangkok with 20 Japanese aboard. 4 Japanese newspapermen were ordered ashore. The reason for this move has not officially been made clear. At Bangkok, plans for removal of the capital of Thailand to an unspecified location in event of war were announced by the Ministry of the Interior. Simultaneously, the Premier took occasion to announce Kai had concluded no secret pacts with any foreign power. At Batavia, capital of Java and government center for the Dutch East Indies, official last-minute preparations for war have been made. Police reserves have been mustered into service. The fleet is at full wartime strength. Australia is in a state of excitement. At Melbourne, one correspondent cabled the country is on the brink of war with Japan. The Australian War Cabinet adjourned and was suddenly recalled on information indicating further deterioration of the Far East political picture. All military leaves have been canceled. Here in the Philippines, the Commonwealth government is rushing plans to cope with an emergency. After a meeting of government heads with President Quezon and Baguio, residents of Manila who have homes or relatives in the provinces were urged to leave the city as a prelude to compulsory evacuation of women, children, and men whose services are not urgently required. There is a suggestion of closing the schools. United States military and naval forces have issued no emergency orders, but they are in a state of constant preparation. In Shanghai, key active officials are reported to be conferring with Captain Fritz Wiedemann, German Consul General from Tientsin, lately of San Francisco. Britishers and Americans there and in Hong Kong have been advised to leave. This is Ford Wilkins in Manila, returning you now to CBS in New York.
That was Ford Wilkins in Manila. Now Albert Warner is ready to report the Far East story from our own capital. We take you now to Washington.
Against the dark counter-moves of military preparation in the Far East, Washington maintained a grim silence today. White House and State Department waited for the reply which Japan is yet to make to Mr. Hull's note setting forth basic principles for a Far Eastern settlement. They clung to silence on the Japanese note of yesterday, which sought to explain Japanese troop movements into French Indochina. But Tokyo's soft answer had not turned away American suspicion. Washington is not convinced that the troop movements were exaggerated or that they were not bent on new aggression. But several senators read into the Japanese delay a hopeful sign. I have had the view all along, said Senator George, that the Japanese do not want to force the issue. Maxim Litvinov, the new Russian ambassador, arrives here by plane tomorrow. He landed in San Francisco today, voicing thanks for American aid in the Russian fight against Hitler. Russia has not been represented in these Far Eastern discussions. To be sure, they have been centered upon South Asia, and perhaps also Russia would prefer not to do anything which might promote its bickering with Japan. But the Soviet has a vital interest at stake. There is no outburst of statements here on the British declaration of war on Finland. It was expected. The Secretaries of State and War have several times vainly urged Finland to rest upon the recovery of its lost territory. There is a report that the United States will take over Finnish ships in American waters. Finnish Minister Prokope tells us he has not been so notified yet. In his annual report, Secretary of the Navy Knox declares tonight that the United States has become the greatest naval power in the world. But he said we must arm against any possible combination of powers against us. The Secretary reports 325 new ships commissioned, 2,059 new airplanes acquired, about 700 vessels under construction, a chain of new ocean bases developed, and personnel increased by 115,000 officers and men. Air bases in the Alaska and Aleutian Islands and elsewhere in the Pacific have a strategic importance which is obvious, Secretary Knox declared, perhaps with an eye on Japan. But Knox is a man who believes in keeping military secrets. Thus, though he discloses that the entire stock of fuel oil in Hawaii will be eventually stored underground, the 4 pages of his report, which deal with the American islands of Samoa and Guam in the far Pacific, read like a sociological survey. You learn about hurricanes, education, and banana production. And near the end, you will see a sentence. It says that economic conditions on the islands have improved due to money being spent on federal projects. That is the one small hint of new American striking power at one point only 1,500 miles from Japan. More labor trouble crops up. The Independent Welders Union says 75,000 men who hold key jobs in the defense program will strike in shipyards next Tuesday, unless the AFL stops interfering with this union. For other news on the labor situation, I return you now to New York.
Here in New York today, it was indicated that the captive coal mine dispute, which recently created the gravest threat to production since the defense program began, may be settled within the next 48 hours. Dr. John R. Steelman, who's chairman of the arbitration board in the union shop controversy, said that he hopes the board will be able to complete its task within that time. The board, consisting of John L. Lewis for the CIO and Benjamin Fairless for the captive mine owners, with Steelman as chairman, has recessed until noon tomorrow. And that's the story of labor. There is news from Latin America. President Batista of Cuba a few hours ago asked Cuba's Congress to declare a state of emergency and grant the cabinet extraordinary powers to rule by decree for 45 days. Batista declared Cuba's national defense effort required emergency action. In Mexico City, Vice Admiral Hurtado de Mendoza has disclosed a Nazi plot to destroy the port of Tampico. He declared the captains and crews of 10 Axis ships seized by the Mexican government at Tampico last April had loaded their vessels with combustibles with the aim of exploding their ships and the whole port as well. In Honduras today, President Carrillo Sandino told Parliament that he has documentary proof that Axis agents had attempted to set up puppet governments in Latin America which would fight against the United States. And describing President Roosevelt as the defender of weak nations, Andino declared that Honduras would do everything possible in support of democracy and its defense. In Argentina, police are taking special precautions tonight against possible disorders in tomorrow's election in the province of Buenos Aires, the most populous in the country, although it does not include the city of Buenos Aires. The race is between the Conservative Party of acting President Ramon S. Castillo and the Radical Party of the opposition, which is anti-Nazi and pro-democratic. The ministers of War and Navy ordered all troops confined to barracks tomorrow, and all civilian planes will be grounded. And that's the world today.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, by air, President Roosevelt has just announced. The attack also was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu. We take you now to Washington.
The details are not available. They will be in a few minutes. The White House is now giving out a statement. The attack apparently was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu. The President's brief statement was read to reporters by Stephen Early, the President's secretary. A Japanese attack upon Pearl Harbor naturally would mean war. Such an attack would naturally bring a counterattack, and hostilities of this kind would naturally mean that the President would ask Congress for a declaration of war. There is no doubt from the temper of Congress that such a declaration would be granted. This morning, Secretary Hull talked with the Secretaries of War and of the Navy. Now the two special Japanese envoys, Admiral Nomura and Special Envoy Caruso, are at the State Department, engaged in conference with Secretary of State Hull. Their appearance at the State Department on this Sunday afternoon emphasizes the gravity of the Far Eastern situation, where hostilities now seem to be actually opening over the whole South Pacific. And just now comes the word from the President's office that a second air attack has been reported on Army and Navy bases in Manila. Thus, we have official announcements from the White House that Japanese airplanes have attacked Pearl Harbor in Hawaii and have now attacked Army and Navy bases in Manila. We return you now to New York, and we'll give you later information as it comes along from the White House. Return you now to New York.
At this time each Sunday, the National Broadcasting Company presents H.V. Kaltenborn, Dean of Radio Commentators, who today will analyze and interpret the day's startling news from the Pacific. Mr. Kaltenborn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Japan has made war upon the United States without declaring it. Airplanes, presumably from aircraft carriers, have attacked the great Pearl Harbor Naval Base on the island of Oahu in the Hawaiian Islands and have attacked Manila, capital of the Philippines. There has been damage. Some fires were started. About 50 planes participated in the attack on the Hawaiian Islands. Many, according to a bulletin that has just come in, were shot down. This attack occurred at the very moment when Ambassador Nomura and Special Envoy Caruso were at the State Department discussing the possibility of peace between Japan and the United States. We know that Japan set a precedent for this kind of attack in the Russo-Japanese War, when she attacked the Russian fleet without a declaration of war, while that fleet was not expecting attack. However, the United States was not unprepared for attack. Anti-aircraft guns immediately went into action and were responsible for bringing down many of the Japanese planes. We have no details from what happened in Manila, but they may come along before this broadcast is finished. Let me now tell you exactly what happened in the order in which it developed here in the NBC newsroom. At 2:25 came the first flash. White House announces Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor. 10 minutes later came this announcement from the White House that Japanese airplanes attacked Pearl Harbor and all naval and military activities on the island of Oahu. That is the principal island of the Hawaiian group. It is the one upon which American military and naval establishments are located. It is a great fortified center of American military and naval strength in the center of the Pacific. White House Secretary Early received the information from the President, who presumably received it directly from the Navy. And his announcement said, the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor from the air and all naval and military activities on the island of Oahu, the principal American base in the Hawaiian Islands. That announcement was made to all press associations by telephone, and immediately after making it, Mr. Early hurried to the White House for conference with the President. The Navy refused to issue any statement on its own account and said that all information would be channeled through the White House. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor came news only 2 minutes later of the Japanese attack on Manila. The White House announced that the Japanese attack on Army and Navy bases at Manila was reported to the President. Then began the dispatches from private sources, from the Press Association representatives themselves. The United Press reported that Oahu Island was attacked by unidentified airplanes. It is natural that the press correspondent does not know just what particular nationality planes belong to, but the Navy knows Japanese planes when it sees them. Policemen and firemen were immediately ordered in a radio broadcast to go to the Army and Navy posts to which they were assigned in the city of Honolulu. The smoke of anti-aircraft guns rose over the Pearl Harbor Navy Yard immediately when the attack began. And heavy smoke also drifted up from Hickam Airfield in the Pearl Harbor area. This apparently from the fires set by incendiary bombs. Other witnesses said that fires broke out on Ford Island. Ford Island is an important military island located in the center of Pearl Harbor, and many military establishments are located on that island. The dispatch from Fort Shafter in Hawaiian Islands, which came by telephone from Honolulu, states that 50 unidentified airplanes attacked the island of Oahu. The main targets appeared to be Hickam Field and, of course, the great naval base at Pearl Harbor. So far as is known, the attacks on Hawaii and Manila were made wholly without warning. This is the first sentence of a statement that has just come from the State Department in Washington. The statement reads, so far as is known, the attacks on Hawaii and Manila were made wholly without warning when both nations were at peace. And they were delivered within an hour or so of the time that Japanese Ambassador Nomura and Japan's Special Envoy, Mr. Caruso, had gone to the State Department and handed to the Secretary of State Japan's reply to the Secretary's memorandum of November 26. You may remember that yesterday we received the reply from Japan to the President's comment and request for information with regard to troop movements in Indochina. This afternoon, Mr. Caruso and Mr. Nomura bring to the Secretary of State the reply to Mr. Hull's general memorandum in which he called for a return to the basic principles of international law. The State Department goes on in its special statement just issued. Quote, as soon as the information of the attack was received by the War and Navy Departments, it was flashed immediately to the President at the White House. The President directed the Army and Navy to execute the previously prepared orders looking to the defense of the United States. And you may rest assured that both our Army, and particularly our Navy and our Air Force, were not caught by surprise by this attack. They knew what they might have to expect, and they were ready for anything that might happen. They have been ready for a long time, and their readiness has been developed increasingly in recent weeks and days. Let me go back to the telephone message that came from Fort Shafter, Hawaii. 50 unidentified airplanes attacked the island of Oahu today. There's a first point. It indicates that it was a relatively small aircraft carrier that brought these planes. However, it's possible, of course, that these first 50 will return and that then others will take off and continue the attack. However, since the element of surprise is now over, it seems less likely that this particular aircraft carrier will linger very long in the vicinity where the great mass of the United States fleet is located. We'll get news of naval action before long. The main targets, this dispatch again declares, were Hickman Field, the great airfield, and the great naval base at Pearl Harbor. Obviously, bombing the airfield is intended to prevent the taking off of planes which would seek out the aircraft carrier or of fighting craft which would attack the attacking bombing planes. Here is information received by NBC from Honolulu. It says that the air attacks on Hawaii were staged by unidentified planes flying at an altitude of about 20,000 feet. Bombs fell near the building housing the Honolulu Advertiser. So far, there are no reports of damage. The defenses on the island immediately went into action. Anti-aircraft guns sent showers of shells into the air. Obviously, if the Japanese know what they're about, they will not waste their bombs on the city of Honolulu. They will concentrate them on the important military objectives at adjoining Pearl Harbor. Here is something from the White House. The President immediately called in the Secretaries of the War and the Navy and is now trying to contact his congressional leaders. That's the end of the statement that has just come from Washington. The latest information that they have in the capital is that the attacks are still in progress. That would be natural enough, since obviously this is the beginning and not the end of an important military action. We've just had word from Washington that an Army transport carrying lumber has been torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. This is further evidence of a carefully, long-planned attack against the United States. This is evidence that Japanese warships, Japanese aircraft carriers, Japanese planes, Japanese submarines have for some time been en route to their stations for the attack on the United States, which is now underway. London was naturally electrified by the news of the air attack on Hawaii and on Manila. Official quarters in London had been alert for some signs of the first outbreak in the Far Eastern warfare, but they had not expected it to come from that area, which simply means that most of us had had our attention diverted by the movement of Japanese ships in the direction of Singapore. Yesterday, you remember that the President had word that a large Japanese convoy was entering the Gulf of Siam. We have had word that large numbers of Japanese troops have been gathered in Indochina. And it is evident now that this was something of a blind, something to make us think that no nearer attack was impending. And obviously, it was all part of long-planned Japanese strategy to get all the advantage that comes when you get the jump on your potential enemy, when you are in action before he has had a chance to get into action, when you strike first. And that is exactly what Japan has done. There are unverified reports from Pearl Harbor that a foreign warship has appeared off Pearl Harbor and has begun firing at the defenses in that highly fortified post. The sound of cannon firing comes to Honolulu, to the UP correspondent, I believe it is, who is telephoning this story to the San Francisco Associated Press office. So it is the AP correspondent who tells us that there are unverified reports of a foreign warship appearing off Pearl Harbor. However, remember that the basis for that is cannon fire. And obviously, with bombs exploding in Pearl Harbor, with anti-aircraft cannon roaring in action, it is quite possible that it is these noises and not the attack of a warship on Pearl Harbor that was responsible. It seems unlikely that the Japanese, with such few fleet units as they could spare for an attack on Pearl Harbor, would risk those units in a direct attack on the great defenses of that naval base. Presidential Secretary Early declares this afternoon that so far as is known now, the attacks were made wholly without warning, at a time when both nations were at peace, and were delivered within an hour of the time that the Japanese ambassador went to the State Department to hand in the reply to the Secretary's memorandum of the 26th. Secretary of State Cordell Hull, today, according to a bulletin just in from Washington, angrily told the Japanese peace or war envoys that their government's answer to his recent document on the United States position in the Far East was crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions. That frank speech from the Secretary of the United States to the envoys of Japan, it indicates the end of peaceful relations. It means that those envoys will be sent packing home, and the United States, through no fault of its own, without anything for which it is responsible, at the very moment when it was finally making a last effort to maintain peace, the United States has been attacked, and the United States will know how to answer that attack. Good afternoon.
You have been listening to Mr. H.V. Kaltenborn, noted news analyst. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
War news, exclusive news, and predictions of things to come by Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen, whose widely quoted column, Washington Merry-Go-Round, appears in more than 600 newspapers from coast to coast. These internationally famous reporters are presented by Saratan every Sunday at this same time. The responsibilities of diplomatic, political, and business leadership, like all the other great responsibilities of life, almost always fall to men and women over 35. For the years bring the needed experience and knowledge. But to shoulder these important tasks, you have a big responsibility for yourself, that of guarding your fitness, your good cheer and alertness. And if common sluggishness robs you of these things, this may be the answer. You may now need something different from your present laxative, something like that marvelous all-vegetable preparation called Saratan,
which is especially recommended for people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. You see, unlike most laxatives, Seratan provides the special kind of help which so many doctors advise for folks your age. Yes, it's wonderfully effective, yet exceptionally mild and gentle. But why not let your own experience tell you that Seratan is just the thing you've been looking for? Try it. Compare it. And if you don't prefer it to everything else, you'll get your money back. So, friends, tonight or tomorrow, ask your druggist for Seratan. When you read that name backwards, it spells Nature's. And now we take you direct to Washington, the nation's capital.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Drew Pearson. And this is Bob Allen. As we go on the air tonight, President Roosevelt and the cabinet faced the most momentous day in American history since Woodrow Wilson declared war on Germany on April 6, 1917. The United States has been attacked by Japan.
The capital is seething with excitement. President Roosevelt has been in almost constant session with the secretaries of the War and Navy.
Secretary Hull has been in session with the Japanese envoys who are reported to be asking for their passports.
News of the Japanese attack reached the president at 2:25 p.m., 7:35 this morning, Hawaiian time. A fleet of Japanese airplanes appeared over Pearl Harbor, Hickman Field, the Army Air Base, and the city of Honolulu. They came from at least one airplane carrier off the coast of Hawaii. Since Japanese carriers carry only 47 planes, Navy intelligence believes that there must have been at least several plane carriers. The U.S. Navy is now reported in a sea battle with the Japanese carriers.
Anti-aircraft guns immediately answered the Japanese attack, and the sky over Honolulu has been black with American fighter planes. Meanwhile, Hawaiian police have been rushed into action, presumably to prevent an uprising by the Japanese civilian population.
3 American battleships were hit, and the battleship West Virginia was reported sunk. Also, the battleship Oklahoma has been set on fire. The rest of the fleet has steamed out of Pearl Harbor.
One Japanese bomb striking the Army Air Base at Hickman Field killed 350 American troops in one shot.
London. The Japanese also have bombed British bases in the Pacific.
Tokyo. Imperial headquarters officially announced a state of war with the United States.
The White House has canceled all press credentials of German and Japanese newspapermen, effective immediately.
The White House. President Roosevelt was advised a few minutes before 6 o'clock tonight by Governor Poindexter of Hawaii that a second wave of airplanes was just coming over Honolulu. The president received this word during a telephone conversation with the governor, who had informed him that there had been heavy loss of life and extensive damage already to property in the city.
The White House Secretary Steve Early simultaneously announced that the War and Navy departments have been unable to reach their commanding officers in Manila.
London. Both houses of the British Parliament were summoned late tonight to meet an emergency session at 3 p.m. Monday.
The Navy has just announced that a of Japanese planes is bombing the strategic island of Guam.
And from Singapore come reports that Japanese planes are over British Burma.
President Roosevelt has called a special session of the cabinet at 8:30 tonight. 30 minutes later, the meeting will be joined by the congressional leaders of both parties.
The White House also announced that an Army transport carrying lumber has been sunk between San Francisco and Hawaii.
Washington and the rest of the United States will go on a war footing tomorrow. Secretaries of War and Navy Stimson and Knox have ordered all officers to appear in uniform.
Now here is the background behind these world-beating events which took the American public completely by surprise and which followed the most extreme and patient efforts on the part of President Roosevelt to placate Japan. We can reveal that according to naval experts, it required approximately 2 weeks for Japan to send her submarines beyond Hawaii to the spot in the Pacific where the U.S. Army transport was sunk. During those 2 weeks, Japanese envoys in Washington had been engaged in diplomatic conversations, earnestly professing that Japan wanted to follow the road of peace. In other words, while the United States was sincerely trying to find a formula for peace, the Japanese military, aping the double cross of Hitler, was assiduously preparing for a surprise attack.
In fact, no later than Friday, just 2 days ago, the Japanese envoys delivered a note to Secretary Hull categorically denying Japanese aggression in the South Pacific and saying that reports regarding the concentration of troops in that area were highly exaggerated. But at that very time, Japanese submarines already were around Hawaii, and Japanese plane carriers were almost in a position to make their attack.
This is why Secretary Hall told the Japanese ambassador when he called this afternoon to get a reply to the latest State Department communication. In my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was more crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions, all on a scale so huge that I never imagined until today that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them.
Now, these negotiations followed months of appeasement efforts by the State Department, during which we permitted the Japanese to buy oil, scrap iron, and other raw materials, and went to the most extreme lengths in order not to offend Japan. In fact, we followed a policy in regard to Japan almost identical with that which the America First group has urged upon Mr. Roosevelt in regard to all the dictators.
Japanese bombardment also came 12 hours after President Roosevelt, in an effort at peaceful negotiation, had sent a personal message to the Emperor of Japan himself.
Now, behind this amazing attack, in the middle of peaceful negotiations, were 2 points of Japanese strategy. One is the fact that Japan today is ruled by an irresponsible military clique, which is answerable to the authority of no one, including even the Emperor. Repeatedly, the Japanese government has been unable to control this clique.
Second, the Japanese undoubtedly were following the strategy of diverting American attention away from Thailand, Singapore, and the Dutch East Indies. They wanted to scare the American public and the American Navy in regard to the ships tied up in the Middle Pacific, and so that the Navy would not be able to concentrate around the South Pacific, where the real Japanese attack is sure to come.
Our experts also believe that the timing of the Japanese attack was worked out very carefully with Hitler. For more than anyone realizes, the dictators of the Far East and Europe are working very closely together. For instance, the Russian troops which have driven back the Nazis in the Caucasus are partly Siberian reinforcements. Therefore, if Japan can menace Siberia, Hitler will face less reinforcements in Russia.
Another development is that the British suddenly have discovered that certain French submarines are missing from the Mediterranean, and they fear that Admiral Darlan, who hates the British, has sent his submarines to aid the Japanese.
Another development is that the Japanese picked this particular moment for their attack on us when Hitler was concentrating his heaviest reinforcements against Moscow. The present showdown with Japan actually is an indirect showdown between the United States and Hitler.
So today, Hitler is staking everything on the capture of Moscow. The great preponderance of his troops are concentrated there. And although it isn't emphasized in the censored dispatches, very slowly Nazi forces have inched ahead, and Moscow is in serious danger. However, one great factor, in addition to Russian bravery, is fighting on their side, namely the weather. Just before Christmas, the snow around Moscow becomes so deep that no army can advance. So for Hitler, it is a question of taking Moscow before Christmas or else digging in until the Russian winter is over.
And that is why the Far East, the British campaign in North Africa, and even our own war with Japan depend so vitally upon the fighting resistance of the Russian Red Army to hold out until Christmas. For if Moscow is taken, Hitler will be free to send his troops into Turkey, Libya, the Caucasus, and even French West Africa, the jumping-off point to South America. Then we would be faced with war on 2 fronts.
Now, in just a minute, we'll be back with our predictions and bulletins of things to come.
Recruits in Uncle Sam's new army today are being taught not only to follow orders, but to understand the reasons why they are given. And if you like to know the reasons for things yourself, here's one you surely ought to have, particularly if you're 35, 40 or over. The reason so many folks your age needlessly put up with common sluggishness is that they really require a different kind of laxative help. And that's why so many are changing today to that remarkable all-vegetable preparation called Seratan, which provides the special kind of aid people over 35 are so very apt to need. Yes, and that's why you ought to try Seratan yourself. Just see if you don't find it wonderfully effective, yet exceptionally mild and gentle. Completely different from anything you've ever tried before. And remember this important fact. Seratan is not a pill, not salts, not an oil or liquid, but a pleasant blend of purely vegetable ingredients which you take plain or with your food. You'll say there's nothing like it. So tonight or tomorrow, ask your druggist for Serutan, Serutan. When you read that name backwards, it spells Nature's. And now we return you to Washington, D.C., where Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen are ready with tonight's edition of their exclusive feature, Predictions of Things to Come.
Now, after our broadcast, Mrs. Roosevelt has a special broadcast on Japan. Flash from Tokyo. Japan has declared war on Great Britain. Flash from the Canal Zone. A blackout has been ordered for Panama and the whole Canal Zone. It goes into effect tonight. And here is the isolationists' reaction to war from Denver. U.S. Senator Burton K. Wheeler, leader of the isolationist ranks, today declared that Congress must declare war on Japan immediately. And here is U.S. Labor's answer to the Japanese attack. Wheeling, West Virginia, an independent welders union announces that it is ending its strike at a $40 million ordnance plan. Now, here's our first prediction. Tonight, President Roosevelt invoked the Military Secrets Act. And so here is prediction on the problem that the Japanese attack has made even more pressing, the question of naval censorship and naval relations with the press. Secretary of the Navy Knox, although a newspaper man, has had more trouble with the press than any other member of the cabinet. So here's my prediction. I predict that next week, Secretary Knox will appoint as his press relations chief Mr. Paul Smith, editor of the San Francisco Chronicle and one of the most progressive young newspaper men in the country. Now, here's our last prediction. On October 5th, we predicted that a nation which lives on its face cannot about face, and that before the year was up, the United States would be involved in war with Japan. That prediction today was fulfilled. So I predict that tomorrow, the Congress of the United States, after very little debate, will pass a formal declaration of war against Japan. I also predict that almost simultaneously, the government of Great Britain will also declare war and become a full ally of the United States. Finally, I predict that the events of today and tomorrow will be followed by an American declaration of war on the German government of Adolf Hitler. And now, as we close, ladies and gentlemen, the tragic events which have occurred today in the Pacific show only one thing, the passionate desire of the American people and the American government for peace. But all our history shows that although we are slow to go to war, the United States has never lost a war. So speaking for all of us, the American people, Flash, here, Japan, the Japanese aircraft carrier has just been sunk, reportedly off Panama from a... Hold on, pal. From a Latin American port. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we predict that the American people, soldiers, sailors, and defense workers, 130 million strong, will keep them rolling, keep them flying, keep democracy from dying.
Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen return with more exclusive news and authoritative predictions next Sunday at this same time. Remember to tune in. And remember this, too. If you're 35, 40, or over and are using laxatives of any kind, try changing to Serutan. This is J. Sims reminding you, when you read Serutan backwards, it spells Nature's.
The material used on these broadcasts is copyrighted by Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Japan declared war on the United States without warning. Warplanes bombed Manila and Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. The National Broadcasting Company, since early this afternoon, when it flashed the word of this war attack, has been broadcasting numerous bulletins and eyewitness accounts. NBC's own foreign news staff in the Far East, in Europe, and in South America have been radioing or broadcasting the latest news reports as they occur. The NBC newsroom, with its services, the AP, UP, and INS, is constantly interrupting all programs and will remain open on a 24-hour basis to bring you the latest news of the war. President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress tomorrow about 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The National Broadcasting Company will broadcast this important message. And now NBC's famous commentators have been gathered at San Francisco, Chicago, Washington, and here in the newsroom in New York to discuss by two-way radio the latest news. In New York, we have H.V. Kaltenborn, William Hillman, and Max Jordan. In Washington, Ernest K. Lindley of Newsweek, Morden Beatty of the Associated Press, and Wilfred Fleischer of the Herald Tribune, formerly of the American published Tokyo Advertiser, and perhaps Borkich in Washington. In Chicago is Edward Tomlinson, NBC's South American expert. In San Francisco, Upton Close, Far Eastern Affairs commentator. We'll have a moment or two from each of these gentlemen, and then we'll have our roundtable discussion. First, Mr. Kaltenborn, will you start it off?
The thing that impresses me most is the comprehensive character of the Japanese attack. Certainly, it was not to be expected that Japan's plans would be as far-reaching as they have been demonstrated to be. We may not even have all the reports in, but listen to the number of different points against which Japan has already launched attacks. She traveled a distance of 2,000 miles to reach the Hawaiian Islands. She bombed the Pan American Air Base at Guam. She has attacked, according to the word that has just come from the White House, Davao and the island of Mindanao in the Philippines. She has attacked Baguio, the military camp in the northern part of the island of Luzon. Japan has conducted an air raid on Singapore. She has landed 10 ships at Dutch Borneo and has landed a force there and is attacking by land, by sea, and by air. Those ships that were reported by the President as coming into the Gulf of Siam have landed troops in North Malaya, and presumably they will endeavor to strike towards Singapore. All these things, in addition to an air raid on Hong Kong made from a Japanese base within China, carried out within the first 24 hours of Japan's attack.
Thank you, Mr. Kaltenborn. Excuse me, we'll come back in just a moment. You want to go along now to have a word from Borkage in Washington.
Hey, Sergeant. From Washington, I've just returned from the White House, where, as you know, the Cabinet and congressional leaders have been meeting with the President. You've been informed in general of what happened there, but I have the official statement as the White House has given it out, part of which I'll read to you. Besides the fact that the President gave the information that he had up to this time to them and verified, such that he has verified and what was merely classified as rumor. The statement says this. The President told them, that is the Congressman and the Cabinet, of doubtless very heavy losses sustained by the Navy and also large losses of the Army in the island of Oahu. He also gave the news concerning the bombardment at Manila, which has just been referred to by Mr. Kaltenborn. This is an important point in the statement. As you know, the legislative leaders approved of the request of the President for the joint session and the address at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow. Now, this is what the statement says, and I'm quoting directly. It should be emphasized that the message to Congress has not yet been written, and its tenor will, of course, depend on further information received between 11 o'clock tonight and noon tomorrow. Further news is coming in all the time, and of course we're reporting it all the time.
Thank you, Borkage. We'll call in now Edward Tomlinson in Chicago.
My field, of course, has to do with Latin America. And I think the very fact that two of the first countries to declare war on Japan are Latin American countries suggests how they look upon this conflict. Of course, first of all, the real danger, the first great danger in this hemisphere is sabotage of the Panama Canal. This would be both important to Japan and to Germany. Naturally, supplies going from the eastern coast of the United States will play a tremendous part in the Pacific conflict. Then also, if Hitler could possibly bottle us up in the Pacific, that would give him an easy hand over in the Atlantic. Then there are two other dangers I think that should be kept in mind. That is sabotage in western South America. Sabotage of mines that produce some of the most important strategic products for this country. Copper in Chile and Peru, tin in Bolivia, tungsten in Bolivia. And keep in mind that there are thousands of Japanese in every one of these countries up and down this tremendous Pacific coast of Latin America. I think it's well to bear in mind that 8,000 miles of Latin America border on the Pacific Ocean. From Mexicali, Mexico, to the Straits of Magellan is 8,000 miles, air miles. And then, too, on the Atlantic, it's to be remembered that it is 7,500 miles from Miami, Florida, to Buenos Aires. It's also well to keep in mind that this is tremendously important to Hitler. His plan from the very first, naturally, has been to engage us in the Pacific so that he could have a free hand in the Atlantic.
Hello, Ed Tomlinson. If you can hear us, excuse me for interrupting. We'll get back a little later. We want to have just about a minute from each of the gentlemen. Right now, I'm going to call on Max Jordan here in the NBC newsroom in New York.
Those of us who witnessed the Nazi aggression in various countries in Europe are not surprised by what has happened this afternoon. It's Hitlerism, true to form. But Tokyo has acted more clumsily than Berlin, I think. They cannot really have been at ease when they struck this morning. Obviously, they were acting under pressure. Let's not forget that Captain Fritz Wiedemann, Hitler's confidant, has arrived in Shanghai only a few days ago with latest instructions from Berlin. From Hitler's point of view, Japan's entry into this war could no longer be delayed. Unrest all over Europe is growing. The Russian campaign is a failure. Oil supplies are dwindling fast. Relief is urgent. And relief can only come, from Hitler's point of view, if America's industrial aid to Britain is curtailed. For in the end, it is industrial, economic power, and resources which will win this war. By forcing Japan to attack the United States, Hitler has hoped to distract attention from the Atlantic. It means diversion, a splitting of the Democratic Front, as the Nazis see it. But they are mistaken. The Red Army, no doubt, will strike against Japan from the rear. Japan cannot win.
Now down to Washington for a word from AP's Morgan Beatty.
The attacks on Hawaii and other Pacific outposts are a mere curtain raiser for the Battle of the Pacific. That's the war the strategists have been planning for 50 years or more. In all probability, the first attacking Japanese forces are suicide squadrons in the strategist's way of looking at things. The large section of the Japanese fleet was held elsewhere. It would never have been able to escape detection by our major fleet units if it had been sent out. The Hawaiian attack came from dive bombers. That is significant. Dive bombers have short range. The Japanese craft are probably similar to or copies of the German Junker type. That means they have a range of no more than 500 to 600 miles and carry about 2 tons of bombs. The most important strategic factor in the Japanese strategy is the complete cooperation with Adolf Hitler. For years, ever since the Japanese seized Manchukuo, the Germans have been getting closer and closer to this power in the Pacific. It was a natural thing for these have-not nations to get together. German technicians have been putting up synthetic oil plants all over Japan. They have shown the Japanese how to make and use ersatz material. But what we didn't know until now is the extent of their military cooperation. The bold stroke against Hawaii has more than a tinge of German strategy about it. And the sinking of American transports looks like joint submarine actions between these powers.
How about just a word, Mr. Fleischer, from Mr. Beatty, from Mr. Fleischer, seated alongside you.
Yes, sir. The Japanese chose national suicide when they launched into a war against the United States. Japanese leaders and the Japanese people know they have no chance to win such a conflict with their meager resources pitted against the great resources of this nation. They chose this course because they refused to surrender their doctrine of conquest. They had the choice of knuckling under by a slow process under economic pressure or of fighting. They recklessly chose war in what is probably the most defiant undertaking in modern history because they do not possess the strength which Hitler had when he unloosed the present European war. The Japanese cannot count on Germany's active assistance in this war by virtue of the Axis Pact. For that pact only compelled Germany to come to Japan's help in the event of Japan being attacked by the United States. In view of the flagrant Japanese aggression against America, there can be no question of Germany having to come to Japan's assistance. Whatever part the Germans may play will not be because of any commitment. It seems likely that President Roosevelt's peace appeal to the Japanese emperor never reached the emperor, and certainly was not known to the Japanese people. That was the case when President Roosevelt sent a message to Emperor Hirohito at the time of the bombing of the Panay, a message which was never published by the Japanese press.
Right, Mr. Fleischer, and now just a minute, if you please, from Bill Hillman here in New York.
Well, gentlemen, my feeling is that Japan's attack represents a major change in Hitler's general plan of war. It means that Japan is being used as a spearhead, as a sort of an advance attack on the American arsenal. After all, America has become the main stumbling block not only to Japan's desire to dominate the Far East, but Hitler's aim to conquer Russia, Britain, and the world. As Hitler finds it more and more difficult to knock out Russia and to defeat Britain, it's essential that supplies to these two countries stop. Both are being sustained by America morally and by supplies. Therefore, says Hitler, let's cut that supply line. He cuts this line by egging Japan onto war. It is my feeling, based on some knowledge, that Japan hesitated for a long time until Germany would give some concrete evidence that she was going to back Japan. How has she done this? There are two very important factors which I'll state briefly. The German air attacks in Russia have not been on a scale as large as in previous campaigns. Has Germany sent any airplanes to Japan? Furthermore, submarine sinkings in the Atlantic have been small recently. Has Germany sent submarines and war vessels to Japan? It appears that she has, in an effort to bolster up Japan's attack on American supply lines to Britain and to Russia.
Right, Bill Hillman. Now, just a minute, if you please, from Ernest Lindley in Washington.
Three points seem to me to be worth underlining. The first is that war could come in no other way which would have so surely guaranteed the maximum of national unity. The Chicago Tribune, Senator Wheeler, and other spokesmen of isolationism are saying now that everything must be subordinated to victory in this war. Politics has vanished in Washington tonight. The second point is that even though war has come, invaluable time has been won by the prolongation of the negotiations until now. We and our associates in the Pacific are in incomparably better positions to meet the attack than we were 2 or 3 or 4 months ago. Those of us who have followed the negotiations by keeping in touch with our own high officials know that the President and Secretary Hull never went on the assumption that the Japanese were bluffing. They always hoped that they would back down, reconsider, but they were prepared to meet it if necessary. The third point is the question about the President's address to Congress tomorrow. It will ask Congress to recognize a state of war, but will it be merely a state of war with Japan or with the entire Axis? Donald Nelson, Executive Director of SAP, went on the air tonight and it was said with the White House approval, so announced, and pointed out that although the attack physically came from Japan, it was an attack from the Axis. Senator Pepper and other people who represent the administration very clearly indicate that the President would like to do it all up at once and get a single declaration of war.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindley. Now we're back in the newsroom. We have 15 minutes, and we'll ask you 8 gentlemen to discuss the questions among yourselves and all of us. First, here is Mr. Kaufman.
Well, I have this question in my mind. We all of us seem to agree that Japan is going to be defeated. She's committed national suicide, that she's tackled a problem she can't solve. But we haven't had any explanation as to what our strategy is going to be to accomplish that purpose. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Beatty, who's been in touch with the leaders of our Army and Navy, as to what he can tell us about what our strategy is likely to be to meet this very broad-scale attack, which Japan has delivered at 6 different points here on the opening day of the war. Mr. Beatty.
Have extended their supply line beyond the point to which that fleet they've got has been organized. For instance, they have a hemisphere over there extending from Sakhalin Island inward to Lake Baikal in Russia and down to Canton, China. And that fleet has been organized to defend that hemisphere. They've gone almost 1,000 miles beyond that now into Indochina. So the natural strategy in answer to that situation is to cut that supply line so they cannot do as much damage in Burma as they would like. And along that line, you will see, just now we had a bulletin from Singapore saying that the Japanese troops have succeeded in landing in northern Malaya. Well, you see, their effort there is to get at that oil in Burma. Does that take care of it?
I also have in mind that 500-mile strip in the Yellow Sea between Hong Kong and Tahiti, where it would seem to me we have an excellent chance of cutting Japan's supply lines, linking up with all these forces that have now deployed in the South Pacific. To me, that's the most surprising thing that Japan has dared to put so much of her strength into the South Pacific so far from her bases. I want to ask Bill Hillman whether he can talk a little both on this strategic question and perhaps say a few words about the competitive strength of Japan and the United States.
Well, Kaltenborn, I'd rather stick to the strategic plan for the moment. I think the essential thing is to defeat the Japanese Navy. Most of the discussion so far, most of the indications were that we would cut supply lines with the Japanese. I think the Japanese are aware of that. I think the main problem is to get the Japanese fleet out to fight. Now, it's very significant that the attacks on Hawaii and the Philippines apparently have been made by small suicidal units. Is the Japanese fleet to come out? Some way must be devised to get them out, to lure them out, because if Japan is going to play the role of Italy, that is, their fleet, the Italian fleet has stayed in Mediterranean waters very close to their own shores and not dared to challenge the British, and when they did come out, they were always smacked very hard. Our purpose is somehow to lure the Japanese fleet out. Otherwise, no matter how many supply lines we cut, it's going to be a long war until we smash that Japanese fleet.
Gentlemen, may I ask you to keep your responses as short as you can, and I'm advised that Upton Close has just joined our round table. So out there in San Francisco, Mr. Close, would you care to add your late reactions to the situation? Go ahead, please. Hello, Upton Close in San Francisco. Go ahead, please. Well, it seems Mr. Close isn't with us for the moment, so Mr. Kaltenborn, will you carry on?
Yes, I should like to get from someone in Washington, either Lindley or Bowkage, what they feel about the competitive strength of the United States and Japan in this new war in the Pacific.
This is Lindley. Of course, our Navy is a third to or more stronger than Japan's, but a good part of our Navy is now in the Atlantic, especially a lot of the destroyers and cruisers that are very useful for convoy purposes and might be needed now to keep open our long supply lines to the far Pacific. Likewise, in the air, undoubtedly we have superiority in number in our new types and quality, but a great many of our planes are elsewhere or have gone across to the British and to the Russians. I might point out that South Pacific area, as Mr. Kaltenborn indicated, is particularly suited for the use of air power. As long as you can keep bases in the Philippines and Singapore and the Dutch East Indies, you can crisscross that area with air power, and that combined with submarines ought to be able to do considerable damage to Japanese supply lines.
Thanks, Mr. Lindley. I'm going to ask Mac Jordan, who's sitting at my side, whether he can give us a word about what the likely reaction in Europe is going to be to this new development.
I think, Mr. Kaltenborn, that the sequence of events that you and I and Bill Hillman and all of us have witnessed from the very beginning in Europe is now very logical. It started with the anti-Comintern Pact 5 years ago. Once more, I should like to stress the fact that Japanese aggression is the ultimate consequence of this evolution, which has now led to a point where strong Nazi pressure seems to be determining the issue. Hitler is hard-pressed on all fronts. He needs relief. Otherwise, he would not have taken the chance of letting his Axis partner in the Far East lead the attack, thus losing the opportunity of denouncing the United States as the aggressor. This is another proof of his desperate strait. But all of this means that the Axis is now exhausting itself in a supreme tragedy of worldwide terroristic intimidation. The strategy will fail, and that's why I think that the people in Europe today will be elated by the news that has come from Japan.
This is Bill Hillman interrupting here, and I understand Upton Close is on at San Francisco, and I'd like to ask Upton Close, who's a very sharp authority on the Far East, just what he feels is the main strategic problem. I think everybody's asking, as Mr. Kaltenborn asked, what can America do to not only to take not only in a defensive way, but what can she do in the offensive to meet this Japanese attack?
Well, thank you, Bill Hillman. The main defensive problem divides into two parts. The first part, of course, is to cut the Japanese lines of communications in the south of Hong Kong. And there it would seem that the British and we certainly have the Japanese on the hip, so to speak. We have them at our advantage.
But after all, that's only taking care of the South Pacific. The big problem to end the war is what we do about Japan front on, and we can't tell what to do about that till we know where Russia stands, Bill. Russia is at the key point in this thing. Yesterday, I met Litvinov as he landed here at Treasure Island, and I asked him point blank what would be Russia's position in case America and Japan got into war, and he completely evaded the issue. He gave me to wonder just what's up. I remember having been in Manchuria when the Japanese leaped upon China in 1931, and I found out afterwards that Mr. Stalin knew in advance of that Japanese action. The Japanese had told him what they were going to do and the night they were going to do it, but they had never told us, or the British, or the Chinese. And I looked in Mr. Litvinov's eye yesterday. I wondered whether he knew before he arrived here yesterday what would happen today. But anyhow, our strategy against Japan proper must depend upon whether or not our planes from our new air bases in the Aleutian Islands can plan to shuttle back and forth over Japan, reloading in Vladivostok on the other side, and attacking the Japanese naval bases first. Possibly, if that don't work, let's depend on that, Bill.
Hello, up and close. I wonder whether Wilfred Fleischer, who was formerly of the Tokyo Advertiser in Tokyo, could have something to add to that. Fleischer?
Well,
He ought to.
I think we shouldn't overlook the effect that the bombing of Japanese cities would have on their population. I believe it would sow widespread panic among a people who have never tasted invasion or war at home. I think the Japanese cities are very vulnerable to air attacks. They have no adequate air shelters, if any at all, and there's been a shortage of water, which would make it very difficult to extinguish any fires.
Yeah.
This is Lindley.
Bill and Wilfred, we just have a dispatch in here. It came into the North Hollywood NBC listening station. It's about the first indication we have of how this thing's going over in Japan. And that interests us old-timers like Wilfred and myself. It runs this fact. Premier General Tojo tonight promised the Japanese people victory in the war with the United States and Great Britain. The broadcast heard by NBC's West Coast shortwave listening post. Tojo declared Japan is fighting for self-existence. He used heartening words to his people. In 2,600 years of history, Japan has never lost a war. I hereby promise you that final victory will be that of Japan. We have nothing to fear in this war. And he said the kingdom of the Mikado had made every effort to settle the Pacific problem peacefully and failed, and declared then the rise or fall of East Asia depends upon this fight. Japan cannot help from fighting when we know we are actually on the crossroads of our future. The speech is heard by the boys at the listening post. It did not include any detailed reasons for the war on the United States and Great Britain. Tojo seems to have confidence.
Upton Close.
Yes,
we've been a pretty well-behaved group so far, but I want to venture to differ on one decisive point from several of my colleagues, and that is this. I do not believe that Hitler was primarily responsible for Japan taking the I think that it would help Hitler. I'm inclined to think that that point can be debated. After all, Japan's nuisance value was practically as great as her military value. Now, what do you fellas think about that?
I have ideas on that.
Yes.
I've been trying to get in on that, too. Of course, I listened to these boys say that the sudden attack without a declaration of war is a typical Hitler strategy. I'd like to point out that the Japanese invented that strategy, and Hitler learned it from them.
Quite right. That's absolutely right. That's Bill Hillman. That's absolutely very pointed.
Well, and I'd like to point out one more thing, Bill, before I'm cut off here for good, and that is that I believe that once Japan is in a full naval war with the United States, Hitler will write Japan off as a complete liability of no further use whatever to Hitler. I think you'll find that Hitler will now begin to try every possible means he has to woo the Chinese, whom he believes are good fighting stuff. If he could get them, they'd be some use to him. Japan's now tied up for good. She's no good. She's just a liability. She's in the red.
Here's a point, Mr. Kaltenborn, that I'd like to make.
Would you identify yourself, sir, please?
This is Balkich talking in Washington. You know, Bismarck spoke about the imponderables of war, and I have a feeling there's something more in this philosophy than we've discovered. Yeah, you notice in that statement of the president that it was stated that what went into that message might be changed by information received between 11 tonight and noon tomorrow. And I must want to say this. In wartime, secret documents are open. I talked yesterday with a Japanese official, as the understanding was, which was off the record, but I believe now it's on the record. And that man, frankly, admitted to me that Japan could not win. So I think there may be a card up someone else's sleeve. Let's look for an imponderable somewhere. That's all.
Right, Porky.
May I have a word,
I'd like
Mr.
again
President?
to call attention to this thing I've been talking about all day, and that is that the Japanese civil government, as represented by its ministers, its ambassador, and its consular officials abroad, was not any more aware that this was going to happen than was our own Navy or government.
Did you want it, Mr.
A
Lindley?
complete coup sprung by the military and a small section of the Navy on us and on their own government, just exactly as the thing was pulled off on China in 1931.
Just time to say goodbye, so word from Mr. Lindley if he wants it in Washington.
I've just going to say the feeling is here. I couldn't reduce it to statistics, but we've been moving at half speed on defense and everything else. And if we move that up to full speed, we might have enough of a margin to take care of Japan handily as well as the Atlantic Ocean.
Amen.
All right, I guess that's amen all around, gentlemen. Do you want to add a word, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Hillman? How about Mr. Beatty down there in Washington? We haven't heard much from you.
This is Beatty. I'm at it. That is, the purpose of our fleet out there is to destroy the opposition ultimately, but there may be a little sparring before we get down to that point.
I'd agreed on that point, Bill Hillman.
And there are nods all around, and I think the clock says it's time to conclude our conversation. Sorry, Ed Tomlinson in Chicago, we didn't get a chance to visit you again. NBC's famous commentators have been gathered in front of microphones at San Francisco, Chicago, Washington, and in New York to discuss by two-way radio the latest news and its implications. May we remind you that we will remain open on a 24-hour basis to bring you the latest developments in the war, and again that President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress tomorrow about 12:30 p.m., half an hour after noon Eastern Standard Time, and National Broadcasting Company will bring you this important message. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello, NBC. This is Bert Salmon speaking from Manila, and this time I've got a real scoop for you. Manila has just been bombed. In fact, right now it is being bombed. And without warning, Japanese bombers started bombing Fort William McKinley, Nichols Airfield, and the RCA transmitting station. At 9 minutes past 3 o'clock, without warning. Right now, the moon is shining absolutely full. It's too painful.
The capital of the United States, December 8, 1941. Today, the Congress of the United States convenes in a solemn joint session, a session that will hear the President of the United States deliver his message that will ask for a declaration of war with Japan. The House chamber, always looking small and overcrowded, has today attained a dignity that overcomes even the gray girders that temporarily support the glass roof of the chamber. The gallery started filling early this morning and, of course, are now packed. To witness this historic occasion are most of the dignitaries and officials of the Capitol. At 12 o'clock, the Speaker of the House, Sam Rayburn, called the House to order after a brief prayer by the chaplain of the House, Dr. James Sherrill Montgomery. The House passed the resolution which provided for the joint session and then recessed until the call of the chair, which is expected shortly before 12:30. While we wait for the members of the Senate, the members of the Cabinet, and the Supreme Court, we have here with us Columbia's Washington news analyst, Mr. Albert Warner, who will speak at this time. Mr. Warner.
Representative Sam Rayburn, Speaker of the House of Representatives, has just called the House into session again. There was a brief session beginning at 12 o'clock, which lasted for 4 minutes. During that time, a prayer was offered by Dr. Sherrill Montgomery, the chaplain of the House. In that prayer, the chaplain spoke of the crimson threads of sacrifice which lie ahead. He spoke of national unity and honor and integrity. A resolution was offered at that time by Representative McCormick, the majority leader, which allowed the suspension of rules during the rest of the day. Then a motion was in order to recess. That recess has now ended, and the Speaker has again wielded the gavel, calling the House into session. At 12:30, a special joint session of the two chambers, House and Senate, will begin, and the President of the United States will be heard addressing Congress, asking for the declaration of the existence of a state of war. Congress is poised to give that declaration. There's no doubt about the sentiment of Congress. You can hear it from House and Senate members on every side. All differences have been laid aside. Representative Martin, who is the chairman of the Republican National Committee and also the minority leader of the House, has said he is ready to follow the president's lead. Isolationists like Senator Wheeler and Representative Hamilton Fish have followed in Mr. Martin's course and have promised to go along under the president's leadership. When the joint session is held at 12:30, the cabinet members, you can already begin to see some of them in the lobbies here, will be grouped right in front of the rostrum where Vice President Wallace will preside with Speaker Rabin. Right behind the cabinet members and Supreme Court justices will be the senators, and then the House members in their regular benches. At one side of the rostrum, you may already see in uniform the heads of the armed services. There is Admiral Stark, Chief of Naval Operations. There is General Marshall, Army Chief of Staff, and General Holcomb, Chief of the Marine Corps. After the president has been heard, each chamber will assemble separately, and later in the afternoon, the war resolution will come out of committee for action. Now, here is the text of one resolution which Senator Connolly has already prepared. Senator Connolly will introduce the resolution in the Senate and Representative McCormick in the House. Connolly's resolution reads as follows: declaring that a state of war exists between the Imperial Japanese government and the government and the people of the United States, and making provision to prosecute the same. Whereas the Imperial Japanese government has committed unprovoked acts of war against the government and the people of the United States of America, therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the state of war between the United States and the Imperial Japanese government, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and the President is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on war against the Imperial Japanese government, and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. Here on the House floor are representatives who have acted on another resolution of war, a declaration that was made 24 years ago. We interrupt to say that the Senate is now coming into the House of Representatives. They have marched across the whole length of the Capitol from the Senate side of the building, where the Senate previously was in its own session. Here on the House floor are congressmen who voted against a declaration of war 24 years ago. There is, for example, Representative Knudsen of Minnesota, who voted against war on Germany in the First World War. He has gloried in that vote. He has been an ardent isolationist. He has criticized all of Mr. Roosevelt's foreign policies. But now he says, it is my opinion that a state of war already exists. If the resolution recognizes the Japanese aggression, my vote, he said, will certainly be yes. And then there is Miss Jeanette Rankin of Montana. Hers is an unhappy public career. In 1917, she broke down and cried as she voted no on the declaration of war. Soon thereafter, she retired from Congress, and she came back after a lapse of about 20 years in the last election. Now it is her duty to vote again on a war declaration. She has not yet said what she is going to do. Now, Speaker Rabin is wielding the gavel on the rostrum. From the State Department, we hear that Secretary of State Hull has told reporters that he is seeking to repatriate Ambassador Grew and his staff from Tokyo, as well as other American nationals in Japanese territory. Now here's Park Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Presiding at the joint session, of course, is Representative Sam Rayburn, Speaker of the House, and Vice President of the United States, Henry A. Wallace. The Speaker will present the President, and we understand that we're not quite ready to go to the Speaker's platform as yet. The Supreme Court at this time, I believe, is walking into the chamber, and the Cabinet is also coming in at this time. And so after they come in, the President of the United States will arrive, and at that time we intend to turn you over to the Speaker's platform. However, before we do that, here is the history of that fateful Sunday yesterday, which brings this joint session today. At 9:30 a.m., Secretary of State Cordell Hull arrived at his desk. At 10 a.m., Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox and Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson entered Hull's office. At 1 p.m., Knox and Stimson left. Japanese Ambassador Nomura telephoned Hull asking for an appointment at 1:45, and at 1:30 p.m., reporters, photographers, and newsreel men advised to be present for something big, and that was the story of that fateful Sunday of yesterday, beginning at 9:30 a.m., with the important developments and ending approximately at 1:30 p.m. At 1:35 p.m., more State Department officials arrived, and then Under Secretary of State Sumner Welles was with them. We turn you now over to the speaker's platform and open our microphones at that point. We see that right at this moment there is no business at hand at the speaker's platform as we had presumed to be, and so we will continue from this point. The House is very crowded immediately outside of the door from which we're looking at the House floor. We can see that the members of the House of Representatives, as well as the senators, the Supreme Court, and the Cabinet have thoroughly crowded the House floor. Just outside the door, the people are very thickly crowded between our door and the rail, at which we watch the proceedings on the outside. And I believe Mr. Warner is here again, and I think that he has the prayer which was read earlier by the chaplain. Is that right, Mr. Warner? Right. Now here's Columbia's Washington News analyst, Mr. Albert Warner.
At the present moment, Vice President Wallace and Speaker Rabin are sitting down on the rostrum waiting for the arrival of the President. Dr. Sherrill Montgomery, the chaplain of the House, opening the first preliminary session of the House at 12 o'clock this morning, offered a prayer as follows. Eternal Father, strong to save, to thee we lift our prayer of steadfast hope and faith while the calendar of history is being stained with pagan cruelty and deceit. We pray for life-giving calmness, majestic and invincible. If we are to suffer as a noble people acquainted with grief and sorrow, O grant they may be heaven's challenge. Turn us more devoutly to the blessings of the Spirit. O thou, Christ God, in the deeper processes of our nation's soul, hold us steadfastly to the realization that the richest garments of a country's character are often sewed with the crimson threads of sacrifice and suffering. Keep us free from passion and hate, and bless our land with the enduring prizes of national unity, honor, and integrity. Here's Park Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. In the escorting committee, which is left to escort the President in, there is Majority Leader Joseph Martin, Senator Carter Glass of Virginia. Rather, that's Minority Leader Joseph Martin, Majority Leader of the House, also Representative John McCormick, who is the Majority Leader of the House. The committee is coming in at this time, and I believe the President is arriving. Mr. Warner, do you see him at that point now?
The President is already in the building, but has not yet appeared in the House chamber. He has gone up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol amid Washington streets, which have already changed their appearance. You see uniforms on every side. Army and Navy men attached to the Army and Navy, War and Navy departments who were in civilian clothes are now in uniform. There are guards in steel helmets in front of the Navy and War buildings. Traffic has been blocked from the two streets on each side of the White House, and no one can enter the White House grounds without being thoroughly identified.
The President, I believe, will be coming in just a few moments. He is scheduled to arrive at approximately 12:30, of course, and it's now just 2 or 3 minutes before 12:30. However, in the meantime, before he arrives, we can bring you just a bit more about what occurred yesterday, the events which led to this joint session of Congress. At 1:35 p.m., there were more State Department officials arriving, among them Under Secretary of State Sumner Welles, and at 2 p.m., the Chinese ambassador, Dr. Hu Shi, was shown into Hull's office. At approximately 2:05, now these events were occurring rather rapidly, at approximately 2:05 p.m., Nomura and Special Envoy Saburo Kurusu arrived 20 minutes late and were cooled off for 15 minutes in the anteroom of Hull's office. At 2:15 p.m., President Roosevelt was advised of the Hawaii bombing. At 2:30 p.m., the Chinese ambassador left Hull's office and the Japanese diplomats were shown in. At 2:22 p.m. yesterday afternoon, Early advised the press associations, that's Mr. Stephen Early, who advised the press associations of President Roosevelt's telephone conversation. The president is arriving right now, accompanied by his escorting party from the House. He's coming in rather slowly. There are officials of the Army and Navy with him, many of them in uniform, as today the Army and Navy was ordered into uniform. They're moving rather slowly now. There is a number of policemen to his rear, several other distinguished gentlemen following him, other policemen coming through now, and the president is moving into the House. We're going to move our microphone to a point more advantageous and see if we can give you more of a description of the president moving into the House of Representatives. The official party has passed the point at which we were observing just a moment ago, and the president has moved around to the rear of the House near the Speaker's platform, the entrance from which he will arrive. The official party hasn't entered the doors near the Speaker's platform at this time just yet, and we're walking out into the House floor, waiting for his arrival, and from that point we shall attempt to bring you a brief description of his arrival and those coming in with him. Someone has helped us stand on the railing so we can get a better vantage point and give you more of a description of just what is occurring. The House is very crowded, as we told you earlier, and Mr. Warner mentioned that also. The entire House is rising now, if you get any of the noise and the gravel at the floor, and so we will turn you over to the Speaker's platform, at which the business at hand will be carried on. We take you now to the Speaker's platform as the President is arriving. The applause, of course, is for the President, and he is now on the Speaker's platform, walking up to the battery of microphones near Speaker Sam Rayburn. On his left is the House mace, which is always placed on its marble stand when the Speaker is on the platform and presiding. President Roosevelt is now in front of the battery of the microphones, and we take you through the Speaker's platform.
Senators and representatives, I have the distinguished honor of presenting the President of the United States.
Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate, of the House of Representatives, yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing in the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleagues delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. During the intervening time, the Japanese government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. I regret to tell you that very many American lives have been lost. In addition, American ships have been reported torpedoed on the high seas between San Francisco and Honolulu. Yesterday, the Japanese government also launched an attack against Malaya. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Hong Kong. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Guam. Last night, Japanese forces attacked the Philippine Islands. Last night, the Japanese attacked Wake Island. And this morning, the Japanese attacked Midway Island. Japan has therefore undertaken a surprise offensive extending throughout the Pacific area. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. The people of the United States have already formed their opinions and well understand the implications to the very life and safety of our nation. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I have directed that all measures be taken for our defense, but always will our whole nation remember the character of the onslaught against us. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory. I believe that I interpret the will of the Congress and of the people when I assert that we will not only defend ourselves to the uttermost, but will make it very certain that this form of treachery shall never again endanger us. Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
As the President prepares to leave the House will recess at this time. The President is going out of the gallery now, and there's some business going on at the platform at this time. And so for the conclusion of the ceremonies taking place at this time, we shall return you now to the platform. We see now that the joint session of Congress, the House, and the Senate, including the cabinet members and the Supreme Court, has concluded. And so, thus, we are going to conclude our broadcast at this point, unless Mr. Warner has a few words to say concerning what has occurred at this time. Here is Mr. Albert Warner, Columbia's Washington News analyst.
This has been a brief and simple joint session of the Senate and House. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Sam Rayburn, and Vice President Wallace presided on the rostrum. In front of the rostrum were the cabinet members of the Supreme Court in their robes, and behind them the senators and the members of the House of Representatives. The President came in promptly at 12:30. There was a tremendous ovation given to him as he stood there in front of the microphones at a little desk in front of the Vice President and Speaker Rayburn. The President made a brief, moving speech, frequently interrupted by applause, at the end of which he declared that a state of war already was existing between Japan and the United States. Now the chamber is in brief recess while the Senate goes back across the corridors of this long building to its own chamber on the other side, where it will meet at once in its own session. Then the House will get into action here, and a resolution will be introduced by the majority floor leader, Representative McCormick, declaring the existence of a state of war. And now here is Eric Severard.
The members of the Senate have just left the House of Representatives to go down through the hallway to their own chamber. They left walking by twos up the main aisle toward the gate, following immediately after the members of the Supreme Court. The justices of the Supreme Court were dressed in their long black robes, and they too left in twos, and as they passed, many members of the Congress in their seats arose to applaud them. That was immediately after the President finished his short 10-minute speech. You heard the completely deafening applause, at least it was deafening here to us, standing watching when he said that the American people in their righteous might would win through. When he had finished, it was almost impossible from the circumference of the room to see the President. Men stood on their chairs, people stood on the railings back by the gallery. All the spectators up above were on their feet. They were applauding and they were shouting. And then the president left very quickly and simply, and there was a quiet moment, and then it was announced the senators and representatives would remain in their seats until the members of the Supreme Court and then the cabinet had passed out. And now the business of the Congress in its respective chambers is beginning again. We can just hear the voice of the Speaker.
We've been advised that this time a vote will be taken. The senators and representatives will vote on a declaration of war or declaration of existence of a state of war, and we will at this time attempt to bring you a description of the ceremonies taking place in regard to this. We have our microphones on the committee tables, on the well in front of the Speaker's platform, and of course on the Speaker's platform where President Roosevelt spoke. The vote will be taken shortly, the various senators voting on the measure and so on. And so for the ceremonies that will take place regarding that, we're going to keep Columbia's microphones open and attempt to bring you the complete program of the events taking place at this time. We heard through the doorway here that some vote was being taken regarding the measure to be passed. And as yet, there is nothing taking place on the Speaker's platform, but we're sure that shortly the vote will be taken. The senators will answer yea and nay and so on, and we shall attempt to bring you that when they do, provided that is to take place in the usual manner, so that we can present it to our radio audience. Here is a bulletin dated Berlin. A Nazi military spokesman says that attempts to capture Moscow this winter have been abandoned. Attempts to capture Moscow this winter have been abandoned, a Nazi spokesman says, the bulletin dated Berlin. The Speaker is pounding the gavel, and we take you now to the Speaker's platform.
It may take a moment to reinstall the speaker system. Then we will proceed to business.
I think I'll refer this thing, however.
Gentlemen from Massachusetts, Mr. McCormick.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the message of the President of the United States...
Well, gentlemen will suspend the in order and the galleries as well. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the message of the President of the United States be referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed.
Objection is to order.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the joint resolution which I have sent to the desk.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 254. Joint resolution declaring that a state of war exists between the Imperial Government of Japan and the government and the people of the United States, and making provisions to prosecute the same. Whereas the Imperial Government of Japan has committed repeated acts of war against the government and the people of the United States of America, therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the state of war between the United States and the Imperial Government of Japan, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and that the President be and he is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on war against the Imperial Government of Japan, and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States.
Is a second demanded?
Speaker, I demand a second.
Gentlemen from Massachusetts. There can be no objection. Not a unanimous consent request.
Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 20 seconds to myself.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 20 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, my fellow Americans, the President of the United States has just spoken to the Congress and to the American people. A dastardly attack has been made upon us. This is the time for action.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Speaker, our nation is today in the gravest crisis since its establishment as a republic. All we hold precious and sacred is being challenged by a ruthless, unscrupulous, arrogant foe. We have been the victim of a treacherous attack under cover of darkness. It came at a time when we were trying to establish a basis of peace through mutual misunderstanding. Our ships have been sunk, our planes destroyed, many lives lost. Cities and towns under the American flag have been ruthlessly bombed. No one hates war more than I. Every night I have uttered a silent prayer that America might be spared active involvement in a frightful war. I know the horrors which come with war, the loss of lives, the sacrifices which must be made by all, the sadness and desolation it always brings. America is challenged. That challenge comes in a ruthless way which leaves but one answer for a liberty-loving, self-respecting people. We are compelled by this treacherous attack to go to war. Now, from now on, there can be no hesitation. We must press the war with unstinted vigor and full efficiency. There can be no peace until the enemy is made to pay in full measure for his dastardly crime. We in America wanted peace. We must now fight to uphold our national honor and make secure our freedom. The attack on our territory will rally every patriotic American to support of the nation's needs. In shipyards, in factories, in mines, in blast furnaces, on farms all over this broad land, there will be one spontaneous response. The people of America will unanimously meet the attacks of the aggressor and join in an irresistible effort of increased production. The boys in the training camps and the sailors who maintain the vigils of the sea they will have the tools and equipment to win this war. In view of the developments of the past 48 hours, the President's request has my support. When the historic roll is called, I hope there will not be a single dissenting voice. Let us show the world we are a united nation. Let us boldly proclaim we will not permit any force to strike down freedom and progress here in America or replace our way of life with slavery and dictatorship. God will give us the strength and the courage to drive to victory in a just cause, a cause which means all that makes life worthwhile to the people, not only of America, but in every country in the world. It won't be long. Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Page.
Let us maintain order at this time, especially. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Fish, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is with sorrow and deep resentment against Japan that I rise to support a declaration of war. I have consistently opposed our entrance into war in Europe and Asia for the past 3 years. But the unwarranted, vicious, brazen, and dastardly attack by the Japanese Navy and Air Force while peace negotiations were pending at Washington and in defiance of the President's 11th hour personal appeal to the Emperor makes war inevitable and necessary. The time for debate and controversy within America has passed. The time for action has come. Interventionists and non-interventionists must cease criminations and recriminations, charges and countercharges against each other, and present a united front behind the President and the government in the conduct of the war. There can only be one answer to the treacherous attack of the Japanese, and that is war to final victory, cost what it may, in blood, treasure, and tears. This unprovoked and senseless aggression by the Japanese armed forces upon our possessions must be answered by war. Although I have consistently fought against intervention in foreign wars, I have repeatedly stated that if we are attacked by any foreign nation, or if the Congress of the United States declared war in the American and constitutional way, I would support the President and the administration to the bitter end. Mr. Speaker, whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. The Japanese have gone stark raving mad, and their unprovoked attack has committed for them military, naval, and national suicide. I shall at the proper time volunteer my services as an officer in a combat division, as I did in the last war, preferably with colored troops. There is no sacrifice too great that I will not make in defense of America and to help annihilate these war-mad Japanese devils. Now that we are to fight, let us go in with our heads up and our chins up in the American way. Let us serve notice upon the world that this is not only a war against aggression and in defense of our own territories, but a war for freedom and democracy all over the world, and that we will not stop until victory is won. I appeal to all American citizens, particularly the members of my own party and to non-interventionists, to put aside personal views and nonpartisan and all partisanship and unite behind the President, our Commander-in-Chief, in assuring victory to the armed forces of the United States.
Desires to say this, and that is that whoever is responsible for these lights will turn them off. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bloom.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Bloom, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, speedy action, not words, should be the order of the day.
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, of course there's 2 gentlemen from Massachusetts. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Johnson.
From Texas, Mr. Luther Johnson is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in this tragic hour, words will not convey our feelings or express our righteous indignation. Japan's unprovoked attack without notice upon the United States while peace negotiations were still in progress was dastard treachery and is characteristic of those totalitarian outlaws who talk peace while they have already drawn the dagger with which to strike. We have but 2 choices today, either to fight or to surrender. And America, thank God, has never surrendered and never will surrender. America is united. America will fight. America will win.
Mr. Martin.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the lady from Massachusetts, Mrs. Rogers.
Gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for a minute.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Japan stabbed us in the back. The indignation of the American people knows no bounds. Those of every strain country will rise to meet that challenge. They will fight to defend America. Grim and awful as war is, they want war declared. Mr. Speaker, I remind you that the American men have been brave. American women, too, have been brave. They are willing today to make every sacrifice in order that we shall win. Thank God, Mr. Speaker, the country today is united, and united we march forward to victory.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Maryland, Mrs. Byron.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman from Maryland.
I want to say that my husband, Bill Byron, was in the last war, that I am 100% back of America, and I'm willing to give my son into this war, which I hope and pray will not last long enough, but I have one year of military age now. And I'm 100% back of our going into this thing and being the Japanese, and I'm doing everything with my power to help the House of Representatives.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Casey.
Mr. Speaker, prior to yesterday, we had a divided opinion on our foreign policy. That divided opinion and the our resources, our genius, and all the power of the free democracy. America was a sleeping giant. Today, America is united. Today, America is awake. Soon the world will know that peace-loving people can, when carried around, strike an awful blow. Mr. Speaker, we Americans all, at this hour, lay upon the altar of our country and our country's cause life and honor and all that we hold dear.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Speaker, yesterday, since the roar of the Japanese cannon, we American people heard a trumpet call.
Because the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Sam Rayburn, has ruled that the proceedings from the floor cannot be broadcast, we're forced to conclude this portion of our program and present at this time Mr. Albert Warner, Columbia's Washington news analyst. Mr. Warner.
The majority floor leader, Representative McCormick, opened the brief speech-making after the President of the United States had concluded his address to the joint session. Mr. McCormick called the Japanese attack dastardly. He said that the time has now come for action. Then the Republican leader of the House, who was also chairman of the Republican National Committee, Representative Joseph Martin, said that all we hold precious is now at stake, that we have been the victim of dastardly attack, that our cities and ships have been bombed by Japanese planes. And he said that every night he had uttered prayers that this country would be spared from war. War meant sadness and desolation. But now there was only one answer for a liberty-loving people. We are compelled, said Representative Martin, to go to war. There can be no peace, he said, until the enemy has paid for its crimes. We must drive ahead to victory in a just war. Isolationist Representative Fish, a Republican of New York, who has consistently opposed the president's foreign policies, spoke after Representative Martin, taking much the same line as the Republican leader had done. He said that in view of the brazen, vicious, dastardly attack, war is necessary. The vote in the Senate adopting this resolution declaring the existence of a state of war with Japan was adopted 82-0. 82-0. Representative Fish told his colleagues that he had consistently opposed what he called interventionism, but now he said the time for debate and controversy had passed. It was time for a united front. And though he had consistently spoken against the president's foreign policies, he said he would now support the administration to the bitter end. The Japanese, he said, had gone stark mad. Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad, he declared. While these and other people were speaking 1, 2, or 3-minute speeches, Representative Jeanette Rankin stood at the back of the hall trying to get the attention of the speaker. Miss Rankin was a congresswoman at the time of the First World War, and then she voted against the declaration of war on Germany. What she wanted to say on this occasion is not yet known. She did not get a chance to speak. For 20 years, she was out of Congress. She came back to the House just in time to vote on a second declaration of war. Now here's Park Simmons.
As we conclude this broadcast from the House, which has brought you the address of the President, the United States is now at war with Japan. We return you now to New York.
Here at Columbia's microphones in New York are Elmer Davis and Major George Fielding Elliott. We shall hear first from Mr. Davis.
Whether the House of Representatives has finished voting is not clear, but there is every reason to suppose that it will vote the declaration with the unanimity which the Senate has already expressed. The declaration of war against Germany in April 1917 brought 6 negative votes, if I recall rightly, in the Senate and 70 in the House, almost one-fifth of the membership present and voting. This case is obviously very different, as has been indicated by the speeches which you have heard of some who have hitherto been regarded as isolationists. Their opposition to participation in a foreign war was irrelevant to their feelings as to what would happen in a war which was begun by an attack on American soil. Our neighbors are joining us in declaring war against Japan. The Cuban cabinet has voted for a declaration of war. Haiti declared war on Japan this morning. President Avila Camacho of Mexico will ask the Mexican Congress for a declaration of war against Japan before the day is out, and will get it. And according to a Buenos Aires newspaper, Colombia has decided to cede bases in the Pacific and Caribbean to the United States, which would be very serviceable, of course, for our Navy. So that we go to war with the assistance of practically all our neighbors. Costa Rica was the first one, declaring war last night. Nicaragua followed, and presumably most of the republics in the area will come along. Meanwhile, however, it must be recognized that the war was begun with a defeat at Pearl Harbor. How serious that defeat may be, we do not yet precisely know. There is every reason to suppose that it was not so serious as the Japanese have claimed. In the first place, reports of the success of air attacks made by the attackers are almost always exaggerated because they have to hurry away before they can see exactly what happened, and the Japanese have an obvious interest in exaggerating the extent of their success. Nevertheless, from a military point of view, it was a defeat which may have, so far as we know about the operations up to this time, which may have some effect on the naval strategy of the Pacific in the months to come. Of that you will hear more presently from Major Elliott. Meanwhile, the fact had better be recognized because it is going to take hard work and possibly time to repair the losses which we have already suffered. And as President Roosevelt says, no matter how long it may take us, the American people will win through to absolute victory. Note the words absolute victory. He said also, we will make very certain that this form of treachery will never again endanger us. That is to say, a mere halfway victory, a show victory, will not be sufficient. And that was the implication, too, of Representative Martin's statement that there can be no peace till the enemy has been made to pay in full measure. This proposal today, of course, is for declaration of war only against Japan. What is to be done about Japan's allies is a problem which has not yet been decided perhaps in Washington, and which perhaps those allies will decide for us. The Triple Alliance between Germany, Italy, and Japan provides that every one of them comes to the rescue of the others in case it is attacked by a power which was not engaged in the war at the time of the signing of the alliance. Theoretically, it must be attacked, but of course we have seen in the history of the Axis states that they can always represent themselves as attacked, and there have been indications from the European Axis capitals that they will so represent this operation. The Germans insisted yesterday that the war incendiary Roosevelt was solely responsible for the breaking out of hostilities. They have repeated that statement over and over, and so it seems probable that they will represent this as an American attack on Japan, a fact which they could easily persuade their peoples, or at least could suppress any evidence of dissent, so that the operation of the Triple Alliance will come into effect automatically. And that, of course, would lead to a state of war between the United States and Germany and Italy. Meanwhile, it must be obvious that the presence of the German and Italian embassies in Washington is dangerous to our interests, since they are centers of Axis activity and doubtless would give such assistance as they could to the Japanese. And to those might be added the embassy of Vichy, France. For the whole history of the French government in Indochina in the past year and a half has indicated that it has been functioning as a very willing assistant to whatever claims for domination the Japanese may make. They have helped them already. They will no doubt help them still more. Another point indicating the tie-up of this Japanese attack with all the Axis strategy may be inferred from its timing. It is clear that the attack was prepared at least 3 weeks ago. That is to say, not only about the time Mr. Kurusu was on his way from Tokyo to Washington with what were represented at the time as proposals for peace negotiations, but also at a time when the situation of the German armies in Russia was very much more favorable than it is now. 3 or 4 weeks ago, it could well have been supposed by the Axis that by this time the German armies would have made a triumphal entrance into Moscow, that they would be pushing on from Rostov either towards Astrakhan or to the Caucasus, that the Russian situation would be very favorable to them, and that such a timing of the Japanese attack on the United States would be a great boost to the world progress of the Axis. Well, things didn't go as they were expected to go in Russia. We've just heard the statement of a German spokesman that the attempt to take Moscow this winter has now been abandoned. It would be rash to put any too much confidence in this statement, but at least it does indicate that they don't seem to have much expectation of getting ahead in Moscow, and we know that on the Rostov front, they are now moving westward and not eastward, and they have taken some severe losses there. All this changes very materially the situation as it was expected to be at the time the Japanese planned their attack. Nevertheless, it is obvious that the initial attack has attained some successes, and that it will take a great deal of effort, a united, vigorous, all-out effort by the entire American people to retrieve the initial setbacks. There is every evidence that the American people are prepared to make that effort. It was indicated by the spontaneous cheers that broke out in Congress, by the statements of men who have hitherto been most vigorously opposed to any involvement in hostilities, and there is every reason to suppose that this is a correct representation of the state of mind of the people. That is a state of mind, apparently unanimous, that has been created by this unprovoked, surprise Japanese attack while their negotiators were still talking peace in Washington. The Japanese tactics have won them an initial military victory. It seems very likely that its ultimate effects will be far more than overbalanced by the consequence of the political defeat which Japanese treachery has brought on itself.
Here is Major George Fielding Elliott.
As Mr. Davis has pointed out, and as the President told the Congress, it is perfectly clear that this Japanese attack has been in course of preparation for some time. Let us examine for a moment the technical points involved. A Japanese submarine torpedoed an American merchant vessel between San Francisco and Honolulu, about 700 miles west of San Francisco. Another such ship was attacked about 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. Japanese submarines, or any other submarines, are not particularly fast vessels, even cruising on the surface, and under the best conditions, that is, under conditions in which they do not have to avoid observation by American patrol aircraft, which are operating all over the Central Pacific. A direct passage from Yokohama or from any other Japanese home base to the places where these submarines appeared would occupy at least 12 days. We may assume that the period was considerably longer because of the necessity of avoiding being seen while on passage. Again, the attack against Hawaii, delivered from aircraft carriers, would have taken at least 8 days. The carriers at economical cruising speeds, and they could not have proceeded at high speed because of the wastage of fuel involved.
take at least 8 days from Yokosuka, which is the nearest large Japanese naval base. And it must be remembered that it would have taken at least another week to prepare the carriers for this operation, secure their full complements of aircraft, load them with bombs, stores, and so on, and make ready. A period, therefore, of 15 days at least from the time the preparations were actually begun. And we must assume, of course, that there were several days in making plans and taking decisions. Consequently, it is perfectly clear that this attack was treacherously planned long before it took place and during the course of peace negotiations. This is a fact which cannot be too strongly emphasized. The President gave one item of military news which we had not had before, and that is the Japanese attack on Midway Island, which is an important American island air base in the Pacific, and the nearest of the air bases to Hawaii on the long string of such bases which extend from Hawaii to Manila. From Singapore comes a bulletin stating that confused fighting continues in the Kota-Baro airdrome sector in northern Malaya. This is an official communique and is the first admission that Japanese landing parties have actually reached the Kota-Baro area. Kota-Baro is an isolated British airdrome in the extreme northeastern corner of British Malaya. It does not have good road connections with the interior, although it does have connection with the Malayan railways. A Japanese attack on this airdrome would probably be intended to secure the use of the airdrome for Japanese land-based airplanes. After all, the number of carriers available is limited, and the Japanese must, if they're going to continue an attack on Singapore, be able to operate land-based airplanes in that area. A British radio reporting on Japanese troop landings in Malaya said, 5 enemy merchant vessels escorted by warships brought the first Japanese troops to the Malayan coast. Later, 10 more vessels were located further south. RAF bombers attacked them in the moonlight, and by dawn at least 2 large enemy ships had been hit and set on fire. At daybreak, several of our bomber and torpedo bomber squadrons took off to complete the attack. The result of these attacks is not yet known. Following these attacks, the Japanese ships retired at high speed, leaving their troops behind on the beaches to fight it out. It should be observed that the British should have air superiority in this whole region, and that air superiority is generally considered prohibitive as regards to troop landing. Thus, the British certainly have initial advantages, and it remains to be seen how they can develop themselves. From Berlin comes a report that Japanese troops have begun peaceful occupation of Thailand in the direction of Bangkok and numerous other important points in the east and south. Apparently, Thai resistance to Japanese attack, if any took place at all, was merely a token resistance and has not amounted to anything. So that the Japanese at Kota-Baro may now be hoping to maintain themselves until such time as assistance can reach them through Thai territory. Kota-Baro is almost on the frontier between British Malaya and Thailand, and the Japanese may hope to hang on there till their comrades can come racing down through Thai territory to join them. But there are also reports that British troops have already moved into Thai territory, presumably from Malaya, and delaying actions may take place on the isthmus in Thai territory, which occupies the narrowest part of that long 600-mile isthmus, which is known as the Malay Peninsula. The Germans announced that attempts to capture Moscow will be abandoned for the winter. This may be a ruse, of course. It may be, however, due to the Russian pressure in the south and the absolute need for stemming that pressure in order to avoid a disaster to the German armies there. For the last week or 10 days, there has been noticeable to military observers the first hint of a certain German lack of means. That is, they do not seem to be able to put on attacks on the same broad scale and with the same reckless disregard of casualties to men and material that they did before. It's noticeable that this is, as regards land troops, that they do seem to feel pressure in one area on their operations in another. And it may very well be that they're compelled to abandon their attacks on Moscow in order to make secure their position in the south. We have just received a dispatch from Tegucigalpa, Honduras, that Honduras declared war on Japan today and the government established martial law throughout the republic. This adds the name of Honduras to those of Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Haiti, which have already declared war on Germany and on Japan, and also Mexico, Colombia, and Cuba, which have indicated their intention of doing likewise or of taking steps which are tantamount to such action.
we ought to remember, in considering the coming of these countries to our side, that although their military power may not be very great, it is of enormous importance that American air and naval forces have the use of their territories, air bases, and seaports in defending our far-flung lines of communication in the Caribbean Sea and in the Pacific, and that the belligerent status of these countries gives our Navy facilities which it could not otherwise possess. Especially with regard to Costa Rica and Colombia, these countries are immediately adjacent to the Panama Canal, and both of them possess island bases from which our outlying patrol squadrons and our listening stations can perhaps observe the approach of any attempt by Japanese or other forces to surprise the canal in the same manner that Hawaii appears to have been surprised. There is no further report in the President's message on the exact extent of the damage which was suffered by the American forces at Hawaii, other than to say that the loss of life was severe. And apparently severe damage was done. The Japanese have made a number of claims with regard to this damage which appear to be exaggerated. However, it is noticeable that the President has said in an earlier statement from the White House that operations at Hawaii were continuing. Whether this means that the Japanese are making another attack, or whether it means that the pursuit of the Japanese carriers and perhaps other escorting ships which brought the planes to Hawaii is continuing, of course, is uncertain. There is always the possibility to be kept in mind that the Japanese may have backed up the carriers with their whole battle fleet, hoped to inflict some damage on our ships in harbor, and to bring the remainder to action while they were pursuing the carriers. But this is mere speculation and has nothing to support it at the present time. In view, however, of the wide extent of the Japanese surprise attacks yesterday, extending over an area almost a quarter of a distance around the globe, the possibility cannot be excluded that there may yet be other surprise raids at points where attack would seem as little to be expected as at Pearl Harbor. An imaginative preview of an American-Japanese war was written a dozen years ago by H.C. Bywater, the English naval expert. It was a work of fiction, but it was based on an expert's knowledge of the possibilities, if not the probabilities. And one of the incidents which he imagined was the conversion of certain Japanese merchantmen into airplane carriers, still with the outward appearance of merchantmen and sailing under neutral flags, from which air raids were made on coastal cities of the continental United States. It is known that certain Japanese merchant ships have been converted into airplane carriers, although these have long flying decks and their appearance is no longer that of merchant ships. A vessel which retains the appearance of a merchant ship can, however, operate seaplanes. Such vessels could carry very few planes. The damage which might be done by such raids upon our coast would be comparatively trivial. Their sole purpose would be to cause confusion, and that purpose could be defeated by the coolness and self-control of the civilian population if such an incident should occur. It is to be hoped that we will be a little more ready for such surprise attacks now than we were during the continuance of the peace negotiations, when we, at least the people at large, had the idea that the Japanese were really trying to come to some agreement. The likelihood that such carriers could slip through American naval patrols in the Pacific or the Atlantic is small indeed. Still, it is a conceivable possibility which all of us should bear in mind.
You've heard from Elmer Davis and Major George Fielding Elliott. Now here are late reports from the press associations. Congress has just declared war on Japan. Both the Senate and the House have approved resolutions calling for a war declaration. The Senate voted 82-0 in favor of it within 20 minutes after the President asked a joint session of Congress to do so. Shortly thereafter, the House voted similar approval. The only vote against the war resolution in the House so far was by Miss Jeanette Rankin, Republican of Montana. Miss Rankin also voted against the declaration of war against Germany in 1917. Representative Harold Knudsen, Republican of Minnesota, who also voted against American entry into the World War in 1917, said today, "This nation has no choice but to declare war on Japan." "I do not see that we have any other choice," Knudsen told reporters. "They declared war on us." Miss Rankin and Knudsen are the only present members of the House who voted against war in 1917. Here's a dispatch from Berlin. A DNB dispatch tonight from Tokyo, quoting a report in the Japanese newspaper Yomiuri from Saigon, French Indochina, said a United States transport had been sunk with a loss of 350 men in waters around Manila. And from Port-au-Prince, Haiti, Haiti joined the Latin American nations today which have declared war on Japan and pledged the United States its full assistance. The Berlin radio reported from Vichy today, and the report follows. In an official French comment from Vichy on the outbreak of war between Japan and the United States and Britain, it is pointed out that France was adopting an attitude of wait and see. It was furthermore stressed that for the time being, France was still neutral in the Pacific and the Far East, and that her attitude had not yet changed. The vote in the House was 388 to 1. The next special news broadcast will be heard over many of these stations at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when we shall hear the speech of Prime Minister Winston Churchill from London. Columbia will continue to interrupt all regularly scheduled programs to bring you the latest news. Big Sister, The Romance of Helen Trent, Argyle Sunday, Life Can Be Beautiful, and Woman in White will be heard at their regularly scheduled times tomorrow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to the capital of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States has asked the Congress to declare a state of war, that a state of war exists between the United States and Japan. He has retired from the chamber of the House of Representatives, from which point he has spoken to the joint session of the Congress. The Speaker has declared the joint session dissolved. The members of the President's cabinet have retired. They were followed immediately by the members of the Supreme Court. And now the Senate. They're leaving the House chamber. The applause you hear in the background comes from the members of the House who cheer their colleagues from the other side of the Capitol building. 96 senators, presumably most of them here because, well, it would appear that they are, slowly filing out the center aisle, the north door of the House chamber, down the long corridor to the Senate chamber. The Speaker of the House conferring for a moment with his parliamentarian, Louis Geisler. And we'll stay with the action here on the House floor for a few moments in order that we may bring you the introduction of the resolution by the Honorable John W. McCormick of Massachusetts, Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, whom we've been told will present the resolution for the House of Representatives, recognizing that a state of war does exist between the United States and the Empire of Japan, and carrying out the request of the President, as stated in his brief message today. The last few members of the Senate just now leaving the House chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, the House of Representatives will go back in session, but we have been asked by the Speaker of the House to discontinue broadcasting from the House floor. For a moment, we will switch you over to the Senate side. If Brockage is standing by there, we might have just a word from him, if he's there. Mr. Brockage, have you a word from the Senate?
From the Senate Radio Gallery, this is Don Gardner speaking to you. And now we turn the microphone over to Brockage, our noted NBC commentator, with a few observations on the facts of the day. Brockage.
Brockage talking from the Radio Gallery of the Senate. The Senate chamber is still empty. They are waiting for the Senate to come back to consider the resolution that I read to you before. You've heard the President speak, and it might be interesting to compare it with the outstanding paragraph of Woodrow Wilson's address to Congress in 1917. As you see, the resolution itself is identical except for the word British and Japanese. And here's what the President Wilson said in 1917. For democracy, for the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own government, for the rights and liberties of small nations, for a universal domination of right by such a concert of free peoples as shall bring peace and safety to all nations and make the world itself at last free. To such a task we can dedicate our lives and our fortunes, everything that we are and everything that we have, with the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and her might for the principles that gave her birth and happiness and the peace which she has treasured. God helping her, she can do no other. And under the impact of that, the resolution was introduced. How different. As you see, the President merely presented the case as it stood, the case of a nation betrayed and attacked while it was attempting to carry on efforts to assure peace. It is unlikely that there will be much opposition to this resolution. That's certain. That's all for the moment, and thanks very much.
Thank you, Brockage, from the Senate side of the Capitol building. Now, for just a brief summary from our position here in the House of Representatives, Morgan Beatty.
The most significant point about the whole President's address is its brevity. Heretofore, in asking Congress to declare the existence of war between this nation and another, the chief executives have found it necessary to review at great length, as Brockage has just told you in Mr. Wilson's case, all of the events that led up to the disastrous and tragic climax. In this case, the President made you a 500-word factual news summary, as he expected it would in advance. His most significant statement was, outside of the actual request for a legal definition of war, was that the whole nation will always remember the character of this onslaught against us. The American people will win through to absolute victory, no matter how long it takes. He's taking full advantage there of the fact that we were attacked, that we had no opportunity to expect this situation was going to arise. In making the simple statement at the end that he was asking Congress, in view of the attacks by the Japanese in the last 24 hours, to recognize that a state of war has existed between us and the Japanese Empire, he paved the way for the House's resolution, which will follow.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our broadcasting from the United States Capitol building in Washington. You've heard the President of the United States address a joint session of Congress and ask that this nation declare war against Japan. This is Carlton Smith speaking. We take you now to the NBC newsroom in New York.
From the newsroom in New York, two bulletins. The first is datelined London. The Free French government of General Charles de Gaulle today declared war on Japan. And from Rio de Janeiro, President Getulio Vargas and his cabinet agreed at a meeting today to give absolute solidarity to the United States. The government announced that officially. These bulletins have come from the NBC newsroom in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
We bring you a program of orchestral music
opening with the Ruy Blau Overture.
Overture by Mendelssohn. Joseph Glick and the orchestra continue now playing the poem by Fiedek.
our program at this time to bring you a special bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, a bulletin dateline Singapore. The Singapore Command issued a communique late today acknowledging that confused fighting continues in the Kota Baru airdrome area. Now, Kota Baru is 300 miles north of Singapore, an immediate target of Japanese invasion. Earlier, Japanese units attempting to penetrate Malaya from the north were reported being mopped up. Singapore itself had been under air attack today, with the casualties counted at 63 dead and 133 injured. And the Berlin radio reports that Tokyo had its first blackout tonight. The broadcast was heard by the NBC listening post. Here's another bulletin just being handed me. The dateline is Hong Kong. British headquarters in Hong Kong issued the following communique tonight. The defense plan continues to develop satisfactorily. Further demolitions are being made. In a raid this afternoon, a few bombs were dropped, but the raiders scattered as soon as they were fired on, and damage and casualties were not extensive. One Japanese plane was reported shot down of a green island off the western entrance to Hong Kong Harbor. These bulletins have come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. We return you now to Chicago. Moskowski has written a very beautiful descriptive piece titled Severe. Here it's played now by Joseph Gleachill and the orchestra. Our program at this point to bring you a special bulletin. From Washington, ladies and gentlemen, the dateline, the Senate has unanimously passed the war resolution. I'll repeat that once again. The dateline of the bulletin is from Washington. The Senate unanimously has just passed the war resolution. We take you now to Washington.
Bocage talking. We are overlooking the chamber of the Senate in Washington. The vote is now going on the joint resolution for war. Almost immediately, Senator Connolly arose and asked for immediate consideration of the joint resolution. And I'm going to read it to you again. Whereas the Imperial Japanese government has committed unprovoked acts of war against the government and people of the United States of America, therefore, Be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States, or America in Congress assembled, that the state of war between the United States and the Imperial Japanese government, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and the President is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on war against the Imperial Japanese government, and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. That was read by the clerk. The Senate was silent, was willing and anxious to consider it immediately. But Senator Vandenberg of Michigan arose and said he had desired to comment. Senator Connolly said in a very quiet voice he had hoped that we could proceed immediately without comment. But Senator Vandenberg, he said that he must rise and say something for the record. He drew out a typewritten paper and began to read, "Out of peaceful skies," and so forth. Japan had violated our soil, killed our citizens. He read about a page, concluding with the fact that he wanted to go on record and emphasize his change of attitude comment. But Senator Vandenberg, he said that he must rise and say something for the record. He drew out a typewritten paper and began to read, "Out of peaceful skies," and so forth. Japan had violated our soil, killed our citizens. He read about a page, concluding with the fact that he wanted to go on record and emphasize his change of attitude to show that although, as he said, he had opposed the administration, and he had, as you know, been classed as an ardent non-interventionist, he wished to dispel all doubt that we could be weakened from within as soon as he had finished the roll call began. It was going on now. Connolly said it was so clear, the issue was so clear that he did not feel necessary to make any remarks. And so they agreed to proceed at about 7 minutes of the hour to vote on the resolution. They're voting now, and when the vote comes in, I'll give it to you. This resolution is, as I pointed out before, I believe is absolutely identical to the one that was introduced April 2nd, 1917. And it was Senator Martin, chairman of the Appropriations Committee, who introduced it because then Chairman Stone of the Foreign Relations Committee opposed entrance into war. Except there is just one exception, of course, and here it is that instead of Imperial Japanese government, it was the Imperial German government then. As I said before, it's interesting that there is still that vestige of feudalism ready to fight for democracy, an imperial government. The unanimous consent is expected. I am expecting, I can't quite hear the vote where I'm standing, but I can see that the senators are sitting quietly in their seats, waiting as the roll call proceeds. Leaning forward, some of them. A moment ago, I saw Senator LaFollette, whose father was one of those who voted against the declaration in 1917, talking earnestly with Senator Norris. Senator Norris, you know, also voted against the resolution in 1917, but he's already expressed himself as anxious to go along with the president, whatever he might do. He said that before. LaFollette argued apparently and earnestly. Norris leaned back with his hand over the seat, and I saw him shaking his head. It might not have been that, of course, and so it seemed. They haven't come to him yet in the roll call. He's seated in exactly the same position that he was then, his elbow on the back of his chair, his hand at his head, his fingers moving up and down contemplatively, one hand stretched out on the desk. He's looking down, and I imagine that he can see that pageant of 1917 arising before him. What a different scene, though, where there were so many opposing the declaration, where it was quite a debatable subject. And as I said before, when we compare the words issued by the President, to President Wilson at the time, describing the duties of this country in an active sense, to establish principles, to right wrongs, to free the little countries, compare that with what the simple words of our President today, when he merely recounted the acts of aggression and duplicity of the Japanese government against us. And now I'm going to send someone down there to find out what the progress of the vote is. There must be a score. I can't quite hear from here. There are some of the people are moving about now in the aisles. There are others crowding about me here, and I find it difficult to see. The galleries themselves are not filled with spectators. They weren't permitted to enter, as I said before, until the Senate returned from the joint session. Now they're coming in, and naturally they're coming, trying to come all at once. It was a solemn occasion, I can tell you, and the fact that there were no one present but the senators themselves and a few men, the men in the press gallery and one or two of us in the radio gallery at the time, gave it an almost church-like feeling as the chaplain leaned forward and prayed with attention given to him that I must say I have seldom seen in this gathering, even on serious occasions. Wait a minute, a note is being passed up to me now from one of my NBC assistants here in the gallery. There are no, at present I can give you a report that there was at the first roll call, no nays recorded. Of course, some people were absent. Senator Wheeler, I believe, was not here. Do you know whether Senator Wheeler was in the House? And on the first roll call, he was absent. But no nays were recorded. Some were absent. And the official count has not yet been made. We're waiting for that. There's a little movement now. Senator Connolly is on his feet, reading from a document. What's Connolly saying? Can you tell me there? Senator Norris has turned around, but his hand is still up to his chin, and his nervous fingers are moving on the side of his chair. Again, Senator Glass, who has been very anxious, as you know, that we take active steps before this, is sitting there, his hands folded, looking forward. Now he turned towards Senator Connolly, who is moving behind him and walking down the aisle, addressing the people about him. Apparently there is some step. What? Have you got an getting some? There's a movement now. Senator Barclay has risen. The vote has just been given to me, 82 to nothing. 82 in favor of the resolution which I read to you, declaring that we are in a state of war with the Imperial Japanese government. Now there are people who have raised their feet. The politics is moving backward, talking earnestly. But Wheeler did not vote, I am told. There may be other votes were withheld. It's a strange, tense feeling that seems to be spreading over the Senate. Yes. Senator Connolly has risen now and going down. And I want to, it's quiet, you have the vote here, and I'm going to send you back now to the radio gallery of the House of Representatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, the House of Representatives is now voting on the resolution, but it will be some minutes before the vote will be available to us. Therefore, for the time being, we return you to the NBC newsroom in New York.
We're back here in the NBC newsroom in New York, ladies and gentlemen. Here are some late bulletins just come in. The first is Dateline Mexico City. President Manuel Avicho Camacho will ask Congress for a declaration of war against Japan before the day is out. A high official quarter predicted this afternoon. Congressional approval was forecast. And another bulletin from Washington. The Senate vote was 82 to nothing for war on Japan. I'll repeat that. The Senate vote was 82 to nothing for war on Japan. A unanimous vote. A bulletin from Port-au-Prince. The Republic of Haiti declared war on Japan at 11:30 a.m. today. A bulletin from Buenos Aires. Colombia has decided to cede Pacific and Caribbean bases to the United States. The newspaper Critica reported from Bogota today that the United States will get those Colombian bases for the war against Japan. And the Berlin radio reports that the Emperor of Manchukuo, Kang Te, has proclaimed to his people that Manchukuo has declared war against the United States and Great Britain. Manchukuo is a Japanese puppet state. These bulletins have come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
the orchestra continues, we hear the El Capitan March. We interrupt our program at this time to bring you a late bulletin. The Dateline, Washington. The United States, through its Congress, declared war today on Japan. Now, the vote in the Senate was 82 to nothing. At the present time, we do not know the vote in the House, but the full Congress has declared war today on Japan. This bulletin came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. We continue now with our program from Chicago. And with a salute to our gallant Navy, anchors away, we bring to conclusion our program of music, which has been played for you today by Joseph Galicchio and the Homesteaders. This program reached you from our Chicago studios, and this is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, the government of the United States is at war with Japan. Therefore, in place of the United States Treasury Department program, For America We Sing, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the latest news from the Far Eastern War Zone and from its experts on foreign affairs. The Treasury Department is relinquishing this time in order that an aroused America may be kept informed. We take you now to Manila.
Embassy. This is Fort Island, speaking from Manila. We're down here at the famous Manila Hotel on the edge of Manila Bay, where the Luneta and the world's largest covered pier, Pier 7, join to make a panorama of beauty. I'm not able to speak to you longer myself, so I'm going to ask Don Bell and Ted Wallace to take over. Okay, Don.
Thank you, Bert Silent. Good evening, America, and it's good morning to you from the Philippines. As a matter of fact, it's mid-morning. We haven't had much sleep this previous night, but we're still out on the job, and as Bert Silent has just told you, we're on the grounds of the beautiful Manila Hotel. Overlooking Manila Bay to our left is the Luneta. This is the spot which won the title for Manila as the Pearl of the Orient, and it never looks more beautiful than it does this morning. Mid-morning, the sun is high. The breeze is cool. The waters from Manila Bay are gently lapping against the breakwater. And this is a morning of peace and serenity, the type that we usually have had for at least 43 years in Manila and in the Philippines. Ted, did you want to say something?
The palm trees are just blowing gently in the breeze. Not a thing to bother them. The palm trees are still here, by the way, Don.
Yes.
Out of all the bombs we had last night.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we still have palm trees. I suppose you folks in America know that Manila did undergo a severe air raid last night. However, the damage wasn't too great. We understand just 7 hours ago. However, Manila underwent one of those bomb air raids which has been characterizing the past 24 hours in the Philippines. Now, I think that it would be a very good idea for us to bring up a few folks here, since this is simply a personality broadcast. We would like some of you people back in the United States to understand how the civilians and the other folks here in Manila are taking this particular war that we have now. For example, we have a young fellow here with us who is a typical Filipino. Pardon me, what is your name?
Jose Grafaldo.
Jose Grafaldo. You've lived in Manila all your life?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you have? Fine. Well, what do you think of last night's activity?
Well, last night's air raid is not so severe in that, but I think the morale of the people is still high.
That's excellent. Where were you when the raid took place?
Oh, I was at home. In fact, I just slipped a wink last night.
Don, don't you think we better clarify that Metropolitan Manila did not undergo an air raid? I think we did. The air raid sirens, the warnings were sounded in Metropolitan Manila, but the bombings were all out in outlying districts, military objectives principally. Is that right? Yes, I think that's quite right. No bombs dropped in Manila proper, but however, I did keep you awake. Is that right?
Yes, I was awake all night.
Except you were at home. Where's your home?
Oh, down Santa Cruz, Manila.
Santa Cruz. Well, that's a good location. It would be a little bar that blow out down there.
In fact, it's in the center of the city.
That's right. Well, how's your nerve this morning?
Well, in fact, it's the first that I've ever experienced, and I was pretty scared.
Well, perhaps that's true, but don't admit you're scared. You're just a little puzzled by it all. All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman you have just heard is one of the typical Filipinos who underwent our air raid here in Manila. He told you his feelings on his part. Now we're going to bring on an American. Your name, sir?
Jim Boyers.
I believe that you have a fairly important job around here, don't you?
I'm selecting the Pan American Airways here at the Manila Hotel.
Oh, yes, you boys have had some experiences of your own, I imagine. Have you got anything to say about last night's air raid? How did you take it?
Well, I think it's just about the way Mr. DeFalden did, and I wanted to say one thing to the people in the States. Not to worry about us out here. Our slogan out here is the same as it's been in Britain, business as usual.
And keep them flying, don't forget that.
Flying, that's right.
They were flying last night. You know what that means. By the way, how long have you been in Manila or the Far East?
Well, I've been here just since April. They tell me I'm still a newcomer.
You're still a newcomer, that's right. You have to be here 5 or 6 years before you can qualify.
So, John, let me interrupt a moment. What are those big things sticking over there at the edge of the Luneta?
Both, that's the one thing that disturbs the beautiful peace, quiet, and serenity of Manila Bay at the present time. Those ugly noses sticking up into the mid-morning sky are anti-aircraft guns, and I think we're rather happy to have them there, even though they do spoil the scenery a little. No question about the guns or our being happy about it. What do you say we bring in this young lad over here? Mr. Mendoza, will you come over just a second, please? Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and a rare opportunity to introduce to you one of the outstanding men of the Philippines, Mr. Kiko Mendoza. You probably think of you know him very well. He's the manager of the Manila Hotel and a great guy. What do you say, Kiko?
Well, I would say that we had a very hard time last night, but everybody was speaking over the arrangements, and everything was very smooth. All the guests were satisfied, and they went orderly to the shelter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mendoza, and I hope that a lot of people in America who've heard you today have an opportunity to come out and see your beautiful Manila Hotel and stay with you.
All right, now, Don and Fred, our time is up, and I think we better sign off here. This is Bert Silent, Don Barlow, Fred Wallace, returning you now to NBC.
From the National Broadcasting Company newsroom in San Francisco, we bring you the NBC's expert on Far Eastern affairs, Upton Close.
Hello, Americans. On the evening of the first day of declared war with Japan, let's take a glimpse over the moonlit Pacific. About 7,000 miles wide, the southern sector. About 3,000 miles wide at the top. About 8,000 miles from Japan around the coast of Asia to India. Beginning this war picture, let's say that we're very thankful that we've had no news of any surprises at such an important point, for instance, as Panama. Apparently, it's all right. We trust that nothing will happen, but you may be sure the American forces are on guard lest something does. In Honolulu, we have news that things are quiet. Although the sound of guns have been heard, perhaps there's a naval battle going on not far from the coast. The connecting islands, which we've used to get from Honolulu to the Philippines, apparently are under Japanese control. They claim they have them under their flag, and they're boasting about it. We don't know about that. Anyhow, the Japanese fleet seems to be at the moment supreme in that area. The two actions that seem to be of greatest importance right now are the actions around Hong Kong, where the British are being very hard-pressed. 3 attacks have been made on Hong Kong by air, and now an infantry attack is beginning on Hong Kong from the mainland of China. You know, Hong Kong is a little island that runs up to a peak about 3,000 feet high, and this cone, which sits in the blue ocean, is separated from the mainland of China by just a short stretch of water. You get on the ferry and go across to what's called Kowloon. It only takes about 3 minutes or 5 on the ferry. This Kowloon area extends back a mile or 2, and then you hit the Chinese border. The Japanese are pressing from Chinese territory, that is, coming down from Canton, which they have occupied for a long time, and fighting their way through the Kowloon settlement, which is also occupied, owned by the British in a sense. And from there, of course, they will try to get across the narrow strip of water to Hong Kong. We're told that the Hong Kong defenses are putting up a very brave defense, and that they're full of pep and energy, and so far show no indication of any intention to give in. Then there's another important action that we don't know so much about yet going on around Singapore. I've often talked to you about the importance of the Kra Isthmus. The Isthmus of Kra is that narrow place, you look on your map and you'll see it, on the Malay Peninsula, where the peninsula is perhaps about 25 miles wide. I've walked across it one time. The eastern shore of the isthmus belongs to Siam, just a strip of it there. And on the other side, you hit the southern end of Burma. It's a very strategic point. Just south of the Isthmus of Kra are the great tin mines of Kuala Lumpur. And on up the Burma Way, a little way, you come to the great English port of Penang, which is the center of English power in South Burma. And then, of course, you go down day and a night drive by car when you're taking it easy on that beautiful road, and you come to Singapore. We're also told that the Japanese are pressing over the marshy country, a terrible country to fight over, full of growth that comes up through the seawater, trying to get into the naval base at Singapore. The naval base can hardly be entered from the west side, the east side rather, and the west side is protected by a great fort. And so the news bears out that the Japanese are not making very much progress on this Singapore sector. We still wonder what the main Japanese strategy is. Are they simply putting up this huge hit-and-run effort to baffle us, waiting for some masterstroke to take place, perhaps to come from Germany, or perhaps to take place from the main Japanese fleet that hasn't yet shown itself, or what is the thing that we're to watch for? Let's keep alert.
From the San Francisco newsroom, you've just heard from NBC's expert on the Far Eastern affairs and the Pacific, Upton Close. We take you now to New York.
Now here's Earl Godwin speaking from the newsroom in Washington.
Good evening, folks. As I walked downtown this evening, the thought struck me that civil Washington is going about its biggest, boomiest Christmas shopping, with the population teeming with extra scores of thousands of new people to Washington who came here for defense, but who will stay for war and victory. But official Washington tonight is heavy and serious and tired, as it realizes that America is in the World War with a terrific blow on the chin to start with. Tomorrow night, however, the President goes on the radio networks at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to tell what's happened, maybe to explain in greater detail and graver detail just what to expect. America is now lined up side by side in a declared shooting war with its former Lend-Lease partner Britain, also at war with the same Asiatic members of the Axis. Japanese are claiming tremendous sweeps of victory. It can be expected that the American story will be adequately presented, at least tomorrow night. But at the same time now, The attitude here is not to play down the seriousness of this first encounter. One who must be nameless has expressed the personal view that perhaps after all, this first surprise attack and its dark results to the United States might have a constructive lesson to show that the Japanese Navy is no pushover. And parenthetically, isn't it odd that up to now, at least for a year or two, all of the speculation and the expert advice on the Japanese situation was that the military clique wanted the war and the Japanese Navy did not want the war, fearing that they would not be a match for the United States Navy, and I think possibly the United States Navy from now on is going to show them that their anxiety in that respect had some basis. But there are those here in Washington, and not only in private life, but in official life, who want to know why that Japanese surprise attack was a surprise, and why so apparently successful. There have been rumors, mere rumors, wild rumors, loud rumors all day long, that a very high naval officer in the Pacific area would be or has been relieved of duty. But there's not the slightest evidence that such a rumor has any foundation. At the same time, the Navy and the Army have clamped down not a censorship, but they just simply won't tell you anything. As one naval officer told me on the telephone a little while ago, he said, I couldn't even tell you the time. But the feeling grows that something that must be done to find out about this thing, and it finds expression in the determination of a Michigan congressman, Representative John Dingell of the 15th District, who will tomorrow in the House of Representatives demand that there be an inquiry of a court-martial nature of high military and naval officers to find out why it all happened. The Army and Navy, says Dingell, were caught off guard, if not sound asleep in the same bed. Why were not our forces ranging far offshore, he wants to know, to stave off this wide attack? And he gets out a statement, and he will follow it up tomorrow in the House, and in the statement, and possibly in what he will say in Congress tomorrow, he says this: it seems incredible to me as a layman that with full emergency having been declared weeks and weeks ago, that preparations were not made to meet any eventuality, and that our forces were not in evidence to meet them far offshore. Fortunately for us, the Japs used only their planes. Had they the courage and foresight to attack in full force of their battle fleet, it is entirely within the realm of possibilities that they would have captured the stronghold while it slumbered. I'm still quoting Mr. Dingell. The Navy seemingly tied up their battle wagons every Saturday noon in more or less routine manner and went to town until Monday morning. And when the Japanese arrived, there were not men enough to man the guns. The Air Corps was seemingly in the same position. The American people have the right to know, and I, as a member of Congress, demand to know who is to blame. And then Dingell goes on to list a large number of high-ranking naval officials headed by Major General H.H. Arnold, Deputy Chief of Staff, going on down to Major General Fred L. Martin, Chief of the Hawaiian Air Force, to determine guilt or innocence in the matter of the Hawaiian air defenses. Now, it may be that Mr. Dingell has something there. It may not be. He said he's going to try it. He told me on the telephone not long ago. I asked him if he thought he could get time to make this demand for a court-martial. He said, oh, yes, he could get the time. And if the Army and the Navy, or the government generally, didn't see fit to follow his suggestion for a court-martial or an inquiry, Mr. Dingell says that he will introduce a resolution, which, of course, it has to be passed by both the House and the Senate, demanding a court-martial. I do not believe that he's going to get anywhere right now because typical of the opposition is the retort of Democratic leader Senator Connally of Texas, who says, briefly, having been told of Mr. Dingell's court-martial inquiry, Connally said, we have much more important things to attend to right now. At any rate, the American operations continue. A number of Japanese planes and submarines have been destroyed, and that was the statement at the White House this morning, and it stood all day long without any amplification or anything else. And that is all we know. We may get a full report. I think we will probably get a nearly complete documentation of the story tomorrow evening when the Commander-in-Chief, President Roosevelt, speaks to you. And the President will lay the case directly before the people in what I understand will be a 30-minute address by radio of the fireside chat character and variety. And for the time being, at least, the White House is GHQ, General Headquarters for our side of the war, as far as you and I are concerned. And the President and his faithful, thoughtful, experienced Secretary, Stephen T. Early, will do the informing until further notice. Mr. Early said tonight something that makes you know that the Axis claims are a bit boastful. You know, we've been hearing of these German and Axis claims when they affected somebody else over in Europe for a long, long time, and now we have them right on our doorstep. And Steve says there's just so much German hot air about some of the stuff. He also, that is Mr. Early, again declared tonight that the official view here is that Germany pushed Japan into this war with the idea that such an engagement would deplete our Lend-Lease aid to Britain and China and other democracies fighting against the aggressors. Well, that would seem to be reasonable. But Mr. Early brushes that aside again as just so much German hot air. And not long after that statement, the government served notice through the Supply and Allocations Board, Vice President Wallace doing the speaking, that from now on it's an all-out effort to win the war. No longer is this effort being camouflaged under the almost worn-out term defense. It's now no longer a defense effort. It is a victory effort with a big V. And they figure tonight it's going to cost at least $150 billion. Odd bits of news appear. The whole staff of 60 people in the Japanese embassy are interned in their own house. And some enterprising reporter dug up the fact that they got $16 worth of lamb for the whole 60 people tonight. And that's all from Washington at this time.
We're now speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York. Here are some late war bulletins. Manila. Unconfirmed reports say that the Japanese have landed troops in the Philippines. The landing is reported on the island of Lubang, some 60 miles northwest of Manila. This same unconfirmed report says the Japanese gained full control of the island and its main town, also named Lubang. Prior to the outbreak of war, numerous Japanese fishermen are known to have entered the Philippines illegally and established themselves on Lubang and several other smaller islands farther south. The invaders are said to have made their landing in the early morning hours. Lubang Island is mountainous and provides easy hideouts for potential fifth colonists. But there are no landing fields there. But we repeat, the landing report has not been confirmed officially. Washington. All members of the American consular staff in the international settlement at Shanghai are safe and well. This news comes from the State Department, that the Japanese have closed the American Consulate General. The 24 American consular officers at Shanghai and 2 other American officials are, at the request of the Japanese, living in the Metropole Hotel. Other members of the staff are permitted to remain in their homes. The Japanese say that all United States officers will be treated in accordance with international law and on the basis of reciprocity. Spokane, Washington. War has hit broadcasting on the Pacific coast. The 4 radio stations in Spokane went off the air tonight for an indefinite period on orders from the 2nd Air Force Command at Fort George Wright. The 4 stations ceased broadcasting at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The order applies to all radio stations in Washington, Oregon, and eastern Idaho. A later bulletin announced that radio stations in San Francisco Bay Area went off the air at 9:15 Eastern Standard Time. Up in Canada, military authorities announced that the entire Pacific coast of Canada will be blacked out from dusk to dawn until further notice. Batavia, Netherlands, East Indies. British forces have broken up a Japanese landing party in North Borneo. The report lacks official confirmation, but does not make clear if this is the same action as reported by the British on yesterday. The Netherlands East Indies have issued a warning against possible fifth column actions and attempts by Japanese to land airborne troops. All inhabitants were warned not to leave their homes without identification cards. The Guatemalan Congress has just declared war on Japan, and Mexico and Colombia broke off diplomatic relations with the Japs tonight.
Already 32 nations are involved in the present war, 3 more than in the last war. Chile announced that she will be represented at the conference of the 21 American republics called by the United States to discuss the Japanese challenge. Chile announced tonight that the United States had accepted her suggestion for an early conference of the 21 American republics to discuss the Japanese challenge. A report comes from London that General von Niesel, German Air Force expert, is now in Tokyo as an advisor to the JTA, the Japanese Air Force. The report is printed in the London Daily Sketch. Von Niesel was a former adjutant to Marshal Hermann Goering. World War II tonight eclipsed World War I in the numbers of countries involved. 29 countries were involved in the Holocaust of 25 years ago. Tonight, with the declaration of war by the United States and 5 Latin American nations, 31 countries are engaged in World War II. Tomorrow, the total is expected to rise to 40 when other Central and South American countries take a stand against Japan. The American public is going to get more official details leading up to and including the Japanese attack on the United States. This information is coming from President Roosevelt, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy. President Roosevelt will address the nation at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. His address will be heard over this station. White House Secretary Early says that this Roosevelt speech will contain information on hostilities in greater detail than has yet been possible. Fort Sill, Oklahoma. Americans were given a new slogan tonight by the 183 General Hospital at Fort Sill. Its author is a former football player with the New York Giants, Sergeant Vito Greco of Buffalo, New York. Here is the slogan, "Let's set the rising sun." Columbus, Ohio. There is no longer any Mikado room at the Fort Hayes Hotel in Columbus. The management changed the name of its dine and drink spot to the Mandarin Room. The Chinese in America have a scheme to prevent their being mistaken for Japanese. The Chinese consul in Los Angeles explained the plan tonight. He said all Chinese would soon wear a lapel button to show their nationality. This is being done, he said, to save the Chinese from embarrassment and mistaken identity. This news came to you from the NBC newsroom. The President of the United States has given us our cue. He has promised inevitable triumph over the Japanese generals who attacked us. The work and the might of our people will give us a victory of the highest order. Do your part with work and sweat and more. Buy as many United States defense bonds and stamps as you possibly can. Make your dollars rain destruction on the Japanese. Turn your earnings into bombs and bullets in our war to annihilate the militarists on the opposite side of the Pacific. Buy defense bonds from your bank, post office, or savings and loan association, and buy defense stamps from your newsboy or retail dealer. And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, the latest bulletins received at the NBC newsroom.
Washington. The War Department disclosed tonight it had received a report that 50 planes and a number of ships of unidentified nationality were off the coast of California. The War Department reported it was checking the report. NBC, since receiving this bulletin, is also checking this report with its San Francisco and Los Angeles offices and studios. Street lights have gone out in San Francisco. A bulletin just handed us. Up in Victoria, British Columbia, they have just had a preliminary air raid warning. The warning, known as the Yellow Message, was flashed by the British Columbia Civilian Protection Officer to each of his units. The warning calls for an alert. It is a preliminary to the alarm sounded by sirens. And here is another bulletin from British Columbia. A complete blackout of coastal British Columbia and the lower mainland was ordered tonight. The warning was a precaution being taken because an attack by Japanese forces in the Pacific Northwest coast is imminent. 350 square miles in the Long Beach, Los Angeles Harbor District were blacked out for 2 hours tonight. It was the first trial blackout of the war out there. 250,000 people in that area were given short notice that their homes and streets would be thrown into darkness. The blackout area extended 35 miles along the coast and 10 miles inland, covering an area in which is concentrated great airplane and shipbuilding plants in the important Southern California oil fields. Police were on guard at all the important Long Beach intersections. Automobiles permitted to use only dim parking lights crawled slowly through the streets. Pedestrians experiencing their first blackout had difficulty making their way along the sidewalks. The NBC newsroom will be on the air with the latest war bulletins at the beginning of every program, day and night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
We have just received word here, not fully confirmed yet, that Guam is in trouble. First, the Commercial Pacific Company in Manila found its cable dead. Then word came through that bombers were sighted overhead in Guam at 6:45 a.m. Nothing further has come through in this direction. The next bad news came from Shanghai, which is a practically defenseless city now, with the United States Marines gone and the local defense forces stripped down to a very small amount. The Japanese apparently attacked Shanghai at night, shelling and machine gunning the Bund and occupying the main waterfront. They are reported to have sunk a British gunboat and taken over the American gunboat Wake, which was in a partially decommissioned condition, acting as a communications contact for the American consulate in Shanghai. There should be little trouble in taking over the international settlement if the Japanese have not already done so. They probably have. That means that 2,000 or 3,000 Americans are stranded there, unable to get out. The latest news of what was happening in Shanghai, not in much detail, came to us through a German radio report from Shanghai itself. When word first came to Manila that Honolulu had been attacked and bombed, the world thought it was Manila that had suffered. That was apparently due to an erroneous report. One came through later here from London to the effect that Manila had been bombed. So far, it is not true. But things have been moving very fast since word came about the Honolulu bombing. General Douglas MacArthur, head of the United States Armed Forces in the Far East, was officially informed of the surprise attack on Hawaii in the middle of the night. Well before dawn, the Air Force had planes in the sky. The armed forces of the Far East are on alert and in the welter of action. They are rolling into position at strategic spots. Beaches where landings might be affected are reinforced according to plans laid long ago. General MacArthur's first concern was for panic He issued a calming statement telling the Filipino populace not to lose their heads and turn into the country, blocking roads and highways which the military needs urgently for its own use. General MacArthur commended the populace for its poise and self-control during the last few weeks of uncertainty and anxiety here. And in a statement, he said, quote, "Nothing can help our military effort more than a continuation of this calmness and self-restraint. Each individual should continue with fortitude his usual routine and be prepared to carry out with promptitude such directions as the authorities may order. These orders will be for the security and well-being of the people. The military is on the alert, and every possible defense measure is being undertaken. My message is one of serenity and confidence." End quote. Then General MacArthur made another move. With the consent of President Quezon, the Civilian Emergency Administration, which is the Filipino-operated agency for protection of the civilian populace, has now been made responsible to the headquarters of General MacArthur. CEA officials are now reporting in, and measures for the civilian defense will be issued very shortly, General MacArthur said. Most of the city of Manila has not realized yet the portent of the news that we are at war. The news broke here too late for the regular editions of the papers. People got up and went about their business as usual. The news finally percolated to the community, and floods of telephone calls came into newspaper offices and government offices, wondering if it was true that the United States was at war with Japan. I have just passed a whole schoolyard of children doing their morning exercises. The town looks fairly normal. Planes are overhead. A large group of them just went by at this moment, headed north from Nichols Field. They are American planes guarding against attack. The Navy is likewise on its toes. Admiral Charles Hart, Commander-in-Chief of the Asiatic Fleet, gave out word that hostilities had opened with an attack on Pearl Harbor in Honolulu. Steps are being taken accordingly, was his laconic comment on that state of affairs. The Pan American Airways Clipper route runs directly across the zone of hostilities. The airline starts at San Francisco, goes to Honolulu, Midway, Wake, Guam, and the Philippines, then on to China or Singapore. The manager of Pan American Airways Manila office says they have a westbound clipper at Wake Island, but none others in the trouble zones, and none at Honolulu. There has been no time to check on what is happening at the clipper bases on Wake and Midway. A reliable source in Manila reports that the Japanese have an air base about 1,000 miles south of Wake in the South Pacific. It would be a long trip to bomb Hawaii from there, but if they sent over big bombers, it could have happened. Manila, of course, wonders when its turn is coming. They noted the phraseology of the Tokyo announcement about a state of war in the Western Pacific. This is more properly the Western Pacific than is the region around Hawaii. Let me repeat, there have been no bombings in Manila yet. We don't know what to expect. Japan has pulled a surprise move in Honolulu, but the Philippines is also at war. Planes from the Air Command are scouting continuously over the coastlines and over central Luzon to intercept any possible attack from any direction that Japan might undertake. We have just received word, not fully confirmed, that Guam is in trouble. The cable company here found its line cut And then word came along that bombers were sighted overhead at 6:45 a.m. Nothing further has come through. The next word came from Shanghai, which is practically defenseless now with the Marines gone. The United States Marines landed in Manila last week. The Japanese attacked the place apparently at night, shelling and machine gunning the famous Bund, Shanghai's waterfront. They are afraid to have sunk a British gunboat and taken over the American gunboat Wake, which was the only armed United States vessel in the vicinity. This boat was in a partially decommissioned condition, acting as a communications contact for the American consulate in Shanghai. This is Ford Wilkins in Manila, returning you now to CBS in New York.
The United States has been attacked. The United States is in danger. Let every patriot take his stand on the bastions of democracy. We go into battle in defense of our own land, of our present and our future, of all that we are and all that we still hope to be, of a way of life which we have made for ourselves on free and independent soil, the only way of life which we believe to be worth living.
The New York Herald Tribune.
In this solemn hour, the first thought of every American will be of his country. The drumming guns that have no doubts have spoken. That union, in face of peril, which was grievously lacking, is at hand. How to cooperate, what one can do to aid the flag that protects us all, becomes the instinctive thought of every citizen. The attack itself, an act of naked aggression committed while Japanese envoys were actually in discussion with our State Department, and the President's message lay before the Emperor, came as a dismaying shock. Because Americans could not themselves take such action, it is difficult for them to conceive of the mind which instinctively acts without thought of law or honor. But if the manner of the aggression was a surprise, the fact that this nation at last finds itself at grips with Japan will hold no corresponding astonishment. The battle is on. It cannot stop in the Pacific until Japanese militarism has been ended for all time. It cannot stop in Europe until the power for evil of Nazi militarists has been equally destroyed and their captives freed. If the maneuver of the Japanese attack was designed with any thought that its surprise would distract this nation from its part in the world scene, in the Atlantic, in Europe, in Africa, the sooner the minds that so underestimated American intelligence are disabused of this notion, the better. We know that we state no more than the simple truth when we declare that this war against our enemies, wherever they may be, will be fought to a victorious end with the last energy, the last resource, and the last ounce of determination of every American man and woman.
The Chicago Daily News.
Today, the United States is at war. We write these words in sorrow. We write them also with a sense, undoubtedly shared by a vast number of Americans, not exactly of relief at this tragic ending of the long nerve strain to which we have been subjected, but of deep faith that all is somehow for the best. We have tried in every reasonable way to avoid what has happened. At the hands of both Hitler and Japan, we've been patient and long-suffering. Thanks now to Japan, the deep division of opinion that has rent and partly paralyzed our country will be swiftly healed. It cannot be otherwise. Once more, we shall be a united people, firm in a single determination to maintain our liberties by the complete and utter defeat of our foes.
The Chicago Tribune.
War has been forced on America by an insane clique of Japanese militarists. Thus, the thing we had all feared, that so many of us have worked with all our hearts to avert, has happened. America faces war through no volition of any American. Recriminations are useless, and we doubt that they will be indulged in. All that matters today is that we are in war, and the nation must face that simple fact.
The Chicago Sun.
War to the death through Japanese and German militarism, or to the death of the United States of America. All that President Roosevelt foresaw and feared and worked against, all that lesser men refused to fear because they could not see, has come to pass. A thing of evil that is abroad and in the world has coiled its ugly body and struck. As Hitler struck at Europe, Japan has struck at America, cloaking words of peace in deeds of war and treachery. Let no one think that this is a one-ocean war, a one-handed war, or a war with one nation only. We have been struck by the Weltschlange, the world serpent, its head in Germany and its tail in Japan. I offer you blood and tears, said Winston Churchill. God willing, and every one of us doing his duty, the American people will make it blood and tears and victory.
The Washington, D.C. Post.
With a blinding flash, the true inwardness of the world crisis now stands revealed for the American people. This was never an intra-European war. It was intended from the beginning as a world war, and America was marked out as the final object of attack. This newspaper has gone on that assumption since Hitler and the Italians leagued themselves with the Japanese. It would be fantastic folly to think of the Japanese engaging in their cosmic adventure alone. On that assumption, thank heaven, all our defense plans have been prepared. Our America, our hour having struck, will go on in the march, and there will be no rest until victory has been secured. This is our rendezvous with destiny.
The Baltimore Sun.
We enter the conflict, which has thus been brought to us, with no sense of fear and no forebodings. We know we shall have to pay a high price for our freedom, but we also know that we shall be able to account for Japan in the Pacific and at the same time keep giving the fullest aid to Britain and other nations now beating back Hitler and his allies in Europe.
The Boston Globe.
So we are at war. We are at war with an opponent whose blustering ambitions have rightly taken him into partnership with Hitler. We are at war in defense of our territories which have been attacked, of our sovereignty which has been challenged, and of the principles of fair dealing in the Pacific which we have sought to maintain during more than a century. United as never before, conscious of the dimensions of our task, we will meet this challenge, nor will we halt until the principles which Japanese brigandage in the Pacific has outraged have been vindicated.
The Philadelphia Record.
In the fateful moment of decision, our government was seeking peace. Japan was bombing American territory. History will keep these facts straight in the future. Let us keep them straight in our minds now. From this moment on, ours must be a resolve by a united people to meet this challenge, to give Japan what she's asked for, and in unlimited measure.
Cincinnati Enquirer.
Fortunately, we begin this long-anticipated war with powerful naval, air, and land forces at hand, with strong allies in Britain, China, Holland, and probably Russia. It is a war we can win and shall win, but we must not imagine it will be easy. The fury with which the Japanese struck yesterday is proof enough that it will be a long and costly struggle.
The Dayton, Ohio Daily News.
The unprovoked action by Japan ends, of course, all conflict of feeling in the United States. As one man, the recreance will be negligible. America leaps today to the task imposed upon it by the insane gunmen of Japan. We muster our powers in all good conscience, happy in the fact that by the effort of the past year and a half, we find ourselves by no means unready for the trial ahead.
Des Moines Register.
It is from this day on the sole business of America and her allies, whether we choose to call them allies or not, to meet the challenge wherever it exists, including all the oceans, and gradually to make our arms prevail over theirs. It's not going to be a picnic, but here the job is. It has got to be done, however long it takes, however difficult it be, whatever setbacks occur before the final result is achieved.
The Akron, Ohio Beacon Journal.
The United States government used every honorable means at its command to avoid war, but the bloodthirsty and incredibly treacherous Japanese would not be restrained. Patiently, and at the end desperately, the United States tried to save Japan from its madness, but Japan replied with bombs. Without warning or provocation, Japan hurled an attack that obviously has been planned long and carefully. Now the United States must destroy Japan as a military power. For 10 years, beginning with the invasion of Manchuria, Japan has been getting away with aggression. That era is over. The Japanese militarists have sealed their doom.
The Providence, Rhode Island Journal Bulletin.
Even as the President of the United States was appealing directly to the divine emperor himself for peace in the Pacific, the Japanese militarists struck at our great bases in Hawaii, spilling the blood of Americans. If the emperor were disposed to consider Mr. Roosevelt's plea, the attack upon Hawaii forced the decision of war from which His Majesty could not retreat. It may indeed well have been the purpose of the militarists to put the emperor in that position. It was a suicidal undertaking of the militarists by its very character, but it had the end result with which they wanted, war with the United States and Great Britain.
The Portland, Maine Press Herald.
It is the United States against Hitler, his satellites, and stooges. If the Congress has the guts an American Congress ought to have, it will refuse from this day to blink at duty. It will recognize verities. It will declare war upon every enemy of peace and decency. We must not only furnish the tools, we ourselves must help finish the job.
The Raleigh, North Carolina News and Observer.
Slipping out of the night on Sunday, the Japanese, behind the mask of negotiations still in progress, seized the value which lies in surprise. Far more important by their action, they gave America immediately the unquestioned power of absolute unity. They dramatized their own aggression and lifted to its full capacity America's determination in defense. A united nation behind a magnificent leader moves in confidence toward its destiny, which includes not only victory in war, but a better world beyond it.
The Charlotte Observer.
The sacrifice may be epical and all-engulfing. The cost in national suffering and blood and misery and woe and sorrow may mount to unmeasurable proportions. But we are a gallant and resolute people who honor the ways of peace and loathe the wickedness of war, and who in an hour of such travail as this will stand by our traditions of gallantry and courage with pride and high resolution. God bless America.
Palm Beach Post-Times.
The United States will fight the war in the only way it knows how, fearlessly, united, and with every resource at its command. Every humane and human code of our people propels us on to victory.
The Louisville Courier-Journal.
War has chosen us. We shall fight to the end. And we must face the terrible truth that the end will not be found in Japan or on the wide wastes of the Pacific. The end will be found in Berlin. This world revolution takes its orders from Berlin. Japan is the immediate enemy, and she must be destroyed. Nazi Germany is the ultimate enemy, and she must be destroyed. Americans will not only unite to beat Japan, Americans must now unite to finish the job by beating Germany, the source of all our woe. And Americans must also unite to build a world, when this bad time is over, in which our children may hope to respect their neighbors and themselves, and thus to know peace.
The St. Louis Globe Democrat.
Not a soul in the United States wants war, but the United States has been directly attacked. The war gauntlet has been flung in our teeth. We are at war. Let the totalitarian prophets of force and slaughter now learn how democracy can act in militant national harmony when grim issues challenge.
The St. Louis Post-Dispatch.
Japan, the ally of Hitler, screening her warlike intentions with the honeyed language of the diplomats, has madly issued a challenge which the American people will accept with high heart and unflinching purpose. The issue is force versus reason, savagery versus civilization.
The New Orleans Times-Picayune.
The American people do not shrink from the conflict forced upon them. The Congress will make manifest the national decision and resolve when the President presents the case for congressional action.
The Portland, Oregon Journal.
Among most Americans, there was a feeling, along with the horror and anger experienced over Japan's unprovoked attack, of something akin to relief. Gone was the feeling of insecurity, of fallibility, of irresolution. Japan had chosen war, they said. So be it. We know the worst. Now we can have an unpleasant task and have done with it as rapidly as we may.
The Albuquerque Journal.
The hour has come when there must be unity in the United States in all walks of life. We have only one objective left, the defeat of the aggressor nations in the defense of democracy and the future of our form of life.
The Colorado Springs Morning Gazette.
The cause of Japan's suicidal attack upon the Pearl Harbor Naval Base and other military objectives in Hawaii is as inexplicable as the Oriental mind which plotted it. The effect is clear. It is war. Japan has recognized it. The United States has no choice. Japan now is probably not the dupe of Nazi Germany. The enigma is what she does expect to gain unless it be release, however costly, from an impossible position.
The San Francisco Examiner.
There is only one kind of American now, the kind who is willing and glad and without equivocation or reservation in his steadfast and dutiful support of his country, his president, and his government. There is only one spirit in America now, the traditional and historic American spirit, which makes ordeals and tribulations the very source of the strength with which we defend and perpetuate the rights and liberties of our people. There is only one goal for America now, the winning of a war we did not want and did not provoke, but that will find our inexhaustible wealth of manpower, materials, production, and labor solidly supporting the armed forces of the nation. There must be and is an end now of all domestic issues and differences, of politics and economics and all else, until the war is over and won. We are all Americans now, united and strong and invincible. We have a common and just American cause to serve and support. Let all Americans have one purpose: the successful conclusion of this unwanted war as soon as possible, and the restoration of the peace we desire, and the resumption of our orderly democratic way of life. Let all Americans be Americans in every thought and act, in the high spirit of their fathers, and with faith in the destiny of their beloved country and its cherished flag.
The San Francisco Chronicle.
By the act of Japan, America is at war. The time for debate has passed, and the time for action has come. That action must be united and unanimous. Politics is adjourned, whether being parties, factions, or economic groups. From now on, America is an army with every man and woman and child a soldier in it, all joined to the one end of victory. We cannot know how long this war will last, how wide it will range, what it will cost us in toil, in sacrifice, and in treasure. We do know, whatever the cost, we will pay it, and that our reward will be to hand down to our children the free America which our fathers bequeathed to Americans.
The Los Angeles Daily News.
No comment on war with Japan makes sense unless coupled with war in Europe. There are two powerful parties in Japan. One belongs to Hitler, led by military dictatorship under Tojo. Opposed to dictatorship is the anti-war party, but leaders of this party were assassinated as fast as they came into power. Nevertheless, that party was anxious to make peace with us in Great Britain. Hitler had to stop that. His one hope was to engineer this sudden war between us and Japan. Hitler has now played his trump card.
The Los Angeles Times.
Japan has asked for it. Now she's going to get it. 10 years on our part to preserve peace in the Pacific. 10 years of insolent trickery and treaty breaching on hers came to their simultaneous and grimly appointed ends when the first of friendship-professing Tokyo's bombs fell without warning, literally from the blue, on Honolulu and Manila at dawn yesterday. It was the act of a mad dog, a gangster's parody of every principle of international honor, and a self-signed death sentence, murderous savagery among enlightened governments. In its every aspect save one, the act of Japan is a perfect replica of its monstrous Hitlerian model.
The Hollywood Citizen News.
The Japanese challenge means Japan's certain defeat and a new day for the Pacific. To be engaged with Japan at this time may for a while restrict our efforts against Hitler. But when Japan's threat is eliminated, the finish of Hitler also will be certain.
And now, an analysis by William L. Shire.
Senator Tom Connally, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said tonight on the way to the White House that the Japanese attack on the United States possessions soon may result in open warfare between this nation and Germany and Italy. It would seem indeed that Japan's unprovoked attack on this country today had thrown us into war not only with the Japanese, but with their dominant ally, Germany. In other words, as many far-sighted people have been saying for some time, this is a gigantic world war between the Axis nations, Germany, Italy, Japan, on the one hand, and the rest of the world, principally Great Britain, Russia, and the United States on the other. And it is obvious now that the Japanese military clique, which has provoked this Japanese-American war, has gambled all, the whole future of the Japanese Empire, on a Hitler victory. What Japan has done today in beginning hostilities against the United States is to begin to play her role in the Axis attempt to conquer the world. For had the Japanese militarists not believed that Germany would soon conquer Russia and then liquidate Great Britain, it is very doubtful if they would have acted as they have done. What is amazing to the American mind is that Tokyo should gamble on a Hitler victory at a moment when Russia has shown that she is far from beaten and the British Empire is stronger than it has been at any time since the war began. However, that is the business of the Japanese, not of ours. It's their gamble. To be sure, Japan's act of war against the United States today will benefit Hitler for the moment. It will mean, for the moment, that we can send fewer planes and tanks and guns to Russia and Britain and even China. It will mean that we will have to concentrate most of our naval power in the Pacific, giving Hitler a further advantage in his much bogged-down war in the Atlantic. These things benefit Hitler for the moment, but there are other things which work the opposite way. The first is that this country, which was not unified on the question of going to war with the Axis, has been unified since about 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. Indeed, the only dissenting note came from Senator Nye, who was quoted by the United Press as blaming the Japanese attack on the British. But Senator Wheeler did not take that line. He said, the only thing now is to do our best to lick hell out of them. We face Japan and perhaps the rest of the Axis tomorrow, then a unified nation, which will now turn all of its great resources and abilities from peaceful occupations to that of winning the war. That is one thing Hitler had not bargained upon, up until very recently at any rate. In return for what Tokyo is doing for her Axis ally, what will Germany do for Japan? Well, what can she do? She's cut off from the Far East by thousands of miles of land and water. On the land, the Russian army has her blocked. On the sea, the Allied navies. Germany can be of no direct help to Japan. The Japanese must fight alone in the Far East, opposed by the United States, Britain, China, the Dutch, and Russia. About Russia's stand, there is no news tonight, and it's a very important matter. For Russia alone possesses the air bases from which bombers can flatten out Japan's inflammable cities and her industrial bases. If we could use Vladivostok as a bomber base, beginning tonight, it would be of tremendous value to us. Or if our bombers flying the 2,400 miles from Dutch Harbor, Alaska to Japan, or the 1,600 miles from Manila to Japan, could then land at Vladivostok, which is only some 600 miles from Japan's coast, refuel there for a fresh bombing of Japanese targets on their way home to their bases, well, that too would be of great advantage to us. Whether Berlin will declare war on the United States is not known, but it really makes very little difference. Berlin does not declare war when she makes war. According to the terms of the tripartite treaty, Germany would have to declare war in case we attack Japan. But it's merely an academic question now. From Berlin itself, we've heard very little tonight. There was a typical Hitlerian outburst, typical except that it was rather brief. The German people were told this, quote, as a result of constantly increasing warmongering of the American President Roosevelt in recent weeks, the first clashes between Japanese and United States armed forces occurred today, end quote. And then there were a couple of other sentences of similar nonsense. It's doubtful if the German people, as hoodwinked as they are by Dr. Goebbels' propaganda machine, will swallow it. And what will come as a terrible blow to the German people, with their memories of 1918 not buried by any means, is that the United States is once more in the war against their side.
The Navy is likewise on its toes. Admiral Charles Hurt, Commander-in-Chief of the Asiatic Fleet, gave out word that hostilities had opened with an attack on Pearl Harbor and Honolulu. Steps are being taken accordingly, was his laconic comment on that state of affairs. The Pan American Airways Clipper route runs directly across the zone of hostilities. Their line starts at San Francisco, goes to Honolulu, Midway, Wake, Guam, and the Philippines, then on to China or Singapore. The manager of Pan American Airways Manila office says they have a westbound clipper at Wake Island, but none others in the trouble zones, and none at Honolulu. There has been no time to check on what is happening at the clipper bases on Wake and Midway. A reliable source in Manila reports that the Japanese have an air base about 1,000 miles south of Wake in the South Pacific. It would be a long trip to bomb Hawaii from there, but if they send over big bombers, it could have happened. Manila, of course, wonders when its turn is coming. They noted the phraseology of the Tokyo announcement about a state of war in the Western Pacific. This is more properly the Western Pacific than is the region around Hawaii. Let me repeat, there have been no bombings in Manila yet. We don't know what to expect. Japan has pulled a surprise move in Honolulu, but the Philippines is also at war. Planes from the Air Command are scouting continuously over the coastlines and over central Luzon to intercept any possible attack from any direction that Japan might undertake. We have just received word, not fully confirmed, that Guam is in trouble. The cable company here found its line cut, and then word came along that bombers were sighted overhead at 6:45 a.m. Nothing further has come through. The next word came from Shanghai, which is practically defenseless now with the Marines gone. The United States Marines landed in Manila last week. The Japanese attacked the place apparently at night, shelling and machine gunning the famous Bund, Shanghai's waterfront. They are reported to have sunk a British gunboat and taken over the American gunboat Wake, which was the only armed United States vessel in the vicinity. This boat was in a partially decommissioned condition, acting as a communications contact for the American consulate in Shanghai.
This is CBS in America calling Honolulu. Go ahead, Honolulu. We should like to now try to call in Manila, the capital of the Philippine Commonwealth. Go ahead, Manila. This is CBS in America calling Manila. Go ahead, Manila. This is CBS in America calling Manila. Go ahead. We regret that we are unable to contact either Honolulu or Manila. We return you now to William L. Shirer in New York.
We will hope later to be able to bring you direct reports from both Honolulu and Manila.
It appears that whatever military advantage may have been gained by the early attacks on Hawaii, possibly Manila, Singapore, and Shanghai, and we do not know yet much about the military operations there, but whatever advantage the Japanese may have gained appears to have been outweighed by the political drawbacks of this sudden and unexpected attack just at a moment when President Roosevelt, by his appeal to the Emperor of Japan, had clearly indicated his desire to reach a peaceful settlement if at all possible. An indication of the reaction of those who have hitherto opposed the administration's foreign policy is the statement of Senator Wheeler, who, as quoted by the Associated Press, says the only thing to do now is to lick hell out of them.
The World Today. The Columbia Broadcasting System now presents a summary of news to this moment on the war with Japan and other world fighting fronts, reports by CBS correspondents in the war zones, direct by Trans-Pacific and Transatlantic Shortwave Radio, and the minute-by-minute developments as received by Columbia's newsroom here in New York. Tonight, John Daly will call in Albert Warner from Washington and Bob Trout from London, and we will take you to the West Coast for direct reports from the Pacific war zones. And now, John Daly.
First, the highlights in the war news before taking you to Washington for the direct report on important developments there. Berlin reports Japanese troops have crossed Thailand's border and have started a drive on the Burma Road. The report that Japanese troops have landed on Lubang Island in the Philippines is not confirmed. The island of Guam is reported still in American hands. Manila has had new air raid alarms, but no bombings are reported, and it's believed fifth column action may have been responsible. The latest CBS message from Honolulu says Hawaii is calm and morale high. The latest claims of the Japanese High Command, reported in propaganda broadcasts from Tokyo, describe destructive air raids on Malaya and a land attack on both Singapore and the British colony of Hong Kong. but the British say all these attacks are being resisted successfully. No confirmation yet as to whether the Nazis intend to declare war on the United States or whether Hitler will address the Reichstag as rumored. Russia seems to be doing better in the Moscow front, and Berlin makes no claims at all. Those are the highlights in the news to this moment. Now to our national capital for the report of Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
The State Department announces that a considerable body of Mexican troops will pass through the United States beginning tomorrow to reinforce the defense of the Mexican state of Lower California. This is a striking instance of cooperation in hemispheric defense, the department declares. The president chooses to bring Germany squarely into the center of the picture of world aggression. In his address to the people at 10 o'clock tonight, telling of the war with Japan, his theme will be the Nazi pattern. This afternoon, by proclamation, the president classified Germans and Italians, as well as Japanese in this country, as enemy aliens. The president proclaims an invasion is threatened upon the territory of the United States by Germany. The Attorney General has rounded up 1,500 enemy aliens, and a third of them are Germans or Italians. It would be no surprise here if Germany declares war. The President and the Defense Board, SPAB, agree on an all-out effort. Their program includes planned operations 7 full days a week and the building of still more plants. Their program includes also a 50% cut in civilian use of all metals, but in foodstuffs there will be no shortage, the President told us at his press conference, nor in lipstick. The President is considering calling a national conference of labor and management for a voluntary program of cooperation. Vice President Wallace was asked if the new Victory production program would involve an expenditure of $150 billion. He said, "We are not discussing details." Official quarters wave aside the air raid scare on the Atlantic coast as a phony, but there is the utmost seriousness in the search for a Japanese airplane carrier in the Pacific. The House Military Affairs Committee rushes favorable report on the bill to let all American soldiers be sent anywhere. Both Senate and House debate the conduct of the war. There is criticism of Navy Secretary Knox and the Navy Command for the blows suffered in Hawaii. The House Naval Committee requests Knox and Admiral Stark to appear before it tomorrow, but Chairman Vinson told the House this is no time to rock the boat. There was a narrower entrance and a closer scrutiny for the newsmen going to the President's press conference. In a gray striped suit and his cigarette holder clenched in his teeth, the President waited patiently. What were the Secret Service men doing? Frisking us, he asked. He told of news from General MacArthur in the Philippines, of a Japanese bombing attack on Clark Field. He discussed the problem of information. There must be 2 conditions on its disclosure, he said. First, that it be accurate. Second, that in giving it out, it does not give aid and comfort to the enemy. Someone asked, does that mean no bad news is to be given out? But the President merely stuck to his formula. Chinese newspapermen are having a hard time. One appeared at the White House with a sign in big letters on his coat lapel. It read, "Chinese reporter, not Japanese, please." We return you now to New York.
And now for the news of the Far East, we take you to San Francisco.
This is William Winter speaking in San Francisco. San Francisco experienced its first taste of air raid warning last night. And when a second and a third alarm sounded during the night, San Franciscans seem to have become used to living in a city at war. Today, people seem to be going about their business as usual, except that the conversations in restaurants and street corners concern the latest reports of Japan's attack in the Pacific, and people talk proudly about how they had remained calm through the night. A few minutes ago, the mayor of the city held a meeting of all civilian defense authorities in his office, and arrangements were made to broadcast air raid warnings over all radio stations in this area before they go off the air in the event of emergency. Instructions for air raid precaution were announced. People are to remain in their houses, stay off the streets wherever possible. Motorists hearing air raid alarms are to pull their cars to the curb, turn out the auto lights, and go to the nearest shelter. Householders were instructed to keep bags of sand handy around the house and keep bathtubs filled with water and keep garden hoses connected to faucets, just in case. At the meeting, Lieutenant General DeWitt, commanding the 4th Army of the United States, announced that last night's blackout of San Francisco was unsatisfactory. Death and destruction at any moment is now a possibility for an indefinite time as far as this coast is concerned, he said. Last night's air raid warning was not a practice warning. Enemy planes were over this area last night for an indefinite period, and why they did not bomb San Francisco, only God knows. Mayor LaGuardia and his Assistant Administrator of Civilian Defense, Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt, are in Los Angeles now conferring with officials, and there is word that they're expected soon in San Francisco. In San Diego, California, a group of Japanese, German, and Italian aliens are still in custody in local jails. Sacramento, the state capital, reports that the recruiting picture has changed overnight, and from border to border, from Canada to Mexico, draftees who once sought exemption now are clamoring to get into uniform. In Fresno, California, 2 Japanese were arrested. Their automobiles and elaborate motion picture and sound equipment were seized by police. And back in San Francisco, the Pan American Anzac Clipper, with its crew of 11 men, has landed safely this afternoon at Treasure Island in San Francisco Bay. The captain of the ship, Captain Harry Turner, related that he had landed his 17 passengers, including the Premier of Burma, Yu Saw, and his aide, Yu Tin Tut, at an undisclosed Hawaiian port. We left California on December the 6th for Singapore via Honolulu, said Captain Turner. As we approached Honolulu Sunday morning, our radio man picked up the information that unidentified planes were attacking Honolulu. The passengers did not know what was happening, but were advised after we landed. They were made comfortable at the hotel, and then they listened to President Roosevelt's speech. The Clipper then was refueled with some 4,300 gallons of gasoline. Its crew of 11 boarded the ship, and we returned to San Francisco without incident. Word has just come that some 91 Japanese, 60 German, and 16 Italian nationals have been taken into custody in Northern California by the FBI, and instructions have come from Washington, D.C. that no further Germans and Italians will be admitted to American citizenship until further notice. At this time, we will attempt to call in our correspondent from Batavia. This is CBS in San Francisco calling Batavia. Go ahead, Batavia.
Go ahead, Batavia.
Hello, CBS. This is John Raleigh speaking from Batavia, Java. And of war and blackout passed quietly and without incident. Although local newspapers complained yesterday that the partial blackout had been too severe the first night, it was even more thorough these last 12 hours. 2 cars were to be seen on the street. Apparently, people had gone out for a drive last evening just to see how it felt to be driving around Batavia in a darkness filled with grim possibilities. They found out, and now only those who have to be abroad creep slowly down the darkened avenues in cars with shaded head and tail lights. Taxis in this capital city are at a premium. Anticipating war, everyone who could afford to rent or buy a car has done so. Many cab companies discovered that they had turned into car dealers at their own prices. Those that already had automobiles are indeed the favored folk of this town. As in Holland, bicycles are tremendously popular here, but pumping along in a pit of Stygian darkness has its perils. Why, what few cyclists that are out at night aren't all killed is beyond me. Cycle lamps are covered with blue paper, and most have only the reflector discs on the rear fenders. These, of course, cannot be seen as there is no beam to illuminate them. One comes upon a pair of bikes pedaling side by side, and only a quick swerve saves car driver and cyclist from a nasty accident by inches. Yesterday, I made it a point to get around to several Dutch clubs. I wanted to listen to what the Hollanders are saying and feeling among themselves. Comment was not greatly varied. Dutchmen are solidly behind Netherlands East Indian War effort. They are immensely proud that their Governor General was so prompt in declaring war on Japan. This is one time we have not procrastinated on an important issue, several of the Goodburgers remarked. General mobilization in the Indies are rather bad words for the gathering of Dutch armies. One assumes that masses of untrained men are admitted to the kindly ministrations of drill sergeants and camp life for the first time. Here, that is hardly true. Every able-bodied man in the NEI, for more than a year, has received military instruction practically and otherwise. A single week out of each month has been devoted to military service in the reserve. Men who had never worn uniforms a year ago spent 6 months learning the art of war within the year past. The only exception is the newly conscripted native Indonesian soldiery, which even so has had some training since being inducted into the Army a few weeks ago. This is John Raleigh in Batavia, Java. I return you to CBS. CBS in New York.
That was a report from Batavia, and this is William Winter in San Francisco returning you to New York.
Trout reporting. Go ahead, London.
London is not blinded by the fighting in the Pacific sector to the fact that there are many other sectors. In Russia, the Moscow radio broadcast a special announcement that Russian troops have recaptured Tigrin in the north, and we heard that broadcast in London. In Libya, the main fighting is apparently still going on between Tobruk and Bir el Gobi. Mobile British columns are also operating toward the enemy's lines of communications west of Tobruk, but here British action is limited by the presence at El Adam of a big enemy force of all arms. British Coastal Command planes attacked a large enemy supply ship off the Dutch coast and left the vessel on fire. The British National Service bill to mobilize fully Britain's man and woman power was read and discussed in Commons today, but there was no vote. Since the Axis struck openly at America, I've been talking to a great many Englishmen. But tonight, I had dinner with a large group of American reporters and correspondents who have been covering the war in Europe, only to find that the latest war news is now being made in America. These men and women who have watched the principal nations of the world drawn into the Second World War one by one were united tonight by two emotions. The first is a keen longing to be at home in this critical period. The second is a feeling of deep disappointment. Year after year, these American reporters have roamed the world to get the true story and to send it home. And now, apparently, the United States has been the victim of a sudden attack, and we here have suffered heavily. American reporters feel their work has been a failure. They have told the story year after year, but their fellow Americans would not pay any attention. And that's the brief story from London.
The east coast of the United States had its air raid scare today following last night's alarms on the west coast. Before the resulting confusion was over, United States interceptor planes had flown out to sea. Naval bases were put on the alert, shipyard workers were ordered to evacuate, thousands of school children were sent home, and air raid sirens sounded in New York City and at other points. Then came official statements that the precautions had been merely a full-dress test of air raid defenses, while other sources advanced conflicting reasons for the widespread alarms. According to one theory, which is given credence by the Associated Press, it all started when a private citizen made a telephone call to Army headquarters in New York. He inquired about a radio broadcast from Washington, which carried the report that enemy bombers had been sighted 2 hours distant from the Atlantic coast. Following this call, and possibly through misunderstanding, Air Force headquarters at Mitchell Field, Long Island, immediately sent out interceptor planes. Later, the War Department in Washington stated the report of approaching bombers had at no time been official, but said all Air Force stations had been put on the alert because of the war emergency. And that's the world today.
The next special news broadcast will be heard over many of these stations at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and at 10 p.m. CBS will broadcast President Roosevelt's first wartime speech to the people of the nation. Columbia will continue to interrupt its regularly scheduled programs to bring you the latest news. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My fellow Americans, the sudden criminal attacks perpetrated by the Japanese in the Pacific provide the climax of a decade of international immorality. Powerful and resourceful gangsters have banded together to make war upon the whole human race. Their challenge has now been flung at the United States of America. The Japanese have treacherously violated the long-standing peace between us. Many American soldiers and sailors have been killed by enemy action. American ships have been sunk. American airplanes have been destroyed. The Congress and the people of the United States have accepted that challenge. Together with other free peoples, we are now fighting to maintain our right to live among our world neighbors in freedom, in common decency, without fear of assault. I have prepared the full record of our past relations with Japan, and it will be submitted to the Congress. It begins with the visit of Commodore Perry to Japan 88 years ago. It ends with the visit of two Japanese emissaries to the Secretary of State last Sunday, an hour after Japanese forces had loosed their bombs and machine guns against our flag, our forces, and our citizens. I can say with utmost confidence that no Americans today or 1,000 years hence need feel anything but pride in our patience and in our efforts through all the years toward achieving a peace in the Pacific which would be fair and honorable to every nation, large or small. And no honest person today or 1,000 years hence will be able to suppress a sense of indignation and horror at the treachery committed by the military dictators of Japan under the very shadow of the flag of peace borne by their special envoys in our midst. The course that Japan has followed for the past 10 years in Asia has paralleled the course of Hitler and Mussolini in Europe and in Africa. Today, it has become far more than a parallel. It is collaboration, actual collaboration, so well calculated that all the continents of the world and all the oceans are now considered by the Axis strategists as one gigantic battlefield. In 1931, 10 years ago, Japan invaded Manchukuo without warning. In 1935, Italy invaded Ethiopia without warning. In 1938, Hitler occupied Austria without warning. In 1939, Hitler invaded Czechoslovakia without warning. Later in 1939, Hitler invaded Poland without warning. In 1940, Hitler invaded Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg without warning. In 1940, Italy attacked France, and later Greece without warning. And this year, in 1941, the Axis powers attacked Yugoslavia and Greece, and they dominated the Balkans without warning. In 1941 also, Hitler invaded Russia without warning. And now, Japan has attacked Malaya and Thailand and the United States without warning. It is all of one pattern. We are now in this war. We're all in it, all the way. Every single man, woman, and child is a partner in the most tremendous undertaking of our American history. We must share together the bad news and the good news, the defeats and the victories, the changing fortunes of war. So far, the news has been all bad. We have suffered a serious setback in Hawaii. Our forces in the Philippines, which include the brave people of that Commonwealth, are taking punishment, but are defending themselves vigorously. The reports from Guam and Wake and Midway Islands are still confused, but we must be prepared for the announcement that all these 3 outposts have been seized. The casualty lists of these first few days will undoubtedly be large. I deeply feel the anxiety of all of the families of the men in our armed forces and the relatives of people in cities which have been bombed. I can only give them my solemn promise that they will get news just as quickly as possible. This government will put its trust in the stamina of the American people and will give the facts to the public just as soon as two conditions have been fulfilled. First, that the information has been definitely and officially confirmed. And second, that the release of the information at the time it is received will not prove valuable to the enemy directly or indirectly. Most earnestly I urge my countrymen to reject all rumors. These ugly little hints of complete disaster fly thick and fast in wartime. They have to be examined and appraised. As an example, I can tell you frankly that until further surveys are made, I have not sufficient information to state the exact damage which has been done to our naval vessels at Pearl Harbor. Admittedly, the damage is serious, but no one can say how serious until we know how much of this damage can be repaired and how quickly the necessary repairs can be made. I cite as another example a statement made on Sunday night that a Japanese carrier had been located and sunk off the canal zone. And when you hear statements that are attributed to what they call an authoritative source, you can be reasonably sure from now on that under these war circumstances, the authoritative source is not any person in authority. Many rumors and reports which we now hear originate, of course, with enemy sources. For instance, today the Japanese are claiming that as a result of their one action against Hawaii, they have gained naval supremacy in the Pacific. This is an old trick of propaganda which has been used innumerable times by the Nazis. The purposes of such fantastic claims are, of course, to spread fear and confusion among us and to goad us into revealing military information which our enemies are desperately anxious to obtain. Our government will not be caught in this obvious trap, and neither will the people of the United States. It must be remembered by each and every one of us that our free and rapid communication these days must be greatly restricted in wartime. It is not possible to receive full and speedy and accurate reports from distant areas of combat. This is particularly true when naval operations are concerned. For in these days of the marvels of the radio, it's often impossible for the commanders of various units to report their activities by radio at all, for the very simple reason that this information would become available to the enemy and would disclose their position and their plan of defense or attack. Of necessity, there will be delays in officially confirming or denying reports of operations, but we will not hide facts from the country if we know the facts and if the enemy will not be aided by their disclosure. To all newspapers and radio stations, all those who reach the eyes and ears of the American people, I say this: you have a most grave responsibility to the nation now and for the duration of this war. If you feel that your government is not disclosing enough of the truth, you have every right to say so. But in the absence of all the facts as revealed by official sources, you have no right in the ethics of patriotism to deal out unconfirmed reports in such a way as to make people believe that they are gospel truth. Every citizen in every walk of life shares this same responsibility. The lives of our soldiers and sailors, the whole future of this nation, depend upon the manner in which each and every one of us fulfills his obligation to our country. Now a word about the recent past and the future. A year and a half has elapsed since the fall of France, when the whole world first realized the mechanized might which the Axis nations had been building up for so many years. America has used that year and a half to great advantage, knowing that the attack might reach us in all too short a time. We immediately began greatly to increase our industrial strength and our capacity to meet the demands of modern warfare. Precious months were gained by sending vast quantities of our raw material to the nations of the world still able to resist Axis aggression. Our policy rested on the fundamental truth that the defense of any country resisting Hitler or Japan was in the long run the defense of our own country. That policy has been justified. It has given us time, invaluable time, to build our American assembly lines of production. Assembly lines are now in operation. Others are being rushed to completion. A steady stream of tanks and planes, of guns and ships and shells and equipment. That is what these 18 months have given us. But it is all only a beginning of what still has to be done. We must be set to face a long war against crafty and powerful bandits. The attack at Pearl Harbor can be repeated at any one of many points in both oceans and along both our coastlines and against all the rest of the hemisphere. It will not only be a long war, it will be a hard war. That is the basis on which we now lay all our plans. That is the yardstick by which we measure what we shall need and demand. Money, materials, doubled and quadrupled production, ever increasing. The production must be not only for our own Army and Navy and Air Forces, it must reinforce the other armies and navies and air forces fighting the Nazis and the warlords of Japan throughout the Americas and throughout the world. I have been working today on the subject of production. Your government has decided on two broad policies. The first is to speed up all existing production by working on a 7-day-a-week basis in every war industry, including the production of essential raw materials. The second policy, now being put into form, is to rush additions to the capacity of production by building more new plants, by adding to old plants, and by using the many smaller plants for war needs. Over the hard road of the past months, we have at times met obstacles and difficulties, divisions and disputes, indifference and callousness. That is now all past, and I am sure forgotten. The fact is that the country now has an organization in Washington built around men and women who are recognized experts in their own fields. I think the country knows that the people who are actually responsible in each and every one of these many fields are pulling together with a teamwork that has never before been excelled. On the road ahead, there lies hard work, grueling work, day and night, every hour and every minute. I was about to add that ahead there lies sacrifice for all of us. But it is not correct to use that word. The United States does not consider it a sacrifice to do all one can to give one's best to our nation when the nation is fighting for its existence and its future life. It is not a sacrifice for any man, old or young, to be in the Army or the Navy of the United States. Rather, is it a privilege. It is not a sacrifice for the industrialist or the wage earner, the farmer or the shopkeeper, the train man or the doctor, to pay more taxes, to buy more bonds, to forego extra profits, to work longer or harder at the task for which he is best fitted. Rather, is it a privilege. It is not a sacrifice to do without many things to which we are accustomed if the national defense calls for doing without it. A review this morning leads me to the conclusion that at present we shall not have to curtail the normal use of articles of food. There is enough food today for all of us, and enough left over to send to those who are fighting on the same side with us. But there will be a clear and definite shortage of metals for many kinds of civilian use, for the very good reason that in our increased program, we shall need for war purposes more than half of that portion of the principal metals which during the past year have gone into articles for civilian use. Yes, we shall have to give up many things entirely. And I am sure that the people in every part of the nation are prepared in their individual living to win this war. I am sure that they will cheerfully help to pay a large part of its financial cost while it goes on. I am sure they will cheerfully give up those material things that they are asked to give up. And I am sure that they will retain all those great spiritual things without which we cannot win through. I repeat that the United States can accept no result save victory, final, complete. Not only must the shame of Japanese treachery be wiped out, but the sources of international brutality, wherever they exist, must be absolutely and finally broken. In my message to the Congress yesterday, I said that we will make very certain that this form of treachery shall never endanger us again. In order to achieve that certainty, we must begin the great task that is before us by abandoning once and for all the illusion that we can ever again isolate ourselves from the rest of humanity. In these past few years, and most violently in the past 3 days, we have learned a terrible lesson. It is our obligation to our dead. It is our sacred obligation to their children and to our children that we must never forget what we have learned. And what we have learned is this, There is no such thing as security for any nation or any individual in a world ruled by the principles of gangsterism. There is no such thing as impregnable defense against powerful aggressors who sneak up in the dark and strike without warning. We have learned that our ocean-girt hemisphere is not immune from severe attack, that we cannot measure our safety in terms of miles on any map anymore. We may acknowledge that our enemies have performed a brilliant feat of deception, perfectly timed and executed with great skill. It was a thoroughly dishonorable deed, but we must face the fact that modern warfare as conducted in the Nazi manner is a dirty business. We don't like it. We didn't want to get in it, but we are in it, and we're going to fight it with everything we've got. I do not think any American has any doubt of our ability to administer proper punishment to the perpetrators of these crimes. Your government knows that for weeks Germany has been telling Japan that if Japan did not attack the United States, Japan would not share in dividing the spoils with Germany when peace came. She was promised by Germany that if she came in, she would receive the complete and perpetual control of the whole of the Pacific area. And that means not only the Far East, but also all of the islands in the Pacific, and also a stranglehold on the west coast of North and Central and South America. We know also that Germany and Japan are conducting their military and naval operations in accordance with a joint plan. That plan considers all peoples and nations which are not helping the Axis powers as common enemies of each and every one of the Axis powers. That is their simple and obvious grand strategy. And that is why the American people must realize that it can be matched only with similar grand strategy. We must realize, for example, that Japanese successes against the United States in the Pacific are helpful to German operations in Libya. That any German success against the Caucasus is inevitably an assistance to Japan in her operations against the Dutch East Indies. That a German attack against Algiers or Morocco opens the way to a German attack against South America and the Canal. On the other side of the picture, we must learn also to know that guerrilla warfare against the Germans, let's say Serbia, helps us. That a successful Russian offensive against the Germans helps us. And that British successes on land or sea in any part of the world strengthen our hands. The people of our sister republics of this hemisphere can be honored by that fact. The true goal we seek is far above and beyond the ugly field of battle. When we resort to force, as now we must, we are determined that this force shall be directed toward ultimate good as well as against immediate evil. We Americans are not destroyers. We are builders. We are now in the midst of a war, not for conquest, not for vengeance, but for a world in which this nation and all that this nation represents will be safe for our children. We expect to eliminate the danger from Japan, but it would serve us ill if we accomplished that and found that the rest of the world was dominated by Hitler and Mussolini. So we are going to win the war, and we are going to win the peace that follows. And in the difficult hours of this day, through dark days that may be yet to come, we will know that the vast majority of the members of the human race are on our side. Many of them are fighting with us. All of them are praying for us. But in representing our cause, we represent theirs as well. Our hope and their hope for liberty under God.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the President of the United States, who has addressed the nation and the world from the Oval Room in the White House here in Washington, D.C. I should like to add, in the number of years I've covered this is the most confident Mr. Roosevelt has ever appeared. This is Walter Compton speaking, returning you now to our Washington studios.
This is John Daly reporting from the CBS newsroom in New York, and here are the latest developments in the war with Japan. First, a bulletin that has just come in, datelined Manila. An Army communique today said that Army bombers had scored 3 direct hits on a Japanese battleship of the Hiranuma class, the 29,000-ton class, at a point 10 miles northeast of northern Luzon. A fire was started on the ship, says the bulletin. 2 bombs dropped close alongside the ship. The battleship was said to be blazing fiercely when the bomber left the scene. It's now about 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon in Manila. Japanese forces still appear to be tacking at many points in the eastern Pacific, but there have been no important developments in the last few hours. The principal attack seems to be going forward on the Philippine island of Luzon. According to the latest War Department communique out of Washington, Japanese landings on the west coast of Luzon have been repulsed, and enemy losses apparently have been large. But Washington admitted that the Japs have gained a foothold on the northern coast, probably between Vigan and Apari. There is almost no news from other American possessions in the Pacific area. The Army Command in Honolulu reports that Hawaii has suffered no enemy attacks at all since Sunday, and the islands are described officially as quiet. All citizens, among them several thousand Japanese, are said to be cooperating with the authorities. Hawaii is now under martial law. As for operations in other areas, Japanese troops have captured the British airdrome at Kota Bharu in the northern sector of British Malaya near the Thai border. South of Kota Bharu, British forces are putting up vigorous resistance. And Singapore, Britain's naval base in southeastern Malaya, is being reinforced by naval and air units from the Dutch East Indies and India. About an hour ago, Columbia's shortwave listening station here in New York heard the British radio say that the Dutch fleet has left Batavian waters. Quoting Singapore dispatches, BBC also said that 270 American and British subjects have already been interned in Japan. From Singapore Direct comes word that an undisclosed number of survivors have been landed at the British naval base from the British warships Prince of Wales and Repulse, which the Japanese sank yesterday. The Associated Press reports that Columbia correspondent Cecil Brown is among those rescued from the Repulse, and so is O'Dowd Gallagher, correspondent of the London Daily Express. Both Brown and Gallagher were previously reported on board the Prince of Wales. So far, there is no news of Admiral Sir Tom Phillips, commander of Britain's Far Eastern Fleet. Regarding operations farther north, the British say they have stabilized their positions at the Crown Colony of Hong Kong and repulsed 2 Japanese attacks. Chinese forces are advancing against the Japanese in the Canton area, which is a few miles north and west of Hong Kong. On our own west coast, California is now blacked out from the Mexican border north to a point west of Boulder Dam in Nevada. And the 4th Interceptor Command says this is not a practice blackout. Here is a report just in about that area. The Army announced tonight that unidentified planes were over and south of Los Angeles, and that the planes of the 4th Interceptor Command had been sent aloft to determine if they were enemy aircraft. A few hours ago, all radio stations in the Los Angeles area were shut down under orders from the Army. In Mexico, a large-scale move to reinforce Mexico's Pacific coast defense is underway. All Mexican troops, planes, and gunboats that can be spared are at this moment moving westward, and it was announced in Mexico City that General Lázaro Cárdenas, the former president, has been named the commander-in-chief of all Mexican armed forces on Mexico's Pacific shoreline. And that is the latest news on the Far East. The next special news broadcast will be heard over many of these stations at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Columbia, which is keeping its network open all night, will continue to interrupt its regularly scheduled programs to bring you the latest news. John Daly speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Moscow claims the whole German Central Army is rolling back on the front west of Moscow. The British are overrunning more and more of the Libyan desert. Berlin says U-boats have sunk 4 merchant ships in the Atlantic and damaged 2 fuel ships. Berlin is putting pressure on Vichy over Martinique. Relations between Britain and Portugal are strained because of Timor, island in the Far East. At Lisbon, Portugal is waiting for an official answer to its demand that Dutch and Australian troops be withdrawn from the Portuguese colony of Timor. At Camp Edwards, General Junet, new commanding general of the 6th Army Corps, recently returned from the Philippines, made his first visit and inspection at Camp Edwards. In the Boston Herald this morning, the story of Beverly and defense. In Massachusetts, 1,000 Bay State American Legion men have volunteered for guard duty at vital points. The war is not going to black out the music of famous German and Italian composers in America, the United Press says. In Boston, despite the war, Boston will observe Christmas Eve in the traditional manner, with strolling carolers singing the old familiar tunes through the streets, groups clustering around brightly lighted trees and outdoor gatherings, and with the customary parties in countless homes. The largest Christmas tree ever erected on Boston Common has been displayed for the first time, 80 feet tall. In Newton, Reverend J. DeWolf Perry, Jr. will be reinstituted as rector of St. John's Church, Newtonville, at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning by his father, Right Reverend James DeWolf Perry, Bishop of the Rhode Island Diocese. Boston police officials and more than 100 members of the Boston Junior Police Corps will pay final tribute today to Coleman Luke A. Farley, 45, of Parsons Street, Brighton, former director of the Junior Police Corps at the Dudley Street Station, whose funeral will take place this morning. In Waltham, 8 firemen were injured. An elderly couple was rescued over a ladder, and traffic was snarled for hours in the heart of the busy Waltham shopping district. And 2-alarm fires swept a building at 209 Moody Street. So much for the headlines. Here is the latest summary by the United Press. Legislation creating a potential army of 7 million men awaits President Roosevelt's signature. The measure calls for compulsory military training for all eligible men between 20 and 44 years of age. However, failure to drop the minimum age to 19 years is expected to mean that the Army's volunteer recruiting drive will continue. It had been announced that recruiting would be unnecessary if the draft age was officially reduced to 19 years. General Douglas MacArthur, Chief of America's Army of the Philippines, may become Supreme Commander of all allied forces in the Far East. This is the interpretation given President Roosevelt's promotion of MacArthur to the temporary rank of full general. The President announced the promotion at the same time that he confirmed reports of worldwide allied strategy talks being discussed in Washington. The United States High Command in Manila reports that a heavy battle is underway at a new dangerous spot in the Philippines, the city of Davao on Mindanao Island. The communique says that the Japanese land at Davao in force. Davao, 900 miles southeast of Manila, has a large Japanese population. If captured, it would give Japan a good base for air and naval assaults on the other Philippine islands. The Japanese also are officially reported to have intensified their activity
in the areas of North and South Luzon where they have established footholds. Manila had one air raid alarm of more than an hour today, but no details of the attack are available yet. We now transfer you back to the main studio of WWII for a minute.
Merry Christmas to Uncle George. Merry Christmas to the missus. Merry Christmas to Junior. Say there, mister, how about a Merry Christmas to you? Why not treat yourself to a new Bond overcoat and make this one Christmas you'll remember pleasantly for some years to come? You'll find these Bond aristocrats the answer to your overcoat prayer. Smooth-looking, tough as nail tuskies, feather light on your shoulders, and packed from collar to hem with distinguished style. A combination of suede Rochester style and needlework plus top-ranking woolens is a team that can't be beaten, especially when those Rochester needleworkers are Bond craftsmen. And here are prices that can't be beaten either, not for quality like this at any rate. $22, $25, $30, and $35. So much for words, mister. These are the coats for you. Hop down to Bond's today and Merry Christmas yourself with a new Bond Rochester tailored overcoat. Bond's will be open every evening until 9 o'clock. All of you must have a few books that you've read and for which you have no further use. So why not send them along to be distributed to some worthy person? You can mail your books or drop them off at the Bond store here in Boston at Washington and Essex Street. Bond will distribute your books to someone who will have a happier Christmas because of your generosity. Do it now. Mail, send, or bring your books to your Bond clothes store.
More United Press news summary. At Hong Kong, a little band of Empire troops is making a bitter last-ditch fight. The Canadians, Scots, and Indians defending the Crown Colony still are holding out at some points despite the overwhelming force of the Japanese assault. All agree it's a hopeless last stand, but they're still fighting. London has been able to reestablish contact with Hong Kong, and the governor of the colony, Sir Mark Young, has telegraphed the news that the garrison still holds fast. Sir Mark went to particular pains to deny Japanese claims that he had fled the island. British troops in Malaya have backed up some more before the Japanese advance. Withdrawal has been made in northwest Malaya, south of the Khian River. The British had said they would make a strong stand along the Khian, which is some 300 miles or more above Singapore. Moscow claims that the whole German Central Army is rolling back in the front west of Moscow. Picked Nazi submachine gun crews are fighting desperate rear guard actions. Nevertheless, according to the Russians, Red Army tank and cavalry units are slashing at the German flank, threatening to trap tens of thousands. Between Mojai and Volokalman, the retreat is said to have become a rout in many sectors. In the Tula area, south of Moscow, the Nazis are reported to be throwing in even their signal and motor repair men in a vain effort to halt the Russian advance. British forces are overrunning more and more of the Libyan desert. The Italians admit that Axis troops have retired to new positions west of Derna in the face of savage mass attacks by British armored units. We'll transfer you back now to the main studio.
If you want to receive a great big hand come Christmas morning, just hand him a pair of expensive-looking Bond gloves. There's one gift that's sure to rate aces with any man of good taste. Soft, smooth sheepskin or rich, long-wearing pigskin, all hand-cut by masters of the famous Glover's Guild, and modestly priced at Bond's for just $1.95. In this day and age, that's an unusually low price for expensive-looking gloves like these, so why not grab this chance to save money on your holiday shopping tour? Stop in at Bond's for one or two pairs of these distinguished gloves. Incidentally, while you're there, take a peek at that muffler and glove set. That's only $1.95, too. Both muffler and gloves are knitted from soft, fleecy wool, which means they're as warm and comfortable as they are good-looking. This hint on gloves can be multiplied 100 times with those hundreds of gifts for men at Bond. This concludes the morning news from the Boston Herald Studios, brought to you by Bond. The next complete broadcast of Herald Traveler News, 1 o'clock. WWII Boston.
It is now 6 minutes before 8 o'clock. Do you want to make a magnificent present to your home and family this Christmas? Had you thought of an oriental rug from Praise? You might spend hours in thought and a mint of money without finding a gift so thrilling, so enduring, and so lovely to possess. You couldn't choose a better time to buy an Oriental rug than during the annual discount sale of rugs now going on at Praise. During discount sale days, you may buy any Oriental rug in Praise tremendous collection at a saving of at least 20%. In many cases, you'll save 30, 40, 50%, and even more at Praise, Fairmount Street at Park Street Subway Station in Boston.
In the interests of national defense, Mr. Rideout's weather report has been temporarily suspended. This morning, we bring you WWII's three-front war summary, an accurate last-minute digest of major developments in the three theaters of war, Asia and the Pacific, Europe, and Africa. And now the makers of Friends Mincemeat bring you a summary of war news along the Asiatic and Pacific front.
The Philippine situation this morning is grave. Japanese troops have gained a toehold at the port of Davao on the island of Mindanao, 900 miles southeast of Manila. Heavy fighting is in progress here, where there is a large Japanese population. How important a part these Japanese residents will play in the eventual outcome remains to be seen. It is important for American troops to remain in possession of Davao, for in Japanese hands, it could be used as an excellent air and naval base for Philippine operations. Across the China Sea, a gallant little army of imperial troops continue the defense of Hong Kong Island, and Japanese dispatches now admit that British forces still hold several points, notably Victoria Peak, strategically important because it is the highest point on the island. British forces are also entrenched at Stanley Point on the southern end of the island, in the city of Victoria, and are defending a line between Mount Davis on the west and Mount Siwon on the east. Chinese forces continue to attack the rear of the Japanese forces in Kowloon on the Hong Kong mainland, but it does not seem probable that they can rescue the Hong Kong garrison. A British defeat here is probable. The Malayan situation seems to have quieted down a little. Both British and Japanese troops are resting for the next phase of the battle, expected to take place about 300 miles north of Singapore on the Creon River line.
Headliner for today's grocery list, Friends Mincemeat. You know how important Christmas mince pies are. You know what long hours it takes to make mincemeat. So be modern. Use Friends ready-to-use mincemeat. Stock up today for your Christmas needs. Save yourself a lot of bother. Friends is not the dry kind of mincemeat. It's fresh and moist, with plenty of fresh beef, suet, raisins, candied fruit, molasses, spices, as richly delicious as you could possibly make it yourself. Enrich your Christmas menus with luscious pies made from Friends ready-to-use mincemeat. Your grocer has it. Be sure it's Friends. More headlines on the European front, brought to you by the makers of Father John's medicine.
German forces are still being driven back on the eastern front. Fierce Russian attacks have forced the abandonment of key positions around the key city of WWII. This important city is only 60 miles west of Moscow. German forces have also evacuated the town of Ruza, a few miles northeast of WWII. Red Army troops are said to be threatening to cut off the big German garrison retreating from this town. Russian cavalry units, supported by tanks, have broken into the German rear in the Volokholamsk sector, also on the Moscow front, and the Germans are retreating here too. The German government is angry about the defense agreement between Martinique and the United States. Berlin is bringing pressure to bear on the DC government. Portugal is angry about the Allied occupation of Timor and has demanded an Allied withdrawal of troops. London has flatly refused. The time now seems ripe for Hitler to draw Portugal into the Axis camp. The big question is, what will Portugal do? And that's the news on the European front.
Colds have a way of upsetting our plans. Were you all set for a pleasant evening and then obliged to change your plans because of a cold? Why not build strong internal resistance with the help of Father John's medicine? It is rich in the natural vitamins A and D, which aid the body in its fight against cold. Millions of people in the past 86 years have found this well-known medicine extremely valuable in giving relief from colds by internal action. At the very first sign of a cold, it's time to take Father John's medicine. And now a digest of latest important developments on the African front, presented by the makers of Glenwood Range.
The British are continuing their determined drive into Libya. The Italians now admit that Axis troops are fighting desperately at Derna, Bardia, and Solun. The British report the capture of Derna Airport, along with more than 70 grounded planes. 40 miles southwest of Derna, they are attacking fiercely at El Miquile. The Rome radio claims that Axis planes have sunk one British cruiser and damaged two others in the Mediterranean, but the British have not confirmed this report.
And now a transcribed announcement.
For all my pound of silver and your fortune will be told. Thank you. Your name is Mary.
How did you know that?
Mary is your name, and Mary will be the man who marries you.
Are you sure?
I will give you the secret of a happy marriage.
Tell me.
The secret is flavorful cooking. Turn down the burner when the pot begins to boil, and retain the goodness of food. Also save money by using less fuel.
Yes, a thrifty wife who is a good cook is a treasure, especially in these days when national defense calls for saving fuel and food whenever possible. Follow Glenwood's hints for economical cooking and see how a few pennies saved each day reduce the monthly bill. And remember, when it's time to change, think of a Glenwood range.
For spot-shot resumes of latest developments of significance along the major hotbeds of war, tune in every morning to WWII's Three-Front War Summary.
As the saying goes, Christmas comes but once a year, and it's your right to enjoy it. But you can't fully enjoy it if money worries are present to dampen your holiday spirit. So instead of wondering, how am I going to pay for Christmas, find out about the special Christmas shopping plan offered by the friendly Morris Plan Bank. The bank for the individual, the bank that understands your Christmas time problems. Go into the office at 209 Washington Street or one of the Park Square, Cambridge, or Roxbury branches and see how quickly, with no red tape or unusual requirements, a Morris Plan Bank officer can arrange a plan to cover your holiday buying. He'll show you the good sense of repaying your loan in small, comfortable amounts over a convenient period rather than charging all your Christmas purchases and then worrying all the fun out of it when the bills come in after the holidays.
Dr. James Sherrill Montgomery, the House chaplain, has offered prayer. The chaplain has spoken of the night around us and the faith which will bring us through. Let us live alive and free, he prays. And he speaks of faith, hope, conviction, and heroism. The galleries are slow in filling. There are still empty seats. There appear to be not as many congressmen here now as on Monday, when some were missing because they had been in far corners of the country when the hurry call for them was sent. There is not quite the tension of Monday. More now, there is a feeling that the expected has happened. The bottom has been reached. Civilization, like a house of cards, depressed by an evil hand, has collapsed into little bits. Grimly, we proceed to fight through the cluttering wreckage wrought by the warlords of aggression. The House is now going on with its regular business while waiting for the messenger from the White House who will bring the presidential messages dealing with Germany and Italy. When the messenger arrives, he will be escorted down the center aisle by the assistant doorkeeper, Ralph Robert. And Mr. Robert will say, "Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States." The declarations of war will be introduced in each chamber immediately after the presidential messages have been read. The declarations will read like the one adopted in the case of Japan, but in this case, Germany and Italy will be substituted. The resolution will, in the case of Germany, will read as follows: declaring that a state of war exists between the government of Germany and the government and people of the United States, and making provisions to prosecute the same. Whereas the government of Germany has the people of the United States, therefore be it resolved that the state of war between the United States and Germany, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared. And that the President be and is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on the war against Germany. And to bring the conflict to a successful termination, all of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. Again, Senator Connolly, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, will offer the resolution on the floor of the Senate, and Majority Floor Leader McCormick will offer the resolution on the House floor. Already the rules have been suspended here in the House, so that after the presidential messages have been read and the resolutions declaring the existence of war have been offered, the vote will be immediately taken. Those who were once isolationists have closed up ranks. They stand shoulder to shoulder with those who always supported the administration. Japan's treacherous attack cast the die. It was accepted on Monday by almost all congressmen that Germany had urged Japan on to the assault. But now there is the additional and overwhelming consideration that Germany and Italy have already declared war. We simply take up the challenge thrust upon us. The House has now gone into recess, subject to the call of the chair, while they wait for the president's message. How do those who were once critics of the White House policy now express themselves? Well, take Senator Taft, the Ohio Republican, for example. He says the president will have the unlimited support of every American in the all-out war which he predicted will last at least 5 years. And Senator Nye, last-ditch isolationist, in former days said, in light of recent developments, it is not surprising, terribly regrettable, inviting of immediate retaliation. There should be a quick declaration of war. We should go into it with the knowledge that no matter how long it will take, we can and will win the war. And Senator Austin, Vermont Republican, says, this adds nothing to our knowledge that the United States is and has been an object of Hitler's aggression. But it is a good thing for some reasons, one of which is that it will terminate the sniping which might otherwise have continued within the United States. And Austin added, to make the formal expression of the situation complete, the United States ought to declare war promptly upon all of the Axis powers. And Senate Majority Leader Barkley declared, inasmuch as Germany and Italy have declared war on us, there is nothing to do but tighten up our belts, gird our loins, and go to it. Now here's the bulletin. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee has unanimously approved the resolutions recognizing a state of war, the existence of a state of war with Germany and Italy. Still, the House and Senate are waiting for the special messages to come from the White House, which will ask the Congress to declare the existence of a state of war. Meantime, there's been a very interesting press conference at the War Department. Secretary of War Stimson has announced that General MacArthur, the commanding general in the Philippines, has confirmed the sinking of the 29,000-ton Japanese battleship Haruna, or a battleship of the same type, sunk yesterday by the American Army Air Forces north of Luzon. Mr. Stimson reported continued attempts by strong Japanese forces to establish themselves along the northern coast of Luzon. Determined resistance has confined this action to the attack in the vicinity of Apari at the extreme northern tip of Luzon, where the Japanese attempted to establish a beachhead yesterday. Air activity continued in the vicinity of Manila with intermittent attacks on airfields at Cavite and Nichols Field throughout the day. Mr. Stimson made his announcement quietly to a large press conference at the War Department. He was composed, cool, and occasionally he made personal comments. When he had been Governor General of the Philippines, he recalled, he had had difficulty in just getting himself through the mountains of northern Luzon by himself. The Japanese, he said, would have a hard time getting an army through those mountains. Secretary Stimson reported that we are strengthening our own defenses everywhere. He did not know the full details as to the Sunday attack on Hawaii. There is no time now for recrimination, no time even for investigation. That will come later. Now is the time, said Mr. Stimson, for preparation and action. Now, while we wait for the presidential messages to come up from the White House to be read in the Senate and House, we send you back temporarily to New York.
Now, Kate, I don't see any reason to return to you, so I think I'll just give our closing commercial and then we'll sign off.
Back at the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. And now the message from President Roosevelt has arrived. The reading clerk will read it to the House. We take you to the platform.
Congress of the United States. On the morning of December 11th, the government of Germany, pursuing its course of world conquest, declared war against the United States. The long known and the long expected has thus taken place. The forces endeavoring to enslave the entire world are now moving towards this hemisphere. Never before has there been a greater challenge to life, liberty, and civilization. Delay invites greater danger. Rapid and united effort by all of the peoples of the world who are determined to remain free will ensure a world victory of the forces of justice and of righteousness over the forces of savagery and of barbarism. Italy also has declared war against the United States. I therefore request the Congress to recognize a state of war between the United States and Germany, and between the United States and Italy. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the White House, December 11, 1941.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McCormick is recognized.
I move that the message of the Senate be referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed.
Without objection, Mr. Order.
Eric Severide has just come over from the Senate side of the Capitol, and he'll tell you now the Senate's action this morning. Mr. Severide.
You've heard the President's message to Congress as read by the clerk here in the House of Representatives from where we are broadcasting. I have just come through the corridor from the Senate. The Senate was through with the action much quicker. They are now just finishing their vote on the joint resolution, which was introduced by Senator Tom Connally, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And here is the Senate vote as taken just now. It is 88-0. The vote is unanimous there. The House is now just considering the resolution and will commence its voting very soon. At 12:20 exactly, the Vice President announced that the Senate will receive a message from the President of the United States. Then came the President's message there, read by the clerk, just as you've heard it read here on the House side. It took exactly 2 minutes to read it. Then Senator Connally was up at once and announced that he had called earlier this morning a meeting of his Foreign Relations Committee, and that they had authorized him to say that they approved, all of them approved the resolution as he was now presenting it. Then there was an interruption for a moment as Congressman Bloom, the chairman of the House Foreign Relations Committee, arrived to confer about the wording of the bill, the resolution, with Senator Connally. Then the roll call began at exactly 12:26. There was no debate of any kind, no speeches offered, and the vote went on to its finish, which you've just heard, 88 to no votes against. And now, while the House continues again, I'll read you the only change there was in the resolution. The words, it is the same resolution, as a matter of fact, as the one passed on Monday declaring a state of war with Japan. The only thing that has changed is, of course, the name that the Imperial Government of Japan is substituted and the government of Germany is inserted. And instead of the words, has committed unprovoked acts of war against the government and the people of the United States, it now reads, the government of Germany has formally declared war on the government and the people of the United States. And now I understand that the further votes have come in from the Senate, from persons undoubtedly who were absent, and the vote now stands at 90. There were, and none against, of course. There were 5 or 6 people absent, including Senator Wagner, who was ill, Senator Wheeler, who was with his ill brother in Boston, Senator Tidings, Mr. Bone, and 1 or 2 others.
The President's message having been read in the House of Representatives and the United States Senate, resolutions, of course, have been introduced in both houses, and war has already been passed in the Senate, as Mr. Severide told you just a bit earlier. Thus, we conclude this program from the floor of the House of Representatives in the United States Capitol building. and we return you now to New York.
The editors of Time, the weekly news magazine, recreate from the pages of Time the first week of the United States at war. The march of time. Sunday, December 7th, 1941. The eastward rolling earth peels off the night. Gray light kindles low over the dark Pacific. It is almost dawn. There is a distant booming, but it is not the boom of the sea. In the western half of the United States, it is mid-morning. Church time for thousands. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech Thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of Thy favor and glad to do Thy will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogancy, and from every evil way. Defend our liberty, and fashion into one united people the multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. While in the United States, churchgoers are hearing the common prayer for their country in critical times, in Honolulu it is 7:50 a.m., not even Sunday breakfast time. A lawyer named Roy Vitosek is warming up the motor of his little private plane.
Spinning overnight, Mr. Vitosek. Okay. Great morning for flying, isn't it? Yeah. Just a handful of clouds. And not a plane in the sky. Right. Well, come on. Hello.
3,000 feet aloft, lawyer Roy Vitosek levels off. Looks down at the green loaf-shaped island of Oahu. Then Roy Vitosek looks south to Cocoa Head. Coming directly toward him, steadily, swiftly, are scores of big black bombing planes. They are nearly upon him before lawyer Vitosek can see that they are not the warcraft of his own country. Sunday, December 7th, 1941. It is 2:05 p.m. in the Washington office of Secretary of State Cordell Hull. Japanese envoys Nomura and Kurosu arrived 15 minutes late for an appointment with Mr. Hull. Minutes pass as the tardy envoys, constantly consulting their watches, return the level stare of the bronze Lafayette from Washington, surveying them from across the room. Then, ushered into the office, Tennessee and Cordell Hull.
Come in, gentlemen. Take seats. Thank you. Yes. You have your government's answer to our government's proposals of November 26th? Yes. Let's see what it says. The United States is conspiring with Great Britain in the Far East. Both the United States and Great Britain have resorted to every possible measure to obstruct the establishment of peace. Japanese government cannot tolerate, in view of the attitude of the American government, that it is impossible to reach an agreement. Mr. Nomura, I must say that in all my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was more clouded with infamous falsehoods and distortions. Infamous falsehoods and distortions on a scale so huge that I never imagined until this day that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them.
Sunday, December 7th, 1941. It is 2:20 p.m. under the great White House portico. A uniformed United States soldier jumps from an army car, hurries up the steps.
Calling up from the Chief of Staff's office. Here's a sealed message from the decoding room at the Army Communications Office. Must be shown to the President immediately.
Sunday, December 7th, 1941. It is 2:25 p.m. in the almost deserted Washington office of Bill Peacock of the Associated Press.
What do you got for the night wire, Bill? Nothing much. Routine Sunday stuff. I'll get it. Associated Press.
Hello, Bill. This is Steve Early.
Oh, hello, Steve. Where are you, at the White House?
No, I'm calling from home. I've got the UP and the INS in the same wire.
Yeah, well, what's up?
I have a statement here that the President just called up and asked me to read. Quote, the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor from the air and all military and naval activities on the island of Oahu, the principal American base in the Hawaiian Islands. End quote. I'm going directly to the White House now. I'll tell you more later.
That was Steve Early. Yeah? Round up the staff and get him in here. I'm going over to the White House. We're in the war. Operator, this is the Associated Press office in Honolulu. How about my call to San Francisco?
One moment, please. I think I finally reached your party.
Oh, good.
Go ahead, please.
San Francisco AP Bartell speaking.
Hello, this is Burns, Eugene Burns in Honolulu. We're being bombed.
Yeah, Burns, we got a flash from Washington, but no details.
The attack is still going on. I'll give you what dope I have. Ready?
Go ahead.
From 50 to 150 Japanese bombers, dive bombers, and pursuit ships assaulted the island of Oahu this morning. At 8:10 a.m., the first squadron came roaring in from the southeast over Diamond Head, streaked northward over Pearl Harbor. Got that, Bartell?
Right.
The bombers circled over the U.S. Navy's Ford Island plane base in the harbor center. Dive bombers dropped to within 100 feet of the harbor surface, launched torpedoes at the many U.S. warships lying at anchor. From nearby Hickam Field, U.S. Army plane base, rose a barrage of anti-aircraft fire as a second wave of Japanese planes approached. The enemy...
Say, James, that bomb must have fallen pretty close to you.
Yeah, it did. Something tells me I'd better give you the rest of this report back. Now, here we go. The enemy scored direct hits on Hickam Field Barracks, killed over 100 U.S. soldiers. Wheeler Field got a blast on its hangars. Honolulu got incendiary bombs. Northward, machine gun fire raked the streets of the town of Wahiawa.
Just a minute, James. What town was that?
Wahiawa.
Okay, go ahead.
In Pearl Harbor, smoke rose as one vessel was set afire and another exploded. Other vessels steamed from Pearl Harbor in search of Japanese plane carriers. Getting this okay?
Didn't get that last part. Would you repeat it, please?
Hello? Oh, Bartell? Hello? Hello? Say, operator, can't I get this call through? Thus, after 23 years and 25 days of peace, the United States was plunged into its seventh major conflict. The attacker of the Japanese Empire, whose windows the U.S. had opened on the world just 88 years ago. In Washington, the White House announces 1,500 killed, another 1,500 wounded. Admits the loss of one capital ship, one destroyer. As the fateful news reaches the 132 million peace-loving, peace-making American people by radio, press, and neighborly word of mouth, these are some reactions. In San Francisco, it is just church time. A motorist drives into a filling station. Morning. Morning. Better fill her up with ethyl. You're back. Say, what do you think of those jets? Jets? What jets? They just bombed Pearl Harbor. Are you kidding? Just this minute, got over the radio. Well, what do you know? Yeah. Looks like this is it. Gosh. Hey, just now down the street, I almost hit a Jap on a motorcycle. Guess I should have run over him. On the Cumberland Plateau in Tennessee, it is just after Sunday dinner. Sergeant Alvin Cullum York, legendary World War I hero, is told the news.
We got to put up a united front and give those folks a licking right away. Take care of the Japs first, and then take on the Germans.
As they struck the Russians at Port Arthur in 1904, while their ambassador danced before the Tsar, so once more the Japanese had delivered a copperhead punch. Their aim, to divide the U.S. fleets at Hawaii and Manila, prevent a unified British-American blow on the Japanese fleet as it seemed to attack Singapore, Guam, Wake, and Midway Islands, and soon the Philippines are raided by the far-flung Japanese. In Portland, Maine, the afternoon movies are beginning, says one Yankee.
I feel sure of one thing. Up to today, I wondered whether we were another France, too soft. But now we'll see that Americans can fight in the old way. I know Maine people can.
For the U.S. on this first Sunday afternoon, it becomes plain that this war will have to be won the hard way. Farther down the coast in Martha's Vineyard, famed flyer Charles A. Lindbergh formally ends the cause of isolationism.
We must now turn every effort to building the greatest and most efficient Army, Navy, and Air Force in the world. When American soldiers go to war, it must be with the best equipment that modern skill can design and that modern industry can build.
The historic Sunday of December 7th ends. It is Monday, December 8th, 1941. At 12:25 p.m. in the chambers of the House of Representatives, members of the House and Senate hold a joint session, knowing that 20 hours and 25 minutes before, Japan had declared war on the United States and Great Britain. That Britain and the first of 18 other nations have declared war on Japan. Every important government official in Washington is present as Franklin Delano Roosevelt delivers his historic message. But none is more attentive than a group of 25 top-ranking officers in the Navy's Bureau of Aeronautics. These officers, some gray-haired four-stripers, a few commanders, and a few of lesser rank, gather in the office of their chief, Rear Admiral Jack Powers, to hear the President's words by radio.
With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard... Gentlemen, we have work to do. 51 minutes after the President had spoken, the Senate, with not a single dissenting vote, the House, with but one, declares war on Japan. On no issue was the United States ever so united. To a greater extent than at any time since he first took command during the choking depression 8 years ago, Franklin Delano Roosevelt could act with complete authority. He could fire, hire, demand, order, and get what he thought best and necessary, with perfect assurance that the country was solidly behind him. At 4:10 p.m., the President signs the war resolution passed by the Congress. Then, after a brief talk with Russian Ambassador Maxim Litvinov, who has just arrived in Washington, the tired chief executive relaxes on his office sofa, falls asleep, sleeps soundly for an hour. The office in which Franklin Delano Roosevelt takes his brief, well-earned rest once belonged to his old chief, Thomas Woodrow Wilson. It is the same office in which one night 24 years ago, Woodrow Wilson wrote the stirring words which called his country into a great war. Words still remembered.
To such a task, we can dedicate our lives and our fortunes, everything that we are and everything that we have, with the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and her might for the principle that gave her birth and happiness and the peace which she has treasured. God helping her, she can do no other.
Tokyo, Wednesday, December 10th. In the village of Ise stands the shrine of the Sun Goddess, most hallowed spot in all Japan. To the shrine comes a little man wearing 6 spectacles, a ceremonial kimono, and a black lacquered skull cap. He is the Emperor Hirohito, who believes he is a direct descendant of the Sun Goddess. Entering the shrine's innermost sanctuary, Hirohito places his wooden scepter under one arm, bows low. He claps his hands to summon the spirit of his distinguished astronomical ancestor with whom he wishes to confer. He has news for us. Imparts it in a swift, eager whisper.
民の子、団の子な。私、あなた、大変します。
His message conveyed, he bows again, then walks out of the shrine backwards. Hirohito, the son of heaven, has just told the sun goddess that 3 days ago his government declared war on the United States and the British Empire. It is an auspicious day for this mystic conversation. Japanese troops have landed on the Philippine island of Luzon. First foreign troops to make a full-fledged landing on U.S. soil since the War of 1812. But reports Douglas MacArthur, commanding general of U.S. and Philippine forces in the Philippines,
German resistance has confined this action to the attack in the vicinity of Apari at the extreme northern tip of Luzon, where the Japanese attempted to establish a beachhead. Air activity continued in the vicinity of Manila, with intermittent attacks on airfields at Cavite and Nichols Field throughout the day. The situation is in hand.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, this morning, one story was the same. America's young men stormed recruiting offices, kept them open 24 hours a day. Many brought their toothbrushes and razors along in the hope of lessening delays. Typical are the scenes in New York City, where with voluntary recruiting at double the rate of World War I, the Navy finds fit and signs on in 2 days enough volunteers to furnish crews for 3 destroyers. The young men wait by thousands in the cold early morning, slowly shuffling to the service of their country. A newspaper man goes down the line asking questions.
Say, what's your name, buddy? I'm from the Daily News. Oh, a reporter, huh? Yeah. My name's Gordon Rome. I'm from Bergen Street, Brooklyn. I sure hope they got a place to sit down in the Navy. My feet are killing me. Pretty tired, huh? Waiting here all night. Sure, I'm tired as hell. Lots of guys are more tired than me. Anyway, it doesn't matter much how you feel. You know what you gotta do. I'm here to do it. How about you, mister? You from Brooklyn, too? Yeah, that's right. I'm Dave Coward from Heck Street over in Brooklyn Heights. Well, how do you feel about all this? Well, I served 3 years in the Philippines with the 60th Coast Artillery. Hey, listen, you guys. We got a tough job on our hands. I know the Japs are good. Yeah, well, wait till we get out. I guess that's right. Good. And how about you? I come to volunteer, please. Say, you ain't a Jap, are you? Oh, no. My name's Edward Tong, 240 East 30th Street. I am Chinese. Oh, I see. Excuse me. Makes it easy to want in service with Japan enemy. Strathford turned me down. Bad eyes. Maybe want me now, yes? Well, good luck, Mr. Tong. How about you, lad? Me, I'm from over on Blicker Street. My old man's got a grocery store there. I'm Italian born. Well, don't you know we're liable to be fighting the Italians? Sure. And the Germans, too. That's all right for me. I'm an American.
Voicing the thoughts of the vast majority of the American people, this recruit was right. For today in Berlin, Adolf Hitler addresses his Reichstag of stooges, declares war on the United States.
President Wilson deceived Germany. And now, between your Führer and President Roosevelt, there is a worldwide abyss. President Roosevelt failed to recognize the new order. He failed to recognize certain newly established governments. On the other hand, he recognized public government with no territory. We always tried to prevent a break with the United States, but our patience has come to an end. So now, Italy and Germany, in loyal fulfillment of the obligations under the Axis Agreement, associate themselves with Japan in the struggle against America. Germany. No one will destroy German unity. Germany is strong. Let us thank God we can enter our name in the history of the Reich.
At the same time in Rome, another stooge of Adolf Hitler's, Benito Mussolini, addresses his people from the balcony of his Palazzo Venezia.
Over the Axis, backs of steel against fascist Italy and the National Socialist Germany, ever closely linked, participate from today on the side of heroic Japan against the United States of America. The formidable blows which have already been inflicted to the American forces in the Pacific show you how prepared are the soldiers of the Empire of the Rising Sun. I say to you, and you will understand, that it is a privilege to fight with them. The Italians once more arise, and they worthy of this historical hour. We shall win.
President Roosevelt drafts his second war message in 4 days, and this time in only 135 words, asks the Congress to extend the theater of this nation's war to the two remaining Axis aggressors. At 1:04 p.m., without debate, without one dissenting vote, the Senate and the House of Representatives obey the request. Today, the U.S. Army Air Force lifts at the heart of all Americans with a major achievement. U.S. Army bombers rise from a Manila airfield with orders to engage the enemy off northern Luzon. The commander with his flashlight behind him reports.
2250 to Manila.
Go ahead, 2250.
Reconnaissance was right. Target sighted. Japanese capital ship. About 29,000 tons.
Okay.
We are over target. Signing off.
Okay, 2250. Good luck.
Sig? Yeah, Sig here. You aim for his fire control tower. Here we go. Two 250 to Manila.
Go ahead, 2250.
One of our bombers scored repeated direct hits on a Japanese battleship of the Congo class. When the bombers left, the battleship was blazing fiercely.
Nice going, 2250.
That's one for the boys who got it in the barracks back at Hickam Field.
This was America, this first week of its Second World War. For the war was now truly a world war. A war with fronts on every continent save one. A war involving 6 more nations than its terrible predecessors. In a fireside talk from the White House, the U.S. war president has reminded his warring people of this. Promises them the truth. Promises them victory. But foresees a long, bitter struggle, bad as well as good news. For the U.S., the war had got off to a bad start. But to a nation finally unified through war's reality, these opening disasters would be of small account. The U.S. had embarked on the greatest adventure in its history to make the world really safe for democracy. Time marches on.
Announces that Wake Island is probably captured by the enemy. And now it is disclosed that fewer than 400 Marines held Wake Island for at least 14 days against heavy Japanese attacks. The Marines had 12 fighter planes and a small quantity of weapons. They were commanded by a 38-year-old Marine Major, James P.S. Devereux. They sank 1 Japanese light cruiser and 3 destroyers. They held out against 13 raids.